my lovely imps. Two barely known streamers recently had some pretty major beef. Now, you might have heard of them, but I wouldn't expect it if you didn't. Trainwrecks and Hasan. Obviously, these little nobody streamers having a fight, why should we care about it? Well, because it's really funny, okay? I have been recommended that I react to this debate by multiple people. Now, I have not seen this debate. Me watching this is the first of, I haven't even watched clips of this debate yet. I simply heard from friends that this is an incredibly funny debate. So I felt like I should share it all with you. Obviously, Trainwrecks is one of the biggest streamers on the Twitch platform, and Hasan is another one of the biggest streamers on the platform. Trainwrecks recently founded his own streaming service, which has been, to be charitable, it has been mired in controversy. Kick is the name of the streaming service that Trainwrecks has created. And he created this because Twitch banned his cash cow. Trainwrecks was making millions, and I'm talking, let me see if I can get an exact number. Does anybody offhand have the exact number? I think he made like $86 million in direct paid sponsorships from one of his gambling sponsors. I'm talking tens of millions of dollars. And of course, Twitch realized that it's probably a pretty major issue that their platform is being used to not just sell, but to make gambling look very exciting to literal children. And so Twitch decided to ban gambling as a streaming subject on their website, or at least most forms of gambling. And Trainwreck, obviously, given that he was making tens of millions of dollars from his sponsorships, said, I'm going to make my own streaming platform, but this time with hookers and blow, or in this case, with gambling and porn being played to children. Yes, I'm not kidding you. That's right. Trainwreck's platform, Kick, was recently in the crossfire because one of its biggest content creators was playing porn to an audience of children. So when I say that Kick and Trainwrecks have been mired in controversy, I'm not exaggerating even a little bit. And apparently, throughout this whole process, some beef formed between Trainwrecks and Hasan. And what we are about to watch is them hashing it out in the arena of ideas. And we're going to see exactly where this goes. Because, like I said, I've not seen it, but I've been told that it gets very funny. So, without any further ado, join me, your lovely host, Demon Mama. Don't forget to press like and subscribe because you know you're going to want to see more of my stuff after you watch this video. And we're going to settle in for a fantastic show, okay? Let's do it. Let's do it.
You're a radical. You're a radical psychotic leftist. You are literally Mao and Stalin and Karl Marx together. That's how these dumb motherfuckers in America operate.
Which brings me to the point where Train is talking to Will Neff.
It already? How are we going to even get to that point? That is a spicy opener. All right, let's go.
About the
oh yeah, did I mention that this is being hosted by xQc, who last I checked, xQc was the #1 streamer on Twitch by pure numbers. xQc is almost unimaginably famous in the streaming spaces, and he decided to host this deranged debate. So this is a absolutely wild triple feature, and of course now you're getting to watch it with the best streamer in the world, Demon Mama. I know you don't believe me yet, but you will. Let's continue.
Charity, and then things slide completely out of control, and then Hasan and then calls out Train for critical gambling. You want me to link it to the thread or not? You guys remember this happened like this week?
He knows he knows what it is. I know what it is. Yes.
Okay. Then how about Train? You walk me through your initial point. What did you say to Will, and what did you say?
So I went into the call initially to
if you can find a clip, that would be very helpful.
Reach out or
chatter.
to put out
That'd
an
be very
olive branch,
helpful.
right? I was talking about how I love the podcast. among other things, right? And then the conversation came up. He brought that up as an example, and I clarified the example because at the end of the day, olive branch or not, I think there's an avenue regarding, the socialism in which, Hasan preaches but doesn't act with, right? There's that avenue where I don't think we'll ever come to terms.
Oh no! It's already starting. It's already going to be a hypocrisy argument right out the gate. Okay, so let me just tell you, one of the things that whenever you're talking about communism or socialism with let's call it people who aren't like actually all that politically educated, one of the first things that they will always do is they will break out this argument. And it's an argument that is often depicted in a famous comic. People call it the Boers comic, okay? Let me see if I can show you the comic real quick. I can bring it up here in just a second, okay? Hold on. This is the comic right here. Hold on. I'm gonna get it in beautiful HD so that we can just take a look, feast our eyes right on it, okay? Here we go. This is the comic that this is what the argument often boils down to. We should improve society somewhat. Ha! Yet you participate in society. Curious. I am very intelligent. Now, this comic has made a lot of people angry because that's the only argument they know to argue against socialism. They basically say, huh, you think we should be socialists, and yet, you don't give all your money away for free, huh? Why is that? You think we should be socialists? You think we should have universal health care? Well, why don't you pay for my toe fungus surgery, huh? And of course, it's an incredibly dumb argument, and everybody can recognize that it's a dumb argument, but it works on dumb people. And dumb people who use that dumb argument get very mad when you tell them that their argument is dumb and you point out how their argument is dumb. Unfortunately, it appears that Trainwrecks is opening the gate with the dumb argument. Oh, you are a socialist, but you don't practice socialism. Okay, I'm gonna make a guess here, and I'm gonna guess that he's gonna say that he's not practicing socialism because he isn't personally paying the medical bills of every person in his neighborhood. That's gonna be like, I think that's the tier of argument. Here's my first prediction for the night. I think that's the tier of argument we're gonna get tonight. Let's find out.
With together, right? So that is the disconnect. I don't know if him and I will find that middle ground for, but that didn't come up because I went on there to talk about it. That just kind of came up passively. If you watch the clip, the entire clip, that was generally a positive call, right? I think he kind of saw the clip and he picked those like 10 seconds.
Oh yeah, and one of the things I'm gonna do throughout this stream is I'm gonna try not to over pause because this is a long debate, but I'm going to try and extrapolate on certain arguments with my own commentary if I feel like I differ significantly from Hasan's position, because we might differ. Let's continue.
Out.
Unless Hasan doesn't feel that way.
As far as like socialism being at odds with my mode of existence, that is another thing that I am very that is another thing that I've been very consistent on with respect to like having anti-capitalist values while simultaneously still being a fucking dumbass who likes commodities that are luxurious. That has been a consistent talking point for myself for a very long time. So I don't know why you think that ultimately conflicts. Socialism is not a poverty cult. Socialism or anti-capitalism or wanting to make things at least marginally better for working class Americans is not, no matter how much people say, oh, lol, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses fucking owned or whatever the fuck. That is not at odds with the way I live. This is a point of contention, though. I will agree. There's broad debate on the subject matter. There's many different kinds of ways of approaching it, but ultimately it's about the relation to the means of production. That's it. That's all this is. And it's about giving workers more autonomy. It's not about doing charity, okay? I've never said socialism is charity, even though I myself engage in charitable acts. I've been...
Reverse Flash in YouTube chat says that ends up being Train's whole argument. No, don't spoil! I mean, I can predict these things as if, like, You have to understand, when it comes to debates with right-wingers on communism and socialism, I'm basically like those guys from Dune, the navigators, where they can they're like a giant brain floating in a vat, and they can predict the future and bend space-time to see what's going to happen in the coming days. That's basically me when it comes to these types of arguments. The moment I see a political debate happening, I can witness all of the paths. They go I have like a moment where I'm like, and then I can see all of the possible paths the argument can unfold on, and it's almost always like 2 options. Oh God, here we go. Let's go.
And fairly consistent on that as well, with respect to just doing it regardless of whatever people say, even if they shit on me. I think xQc can advocate for that as well. I've literally had private conversations with them many years ago, even about it's a good thing. People will shit on you regardless. You should still do it. But yeah, socialism is exclusively and almost entirely about the relations of the means of production and how society is developed around the current organization of the economy and how commodities are produced.
Okay, so you're saying that if there's a distinct point in what he sees social.
Okay, Tarpalicious says you did kind of predict it, but you didn't actually correctly assume the level of stupid. Okay, so if it's stupider than, if you're a socialist, why didn't you buy healthcare for your entire neighborhood? Okay, hold on. Then hold on. Let me see what's worse than that. If you're really a socialist, why don't you give your money away to your chat? That's the only thing I can imagine as being more stupid. It's like, if you're really such a socialist, why don't you give all your money away to your chatters? Okay, so that's... No. You can't be serious. No, you can't be serious.
And the action you can do to further socialism and okay, it makes sense. Trent, do you agree with what he said? Did you what he said?
No.
He says that socialism, right, is more than means of production.
I did not pre-watch. I haven't even watched clips from this. I swear to God, I have not pre-watched this. I haven't even watched clips. I was most excited because I was going to get to watch a debate that I hadn't heard. I'd only heard people say, you need to see this, Demon Mama. Demon Mama, you need to check out this debate. It's incredibly ridiculous.
Stuff and not the whole spread the wealth thing. And I think you say, oh, we should spread the wealth more type shit, right?
I would agree. So
yeah, spreading the wealth is not socialism. If that was the case, then Jeff Bezos would be the #1 socialist. You know what I mean? He albeit a very minor part of his overall wealth, he gives back fucking hundreds of millions of dollars. That he would be literally a socialist if that was the case.
So I think the point is this, right? Preaching socialism without action is literally just capitalism. Do you understand? If you preach the idealistic way that society should operate, yet you don't implement any of those systems, right, within your own, let's say proportionally within your own community, show that these systems...
Oh, no! No!
Can work. Just wait.
No. I love that. No, that's actually a great point. It's a great point. And it unfortunately fails to capture how inescapable capitalism is. Do I benefit from it? Absolutely. I'm a profoundly fortunate person, something that I regularly acknowledge and talk about all the time. I'm very privileged. I'm very fortunate. These are things that I do not hide. I'm wealthy. Another thing that I do not hide. I don't know why people always say that I hide it. But
do you understand that
if cooperatives can work individually, and I can point to socialization working in other countries, for example, like in European social democracies like Norway, even in Canada, it works better than the United States, even though it has its flaws. So there are instances of socialization, not socialism, working in other countries, and yet that has still not changed people's minds in the United States of America. So I don't know why you think that something completely and entirely removed from socialism itself, which would be me, I guess, doing socialism in my own community. I don't know how you would do that, but I would love to hear your perspective. I don't know how that would genuinely change people's minds in that regard.
Is xQc a moderator? Yeah, xQc is ostensibly supposed to be the moderator here.
My own form of commodity production, I work with union labor in union shops in the United States of America, and it's domestically manufactured when I do merchandising. And I have some form of cooperative organization where the people that I work with, not my workers per se, but people that I work with, whether it be my producers or editors, have full autonomy over their times, full autonomy over how much they make, full autonomy over a percentage of the profits or even more. Not only that, but they also have editorial independence, like in the case of Ostenox, who can say what he wants, and I'm not going to, go after him unless he's making an erroneous mistake. So that's
Which
it.
he has with
That's
the Penn-Walker program.
that's my perspective, and I think I try to live by my values as best as possible, and I think I do a decent job, I think, at that.
That perspective is convenient, in my opinion. Like, it's a convenient perspective to have, right? Like, if I would accept that perspective.
Wait, why is it convenient?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. So everything that you do would be completely fine, right? If you moved away from these extremisms, right? And you moved more so to the middle, and you're like, okay, listen, guys, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist systems to be mixed in with the capitalistic systems to create a better society, right? To grab the good of both. You understand? But the problem is you're completely shitting on capitalism. You're completely eat the rich, anti-capitalist. So if you moved your
that doesn't even make any sense. Why would you lie about what you believe in order to be fairer to the system that you feel has trapped you? Like, Hasan's opening argument was that capitalism has subsumed our life so much and it's horrible. That argument doesn't make any sense. You should lie about your actual beliefs so that I can feel more comfortable about the system I believe in. That doesn't, okay?
ideations or whatever the fuck you call it, more so to, I'm a capitalist, but I believe in socialist values. I believe in socialist systems. I believe in more of a mix, right? If you pushed it more to the middle left, it would make sense to exactly what you do. It would make sense to your entire business model. But to sit there and
wait, what? Address why it's conflicting.
Oh, I'm getting there. But to sit there, right, and to sell, right? Think about this, okay? Your entire business model, in my opinion, is that of a capitalist business model, right? You sell how the world should be while justifying not implementing those very systems of how the world should be by saying you're just participating in society. That's fine. You can participate in society, but at the very least in the position that you're in, making what you make, in my opinion, the words are not enough. You should be implementing these very systems within your own community to show that these systems work. Do you understand? On a proportional level, if you cannot implement the very systems you preach that should be implemented within America into your third...
He's literally doing the comic that I just showed you. Yet you participate in society. Okay, I know that I don't have to explain this to most thinking people, but did you know that non-capitalistic models in the United States are actively fought against by the current legal system? For example, not just the legal system, the financial system. Did you know that banks are objectively, it has been studied, that banks are significantly less likely to give money to co-ops because they don't feel like they're going to get a big enough cut out of a co-op? So our current established system, banks sitting on mountains of money, won't give loans to co-ops because those co-ops don't agree with the bank's ideology, which is more money to me now. So it's very difficult to get co-ops off the ground in a system that allows banks to hoard wealth endlessly and do whatever they want with it with no intervention whatsoever. Let me give another example. Did you know that that there are a myriad of laws that prevent you from doing certain things with your property? For example, you can't just if you have a chunk of land, you can't just turn it into a shelter for homeless people. Even though those homeless people might be dying in the streets, you will be busted on a myriad number of laws that prevent you creating a encampment. So even if you desire to fix the world in that means, there are laws in place to ensure that the only occupancy types that you can do are profit-based, that you have to become a landlord. Now, I'm not saying that all the laws are perfectly ironclad in every situation, but what I'm saying is the system in the status quo is stacked against anyone who tries to change. So advocating and acting are often things that have to be done differently. You have to advocate for what you believe in, and you have to find very difficult strategies to implement what you believe in. Here's a great example. Tarpalicious in chat says, in my very small city, we started a food share on Sundays in the park, and now they're trying to make it illegal to feed people in the park. And I bet they're using like sanitation law to do that, right? It's very wild. Think about how, God, there are so many ways that the laws in this country are designed to drive you into capitalist behaviors regardless of your beliefs. This is why it's remarkably dumb to try and be like, oh, you participate in society, a society that will punish you if you don't play by its rules. Playing by some of the rules will be mandatory if you want to have any chance whatsoever at breaking that society. Total rejection of society, leaving and hiding in a forest, which, by the way, did you know that oh my God, I wish I could tell you about this. Did you know that people who try to leave society and go and live in the wilds often end up arrested or institutionalized, almost as though society literally refuses to let you leave it? That if they let people leave, they know that people will go and live their lives outside of the system? Kind of deranged that we have a system that requires that you be imprisoned, that finds ways to imprison you so that you have to participate in the society. This is the problem with the coercion of imperial capitalism, which we live under. We live under imperial capitalism, a capitalism that is captured and is purchasing everything, that is chopping up what remaining public space exists and turning it into private space. They won't even let you be a cave hermit. Literally, they won't. Obviously, some people get away with it because they manage to remain hidden. But you can get... There are rules and laws, there are camping restrictions that are totally arbitrary that have been invented for all kinds of reasons that prevent you from escaping the system. Everywhere you turn, the system does not want you to escape. The system wants you to be a good capitalist, to show up to the wagey cagey, and to work until you die. And when you die quickly so that you're not expensive.
Community of 30,000, then I would just say you're grandstanding and you're just selling an idea to make money yourself, right? Like,
that's great.
To me, that's
a great point. That's a great point. You're absolutely correct on it if your understanding of what I advocate for was sound. And I think this is a normal misunderstanding, and a lot of people have this misunderstanding. I just gave you examples of a relation that I have where I am producing commodities with the help of others that are involved in the process. And I told you that I utilize, when I am actually producing commodities, utilize the same values that I uphold, okay? Whether it be unionized domestic employees that I am, whenever I'm working on merchandise, or whether it be having a cooperative podcast or having full autonomy and having everyone set their own wages with relation to how much profit or how little profit a certain venture makes. That is as close as you can get to like multiple different formations of trade unionism, an anarcho-syndicalist perspective, and also some level of socialism. So from that perspective, you are objectively incorrect. In most other circumstances, I have no control over it. There's nothing I can do. Like as far as turning Amazon into a cooperative corporation, I can't do that. It is a massive, almost $1 trillion operation that I have no control over.
Okay, so what you're saying is that for you, the socialism aspects are only the means of production and the workers and the fact that the unionize or not. It's all about the workers. Okay, I have a question then. When you have a podcast, the Freelance Pod, how much are the guests and producers paid on that show?
1/3 of the entire revenue.
The guests are paid?
No, the guests are not paid. The guests can come on voluntarily, of course. If they would like to get paid, we would, of course, pay them if there was like a guest fee or anything. But we don't pay guests. We are not interested. We're not interested in having a guest on specifically to make money. I don't think that would be weird. I think
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, March gets 1/3 of the entire revenue generated at the moment from the Fear End podcast operation, which you can go and subscribe to at patreon.com/fearend.
Listen, every system that you mentioned in which you apply your socialist values to, you are making money from these systems, and that's fine. That's okay. But the areas that I think should be more consistent in are the ones where you take a percentage of your wealth. Now, listen, this argument that your chat gives or you give or your loyalists give of, oh, so if you're a socialist, you have to be broke on the streets, that example in itself has to be the most delusional, extreme example. Why combat?
I don't know what you're talking about. Explain what you mean.
I'm trying to.
I'm a little slow. I'm a dumb guy. I need you to break it down for me a little bit. I'm serious.
Okay.
What do you mean? I just gave you an example of where I do this, and I want you to explain what you mean.
What I mean is, do you not preach a society where healthcare is free, a society where education
Oh no
is not as backwards as it is in America today, right? These systems, in my opinion, you are in a position where if you truly believe that implementing these systems are a real thing, you are in a position to do something that matches what you say. Otherwise, you're just selling false hope.
No, dude. No. Not even close. Not even a little bit close. Oh, no.
In a business model fashion, which is capitalism, right? In a nutshell, to make the money. That's easy to do, but you are in a position to do more. You understand?
Do you want me to open up a hospital? Because I think you're.
It's not about opening up a hospital.
What is it about? Give me specific examples of what I can do, so I can tell you if it's like feasible or not.
Okay, so for example, okay, I know a lot of your vocal minority community argue that the mental health care program is a charity, right? But that program, the part of the charity that it is just the part in America. If we were to implement that program, right? Taxes would pay for the program. In this situation,
absolutely.
Real quick. In this situation, we don't have that luxury, right, of having a tax system to draw a lot of money from the people. So what's replacing it is the charity aspect. To confuse that the system itself is a charity it's not comparable to the excuse of not doing it. The system
Are you asking me to provide everyone in my community health care?
I'm asking you to follow through with what you say. So to create.
Would that be
okay, hold on. Let me just say something real quick. The healthcare industry is like so much larger than Hasan. The healthcare industry it's an unimaginable amount of money, even to the multi-millionaire gambling child gambling peddler Trainwrecks. The healthcare industry is a trillions of dollar industry with thousands upon thousands of hospitals. It is insane. You can't even provide healthcare for your team without stepping into a capitalist thing. If I wanted to provide, let's say I was a multimillionaire and I wanted to provide all of my team members, all of my mods, all of my whatever with healthcare, I would have to buy health insurance. I can't even tackle that because that is a system. It is a nation level, almost larger than nations at this point because of multinational corporations, healthcare corporations that are so enormously large that tackling them requires collective action. You can't just fix the healthcare industry by buying into health insurance for your fans. That doesn't change anything. It only means you're losing money and giving it to a private industry that's going to make things worse for you. This is exactly what Hasan was talking about how the legal and financial systems work together to trap you into capitalism. I can't even believe that he's making this argument. I can't even believe that Trainwrecks can be that thoughtless.
System, create education as well, right? You could create a system in which you put a percentage aside that you believe the rich should put aside in America, and you implement that on a small scale to show that, listen guys,
you can't implement a hospital on a small scale. You can't. What are you supposed to do? If you have mods who live all over the country, what are you supposed to do? Open a clinic in every one of their towns to ensure that you can't, that's impossible. You are boxed out. Not only can you, like, there's so many layers on which you're boxed out of this. Like, not only are there are laws about the creation of new hospitals. You can't even enter that. This is part of the reason why, of course, if you go further to the left than a socialist, you start getting conversations with different types of interpretations of leftism. People who acknowledge that in order to actually change the world, you will often have to act outside of the law. And that's because in many cases, the law prevents you from ever making the change that you would need to make in order to change the world. That the law will never change because the people who wrote the law don't want it to change because it benefits them. Think about how much, just think about how much medical industry lobbying there is. How many laws have been directly bought and paid for by the medical industry lobby? How many restrictions and regulations and rules that are only selectively enforced? The healthcare system is so corrupt that they freaked out when Obama suggested a temporary step forward like Obamacare. Obamacare made people go deranged, a small and common sense change to the healthcare system. Remember that there is a political faction in the United States right now that thinks that we should bring back pre-existing conditions. For those of you young enough and blessed enough to never have had to live into the world of pre-existing conditions was a thing that used to exist in American healthcare, where if you had certain types of sickness, you could be denied healthcare coverage, provided that sickness was pre-existing the healthcare you were trying to sign up for. So think about it like this. You get sick, you get cancer, and then you change jobs, and you go to your new job, and you try to get insurance, and they say, you got cancer under your old insurance. That's a pre-existing condition. We don't got to cover your cancer. We're not signing up for that. That used to be legal in the United States, and there were some things that were considered totalizing pre-existing conditions. For example, being trans. At one point in America, being trans was considered a disqualifying pre-existing condition. You could be declined coverage outright because you were trans. You know what else was a pre-existing condition? Pregnancy. Yup. Diabetes. Deranged. Trainwrecks is just so uninformed, it's unbelievable.
Works. If we can do it, so can America. If you can't even do it yourself and you give these excuses.
So you want me to set up like a 501c3 specifically to like pay the hospital bills of every single member in the community that pays?
No. It's about creating a system. You understand? Ignore the actual payment of. It's a system that reflects what you preach and delivers it to people who do not have the financial means to get what you believe they have a right to get. Do you understand? That's what it's about.
No, dude, that makes no sense. What are you talking about? Just create a system? What are you talking about? He's asking you how you would create that system and you have no answer.
That's what implementing, that's what the actions over the words means. When you sit there and you preach what you preach on a daily basis and make millions from it, right? And that's okay to make millions from it. It's okay.
But Train.
But there needs to be an implementation of it.
You understand I'm not the government, right? Like
I just explained the proportional or the comparison between what would be right in this situation. You create a system, and through your own donation, you would be virtually the tax system that would pay for it in a governmental form, right?
Okay,
Like
that's what you're describing. What you're taking the long way to describe is literally, first of all, charity. For the record, insurance on the other hand,
the difference.
Or taxes on the other hand. Insurance or taxes, which are two different ways of funding, some form of healthcare or a payment mechanism for healthcare, revolves around.
You know what? You want to know what would be blackpilling as hell? Seeing how Train's chat is reacting right now. If you could go and see what Trainwreck's chat is saying about this conversation, I bet it would make you lose hope in humanity. Because there are probably hundreds of thousands of people sitting in Train's chat that are like, yeah, dude, yeah. They're literally, because it's like, for them, it's like purely team sports. So they hear Train say the dumbest shit that you've ever heard. Him be like, oh, just make a system 5-ed. His argument, literally, okay, how do you make that system? Just make it. Just make the system 5-ed. Just make it. And they're like, yeah, bro, yeah. Thank you, Louis boy. Thank you very, very much for the COP 4000. Thank you very much.
People paying into a system and then getting it back in the form of, adequate healthcare, right? This is how it works. You and I are in agreement, I think, as far as how the government should operate this, right? I think you believe in free healthcare, right? I think.
I do, yes.
Okay,
healthcare is, I believe healthcare is a right. Right.
So,
I believe
absolutely.
Our education system.
How do you get to free healthcare? How do you get to free healthcare when you have a healthcare industry that will lobby the hell in silence? Because keep in mind, we live in a post-Citizens United world. We can't even track the amount of money that is being given directly to politicians by corporations. Massive corporations will give unaccountable amounts of money behind closed doors to politicians to pass laws that favor them, to make sure that you legally cannot change anything, to make sure that they can do the most deranged shit you can possibly imagine. Do you guys know how much money is skimmed off of the top of the medical system? Like, I'm talking that the actual cost, including paying doctors, including paying for medicine, of most surgeries is like a fraction of the charge. They will charge you $3,000 for part of a pregnancy situation, which is so far above the actual pay that the doctors, the nurses, and the medicine was, because they're for profit. They're scraping you out. And that's legal in America, to scalp people for necessary medical things. Deranged. The charge list, oh God, it's so complicated. It's so it's so unbelievable. And as we know, healthcare workers are underpaid as hell.
Is completely backwards. I believe we should be.
Yeah, some people in chat are bringing, a Puerto Rican musician is bringing up the skin-to-skin contact fee that you will be charged like $60 to $100 for holding your baby after a pregnancy, just for that. Because they can invent whatever they want. I have gone through and sorted through my medical bills in the past. I've been involved in financial conflicts with medical agencies. I had an anesthesiologist try to double charge me. They charged the hospital and they were also trying to charge me because they knew that a lot of people would just pay the bill and never know that it was already paid for once. They tried to get it from my insurance and from me, a literal double bill. And they can just go, oops, it was an accident. Whoops. And there's nothing you can do about it because the laws have been made to make it so you don't have any rights. Disgusting.
Encouraging students to go to school. We should be encouraging students. I believe the new baseline should be college. This idea where we're pushing that college is unnecessary, you can't apply this or that, I think is ridiculous. But I do think it stems from our backwards financial education system.
So
right?
how can I do what you're describing without building a hospital or building a 501c3?
I just explained it. I just explained, right? For example, the program I have, right? It's easy to compare the two and say, oh, it's a charity. No. The charity part of it is replacing the tax system in which the government would pay for that
deranged,
system. Since we don't have
Tiny
that
Whitey. I'm
tax
sorry
system,
about that.
taking a percentage of what you make, like you preach should happen for the rich, right? And putting it into that system, right? So what you make, a percentage of what you make going into that system would be replicating what the government has for taxes, right? We'd be taking it out of our pockets monthly, right? For each respective community across Twitch, across YouTube, across Kick, across wherever.
Yeah, you're
right?
saying you wanna start, if I'm not misunderstanding, you want to start like a healthcare structure for Twitch watchers that us Twitch streamers put together.
Yes.
Yes, us Twitch streamers, we put together a healthcare structure. Okay.
Is that socialism though? Is that
That's not. No, it's not. It's just, but
So
it
you're
is.
saying that-
But
you're
it
saying
is
you're
nice.
bullshitting.
It's not socialism. That's not
distributing
socialism.
the wealth.
But it is nice. It is nice. It's a good idea.
Train's idea of what he thinks socialism is when Twitch streamers, most of whom don't make any money at all, by pure statistics, the vast majority of Twitch streamers don't make any money at all, and even less of them make a profit, and they're all independent contractors. Twitch streamers don't even get health care from their own fucking company. Twitch streamers are contractors. We're gig workers. This guy is insane. Trainwrecks might just be one of the dumbest people I've ever seen. I haven't reacted to a conversation this dumb in a million years. This is incredible. Oh, it's a level of stupidity I had forgotten existed.
It's a charity.
Distributing the wealth of the rich into systems that give healthcare to the poor is exactly the values of socialism, is it not?
Yes, you're right.
And the only way you do that is by dismantling the status quo in the binding imperial status quo. You have to break that apart because they are reinforcing and influencing one another. And this guy just thinks, oh yeah, a bunch of random Twitch contractors should suddenly become experts on medical health, should try to put together a hospital, a universal hospital system. It's deranged. It's so stupid and so impractical. And just remember, oh my God, just think of, oh God, we have, this shit makes me black pill. This shit makes me so black pilled that like capitalist motherfuckers get away with saying this shit all the time and don't get, so I get roasted for every take I have, every single opinion I have, most of which are very small scale and do not have like overarching claims. I get roasted, and these motherfuckers make millions of dollars for talking like this. Oh my God.
But by your logic, then, you know, charities would be considered socialism, but it's not.
No.
And also, if charities eradicated the
situation.
existence of these problems, if charities eradicated the existence of these problems, then in the United States of America, it's one of the most charitable countries on the planet. We would literally not have a single person die because they can't get their diabetes medication, which is why you have to advocate for the government, as I do all the time, not only put pressure on congresspersons, but like literally directly talk to them from time to time as well. And
by the way, let me give you some perspective, because remember how I said that I was going to extrapolate on positions where I differ from Hasan? I don't actually think the only path is through the government. I don't think that the only way to improve the healthcare system or to work towards a communized healthcare system is through the government. I actually think that there are a number of tactics that you can do to engage, to break down the system as it exists. Like, for example, this is purely hypothetical. If there were tactics that you can engage in that would destroy, undermine, or break the current status quo, which would allow alternatives to form, since, think of it like a forest, okay? The currently existing status quo is like a tree that's casting shade below it, and it makes it so that nothing else could die, or nothing else can grow. Everything underneath it can't get any sunlight. If you could find a way to chop that tree down, all of a sudden, alternatives would begin to rise that don't look like that tree. And that tree took a long time to build. It takes a long time to build a giant forest of mega corporations that have a gridlock on IP. And as it turns out, it's not just through government that you can cause these trees to fall down. In a purely hypothetical sense, there are ways. Jesus, somebody just fired like a huge firework outside. Anyway, there are ways in which perhaps we could find ways to break down these trees so that alternative systems could be tried, so that alternative systems could rise, and those systems might do a better job. Because keep in mind that if you can't climb the tree trunk of the giant tree, aka if you don't have money, you don't get care right now. We know that insulin can be produced for cheap, but because of the pre-existing status quo, the large tree, insulin has to be bought from a small set of pharmaceutical providers who have a chokehold and can charge out the ass for it. For example, there's some examples. So it's not just that I mean, Hasan is an electoralist. At the end of the day, he's a statist. He believes that the only way is by having the state basically change the forest for you. But I think that there are ways that we can disrupt the trees of the forest to allow other things to grow, and that we can find ways to grow those other things that defy the trees, so to say. Make sense? Nafamatics with the $25. Hey, Demon Mama, thank you so much for all the incredible work you do. I haven't been watching for long, but I appreciate your takes and your energy so much, and you genuinely make me feel like we can make it. We can make it, and what's even better, we will. Just remember that. The odds, even when there is terrifying things in front of us, the odds are stacked against our opponents. We have the mandate of heaven on our side. Or in this case, the mandate of hell. Thank you very much. We absolutely will make it. Lil Lily with the $5 says, hey, Demon Mama, love your streams. You said they tried to double bill you. How do I make sure that doesn't happen to me under my nose? Screw American healthcare. Be very meticulous. Always keep and check all of your medical bills. It doesn't take long to scan your medical bills and make sure that you're being charged for things that they actually did. And also just keep the paperwork. Before you do anything else, make a folder. Like tomorrow, buy yourself a little folder, you know, like you would use in school. And anytime you get a medical bill, put it in that folder. Double check it and then put it in that folder. Just keeping good records will make sure that you catch discrepancies like that. I am a very, very meticulous record keeper. I keep all my bills, I keep all my receipts, and when I catch something that's off, I can test it. Now, sometimes that process is very annoying, but you can't even engage in the process of contesting an unjust bill if you don't know it exists. So keep your paperwork organized, keep it all in one place. I personally have a little filing cabinet where I sort all of my stuff like that. It's a good idea to do, and you'll thank yourself for it. Hopefully, that answers your question. Let's continue. Let's continue.
Utilize my community to go vote.
I do think Hasan says that you can change things by unions and organizing and mutual aid. For example, he does donate and speak at many union events. I do think you're right that he feels the state is the mechanism. Yes, I think that generally Hasan believes the state is the mechanism for change. I don't believe that. But I do appreciate, by the way, I'm not saying that I 100% disagree with Hasan. I obviously like Hasan a lot, even despite our differences and despite the fact I've criticized him for some of his takes in the past and will continue to do so in the future when it's necessary. But yes, I do appreciate he participates in other projects. Let's go.
I am technically trying to do that in a grander scale. It's unfortunately very difficult to accomplish.
So let me ask you this. If the socialist himself cannot find a way to distribute a percentage of his wealth, who do you expect to do it? The fucking capitalist sitting at the top? It needs to start somewhere.
No,
it needs to start somewhere, right?
No,
if we can't do it on this level, how are you expecting a country of 335 million to implement it on that scale? We need to find a way to proportionally scale it within our business models, whether it's the charity aspect, replace.
You can't. that the way that he's advocating does not work. Like I said, the tree is blocking out the light for all other options. You can't get healthcare for your employees without buying an insurance plan, because that's the way the law works in America. The way that you get healthcare coverage is through a private insurance company. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that in America. You don't have any other alternatives because those alternatives are not allowed to exist.
Or replicating the tax system. You understand? Like, the action needs
you
to
do
be
realize
there, like,
countries have
change.
socialized healthcare, right? Like the UK has the NHS system. So like literally just pointing to that should be able to have a wake up moment for the minds of millions of Americans, but it still hasn't worked. So technically what you're saying is well intentioned, and I love that you're saying this, but it demonstrably doesn't work. I point to actively working socialized healthcare structures on a daily basis, and yet I have not been able to, individually at least, move the needle on getting Americans to get on board with Medicare for all. Neither did Bernie Sanders, again, unfortunately.
We'll agree to disagree on that. And next topic.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Wait, I don't know what the disagreement there is, though. I gave you an example of socialized healthcare working in a larger system and pointing to that, and yet that still doesn't get Americans on board in certain instances. But the reality is, even if all Americans were on board, okay, even if every single American, like the abortion ban, for example, were on board, 75% of Americans thought abortion should be protected, and yet the Supreme Court decided against it. Why? Because that's just how it is.
What Trainwrecks is actually saying right now is basically equivalent to, if you can't send a mouse to the moon with a backyard rocket, how will we ever send a team of people to the moon? Yes, that is that is a very funny way. That's a very funny way of analogizing his argument. But yes, he's basically saying, if you can't build a new healthcare system from scratch in your backyard because the healthcare system is spread across like thousands of hospitals, a handful of pharmaceutical mega capitalist conglomerates, and a geographic area the size of a fucking quarter of the world, then, well, you know, I guess we should just give up then.
When the rich and powerful get together and build billions of dollars worth of dark money funded super PACs and lobbying groups, they get their way regardless of what the Americans think or feel. And the same goes for healthcare as well, which is a multi-billion-dollar industry with a lot of people making money that you and I would look at and go, holy shit, that is a lot more money than we make. That is the unfortunate reality here. That's what we're going up against. So pointing to an example of like a charity individually working within my community or within Twitch, okay, that's a very nice thing to do.
It's a system.
And we can talk more about it.
The charity part is disingenuously being presented.
It's not disingenuous. There's nothing wrong with charity.
What he says though is that he says that inherently that's not the socialism that he's supposed to uphold like you think he is when he.
So what socialism is? So the socialism is okay.
Labor. His socialism that he pushes.
So the socialism that requires him to give no percentage of his money and only requires him to preach is the socialism he's for. You don't find that convenient?
I do pay a decent amount of taxes in California, but that's not but I don't consider that to be social.
We legally
actually, unironically though, I bet Hasan pays an insane amount of taxes. Independent contractors, like small business owners, which Hasan is, even though Hasan makes a lot of money because he's a single or a small proprietor, the taxes on that is huge. Like the taxes that I pay being an independent contractor are insane. You have to understand that the most lenient taxes in this country are on stock trading, on financial gains. Financial gains have the most lenient taxes in the entire country. They only pay like 15%. The rest of us have to pay anywhere between 25 and 30%. And you want to know why that is? Because of lobbying. Because the financial giants who have billions of dollars to spare use it to ensure that the laws never increase the amount of money that they have to pay. Kind of demented, right?
Keynesian economics that's wealth distribution, and I think that's adequate, and I think that's apt. I wish that you know, billions of it wasn't used on fucking finding new and creative ways to like blow brown children in fucking school buses in Yemen. But unfortunately, that is what our American government has decided to spend it on. That is an unfortunate byproduct of living here. But even the meager amount of that goes back into funding the roads, funding the school system, I'm happy with and I'm comfortable with, and I talk about it during tax season all the fucking time. But if you think that like charity is socialism, then you know
I didn't say charity is socialism. I was referring to a system that we create as a streamer, and the charity aspect, right, which provides that system, would be the way we replicate the tax system, right? Within America, the government has a tax system which they would funnel their money into programs for the people who can't afford it. It would give people access to healthcare. It would cover certain educational costs to push education through. What I'm saying is we create a system, and since we do not have a tax system,
you just
we can
swapping
use
the word charity for system, by the way. Like that's what you're doing, which is fine. Again, I have no issues with charity. I'm showing you the
difference, right? It's about creating the system, right? And the charity would be the pool of money used to fund the system that gives healthcare to your community to show that it works. What you preach works. You can take from the rich and provide for the poor, provide for the people who don't have the financial
real charities at the top of the hour.
Everybody knows that works, though. That's the stupid thing. Everybody knows it works. Every other major developed nation in the world, every other large capitalist economy in the world has already passed socialized healthcare and knows that it works. There are deeper problems here in the US than people not knowing it works. There are deeper problems than just vote five-head. We know that. Thank you very much, Alora. I hope you have a wonderful night. Thank you.
Security or the luxury
where there's a 3-minute ad
in
break.
America, which is so.
And if you no longer want to see those
luxury,
ads, you can get gifted a sub.
Healthcare, right? To have basic educational costs covered, to push that, we need that kind of stuff.
True. Any gifters in chat? Anybody who just remember, your likes, your pressing the subscribe button and ringing the bell, and your generous donations keep this stream going so the signal remains strong. And I know that you all can hear the signal. So, if you want to support the channel, press like, press subscribe, and consider throwing a little bit of money my way for this free and viewer-supported show. Let's continue.
Right? So I believe we need to act instead of just preach. Otherwise, where does it start? Where does the chain reaction start?
Yeah. This is a misunderstanding. I think he kind of agrees with you, right? But at the same time, when you say to uphold socialism, in his view, he does, because socialism is the means of production and the workers and the labor, right? That is his socialism. So even though he agrees with you, he still doesn't agree with the fact that you think that this is socialism when he said what his socialism is, right? So that's what this disconnect is. So I do agree that there's a double effect.
Because what he's talking about is just charity.
Discordant Vol with the heroic 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you very, very much, Discordant Vol. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you very, very much.
Which is great. I love that as a concept, and I'm on board with it. It's just not, it's demonstrably failed to improve. That doesn't stop me from giving money to charities, all right? Obviously. That doesn't stop me from funding money or doing fundraising for charities and also directly donating. But if what he was talking about as far as charities actually solved the issues,
listen,
the United States of America would have no healthcare issues.
To help you understand this, okay? Take a look at my mental health care program, okay? Because you keep saying charity, okay? So yes, the money goes into the charity to hold, right? What I'm referring to is the system that's created, right? The viewer can now, that does not have access to healthcare, can now have a way through me taking a percentage of my wealth and putting it as a funding source to free healthcare. Ignore the charity part of it. It's the system. This is what I mean by actions over words.
Yes, you're right. If everyone was paying into, but in the form of taxes, if everyone was paying into the government and the government was like, we're going to take some of this money and we're going to build hospitals, we're going to build rural hospitals, which is a major problem as well in America, and we're going to make sure that everyone can get health care for free when they go into a hospital. That would be socialized medicine. It would not be socialism. It would be a form of socialization.
So couldn't you implement what you preach into a system like that for your community to have access to things that they don't have access to because of their financial means, right? Because of their financial situations. That's what I'm asking. It's easy to preach,
I
but
think,
if you can take
I think that is doable, certainly. And that is, it's not impossible. The problem in that situation would be that it would require me dropping everything I normally do and basically learn an entirely new set of skills. It would not be a system. It would, again, just be a charity, that a 501c3 that I would have to set up. And I, unfortunately, am a dumbass who doesn't know anything about setting up a 501c3, which is why I usually, just like...
I'm experimenting. If 1.5 speed is too much, I'm going to try this because this is a really long debate and Trainwrecks talks really slow. So I'm going to test this on 1.5 speed and we're going to see how it goes, okay? He does keep saying charity and replacing it with the word system. I will note that from people in chat. But yeah. Oh, I don't care. xQc doesn't have anything to add here. xQc is just being no offense to xQc, but he's being a moderator and he's barely moderating. I just want to see if this is going to be acceptable. If it's really annoying, just tell me. But I feel like Train talks so slowly. I would prefer it on 1.5. So let's find out.
Like you did, work with other 501c3s that are pre-existing in this regard. But again, I have raised and also funded more than $500,000 last year, which is a marginal amount in comparison to how charitable you are. You're a very charitable person. And
Piftle Cakes with the unbelievably generous tier 3 sub. Thank you very, very much, Piftle Cakes. You are a legend. Thank you very much.
Here so far, almost like 2 million, if I'm not mistaken, to various different causes. I don't think that that is socialism. I just want to make that clear. I don't think that that's socialism. I do it because I think it's the right thing to do. I'm a very fortunate person, and I think the capacity to be able to give back is a good thing. That's why I do it. But even by that metric of like, if you think that building these sorts of systems is socialism, then I guess I'm a relatively socialist person.
I think it's a, right, for each individual, right, it's a value within themselves, right? So if you're making X and X amount of dollars, I believe, because of the fortunate situation both you and I are in, I do believe in higher taxes for us. I do believe in both of us taking a percentage of our wealth and putting it into systems, right, that can distribute it to people and give them the baseline, what I believe to be a right, which is healthcare, education systems that pay for their schooling based on, let's say, hardworking students or whatever the hell that is, GPA, whatever you want to measure that by, right? That's what I believe. So what I'm saying is, I do think, ignore the charity aspect. I'm referring to the systems. The charity is just a funding pool in this comparison, right? I believe we should not just talk it, we should act on it.
That's not okay, but making a charity is not a system. I mean, it's a system in the loosest definition of the term. Yes. Just like anything that you choose to do in a repeatable pattern is a system. But just saying found a charity that gives money to your chatters, that is not solving any sort of systemic problem. In fact, it is only alleviating certain concerns and actually only pays in to the currently existing healthcare system. I feel like he's trying so hard here to sound smarter than he is, and he just won't acknowledge that that's not actually, like, saying it's a system doesn't actually mean anything in and of itself.
Right, so we should take a percentage of our wealth, whether it's 20%, 30%, 10%, whatever it may be, and put it towards systems that give what we believe to be a right to the people that don't have access to these things that I believe should be a right, right?
I think the system you're describing is a 501c3 though, right? Like that's...
Well, in this situation, the 501c3 would be provided, and all you would have to do, right? So let's hypothetically say, for this mental health care program, right? Wouldn't you say, if you don't want to create that this is it's right there, right? It's a system you believe in for your community, right? So why
again,
I'm just agreeing. Hasan doesn't. Even though he thinks these things are good and he wants to do those things, and sometimes he hasn't, or maybe he will in the future, he still doesn't view that as a fundamental socialism.
Wait, first of all, I do those things. Let's make it clear. I think I do a decent job at doing those things.
Yeah, but I still think that he doesn't view that as the fundamentals of socialism. That's not what he preaches.
Yes.
Therefore, he doesn't feel like you've gotten him on the, yo, dude, you haven't donated this much. Hasan doesn't feel like you got him on not doing what he preaches, when this is not what he preaches in that regard to socialism. That's what he feels like.
So you're picking and choosing what aspects of socialism apply based on what you have to act on, what you don't. I'm confused.
Oh my God.
I mean,
what?
So we're cherry picking what parts of socialism we want to preach, and those are depending on which ones actually require you to distribute a percentage of your wealth into systems that distribute it to the people that are less. It seems like we're cherry picking what we have to act on and what we don't. It just seems very convenient to me.
I think that the fundamental disagreement here is that charitable donations is socialism is like kind of your perspective here. I don't want to put words in your mouth. You can correct me, but that's all I've heard from you as far as like maybe you don't say charitable donations, you say systems. but that's kind of what you're talking about. And that is fundamentally
No.
not true, which is fine. It's still fine, though. You're right. I think it's a good thing to, again, uphold charity and try to do your very best to help others who are less fortunate. But if you're asking me as someone who, like, at least describes the concept of what socialism is, that is not true. What you're describing is just fundamentally just a 501c3.
I feel like there's a disconnect for you and probably with others as well in what I'm referring to, okay?
And
The only reason, okay, let's take my mental health care program as an example of this, since it's the only thing I can show you in this regard that's on Twitch, that can help you understand this, okay? So ignore the charity aspect of what's going on there, okay? That's there. The reason I had to work with them is because obviously as a streamer, right, we don't pay some sort of streamer tax within Twitch where we can funnel that money and put it towards systems we believe in, right? So ignore the charity aspect.
Arguably, you do. Your income is skimmed off of, not on Twitch, it's just chopped right up. They just chop it right in half and take half of it and leave you with basically nothing. And what do they do with it? They pay their CEOs. They pay their CEOs, many of whom also donate a ton of money to make sure that you have to keep being a contractor, ensuring that they can keep screwing you however you want. So yeah, in a certain way, you do pay a tax to Twitch. You do pay a tax to Amazon. It just doesn't get to go towards anything that you want because you don't got the power, bitch.
Instead, compare it in this system, right? When I say system, I'm referring to the system where I take a percentage of my wealth monthly, put it into, let's say, a pot, and from there, access is given to viewers in my community that do not have access to mental health care, right? That charity is only replicating what the U.S. government, it's proportionally replicating, right?
Yes,
what the U.S. government has for a tax system.
What you're describing, yes, exactly. The main difference is voluntary donations versus taxes, right? And you're right.
That's the only way that we, right, proportionally
you
as
have to
streamers,
understand you're describing a charity when you keep explaining it, though. Like, that's the charity that you work with, RAD, right? You work with RAD.
Yes.
Is a pre-established 501c3. It's a charity. So you are giving money to RAD, which is a wonderful thing. Okay, it's great.
It's a separate program, right?
It's a separate program. Sure.
It's a separate program within RAD. I'm using RAD to replicate what it would be in America using their tax systems to pay for mental health care. You understand?
You're not wrong. That is actually a very decent way. That is a very decent way to describe. That is a very decent way to try to describe socialized healthcare and why it's ethical and why it's the right thing to do. I agree with you if that is what you're saying as far as like socialized healthcare. It's still not socialism. So if you're asking me what socialism is or if it conflicts with my values that I haven't like set up a 501c3 personally,
it's not about something about it's about taking a percentage of your wealth like you preach the rich should do and doing it yourself and implementing it, right? So
But oh my God, this is so dumb. Train is like, he's on like a broken loop. He's like an NPC with a broken dialogue tree. He's just repeating the same thing over again. And Hasan is desperately trying to get through to Train that all you're saying is do more charity. This does not solve the healthcare problem, which is what he's advocating for. This does not solve economic inequality because of labor exploitation, which is what socialism is about. Hasan can only do so much. He has to advocate for a better system so that it changes.
You understand? So do you do that? Do you take a percentage, 10, 20, 30% of your wealth and put it towards systems that give free healthcare to the people? Or are you just relying on the tax systems of America as your distributive wealth process?
I definitely do donate a lot more than just what the taxes are. Absolutely. I do. I don't know what percentage of my overall wealth that is, but yes, I absolutely do. Regardless, though, I don't think that is socialism. I do it not because it's socialism. I don't do it because I want to make like...
I think you're misunderstanding my point, right?
Look, my point is this. Billionaires have something called the Billionaire's Pledge. I don't know if you've ever heard about this. It's actually a very interesting concept, okay?
Okay.
So, like the Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, numerous other billionaires, some of the wealthiest people on the planet have joined what they call I believe the Giving Pledge, which is it's a hold on, I'm gonna pull it up real quick so I don't give you any false information here.
Why don't we start the Millionaire's Pledge and we play it on Twitch and
yeah, no, hold on. Well, I'm gonna talk about how fraudulent it is in a second.
Oh shit.
The Giving Pledge is a commitment to philanthropy. The Giving Pledge is a promise by the world's wealthiest individuals and families to dedicate the majority of their wealth to charitable causes. Now, the issue is that this is just simply a PR move for them. They do this because they set up their own charitable donations, their charitable contributions, and they put all of their stock options into that charity in an effort to avoid taxes, right? That is the main reason why they do this. That way
they run the charity. They pick the charities. The charities are heavily influenced by their decisions to go towards the causes they care about. These charities often give money to other companies that are owned by the people that they're buying from. So, for example, think about it like this. Imagine that you're a rich person and you form a charity that like pays doctors or that pays for certain medicine. But then the charity that you created to pay for the medicine buys medicine exclusively from a factory that you own. Now, you've created a charity that does give medicine to people for free, but they do it by buying from you. So you've essentially found a way to cheat your taxes and pay as little as possible. You lose a little bit in the process, but not as much as you would if you were paying your taxes. That's how a lot of these charity pledges work between rich people. Seriously. It's wild. Tax evasion. Classic.
It can look like they're giving back while, buying from or buying whatever the fuck from they want from the pool of funds, utilizing it as a tax cut. It turns into a non-taxable entity, right? Even if this was like an earnest thing, an honest thing, it still would not make Bill Gates, for example, funds malaria research, who has funded vaccine research, as a matter of fact, as well.
Okay.
This would not make Bill Gates a socialist.
Okay, Hasan, I think I got you. Okay, he feels like if you want to englobe what socialism as a whole, he wants you to emulate and enforce that version of socialism on a smaller scale in order to create and show that this is what you uphold, right? And
yeah, Hasan, you bastard. Why don't you just assemble an army of your Twitch chatters, take over part of LA, and turn it into a socialist republic? If you don't mobilize your army of Pepe posters in your chat to take over a neighborhood of LA by force and turn it into a small socialist nation, you're just basically a hypocrite, basically. You're basically a hypocrite, basically.
instead of what he thinks, you're pushing more radical ideas when you're kind of like not doing that, all the way out there. You're kind of just
By the way, this salsa that I'm eating is absolutely delicious, but it also is spicy as hell. Absolutely. Whew. These people are constantly trying to say he has to prove that he's socialist. Yes, they do that all the time. It's just the Matt Boers comic repeated into infinity.
But in the middle, in terms of your actions. That's what he thinks. From my understanding, this is what Train thinks. Generally.
Yes, he has a different opinion on what praxis is. This is a term we use in leftist communities, and he thinks that this is what praxis is, like socialism in action. I fundamentally disagree, and yet I still actually do engage in the thing that he's talking about.
Me too. I just don't tell anybody about it. It's useless.
Yeah, exactly. And I didn't used to tell people about it either, but obviously a lot of people kept saying, much like Train, Hasan, you're fake, you don't practice what you preach, you don't give back to people, which is a false understanding of socialism in general. So I did start telling people about it, and now they say I do it for clout, which of course I always knew it was going to be a damned if you do, damned if you don't scenario. So I just do whatever the fuck I think is the right thing to do, and I keep my fucking head down and do it.
Right. So
even your chat, your entire chat is capping right now. Your entire chat, like there will never be charitability to anything, and I don't even expect it. Like it's just
no. This thing to me because I said I do charitable stuff.
I actually don't know what types of peppers are used in this. This is a as you can tell, this is a massive tub of salsa. It's from one of our local favorite Mexican food places, and it is one of the most delicious salsas that I've ever had. We order these giant tubs from there all the time because it's so good. It is, I think it's got like 2 or 3 different types of pepper in it, but I've never actually looked at the ingredients list. It's amazing. It's so fresh. I love it. I'm like just eating so much of it, and I'm starting to get like sweaty, so I apologize if I'm all like, whew, because it's hot. If I could describe it from a 1 to 10, as far as salsas go, this is like a 8 on the salsa scale. Maybe an 8.5. It's one of the best salsas I've ever had.
Whatever, because in terms of education,
spicy. This is like, I would say this is like more like a 5 or a 6 spicy wise. But I have had a lot of very spicy food. It's spicy, but it's not unbearable. So I would say like a 5 or a 6. Not that bad. It's spicy because I'm trying to talk on a stream, which means my mouth is burning every time I talk, but it's not like the most spiciest ever. It's just really delicious. It's so fresh, it has so much vegetables in it. It's amazing.
It's freaking lame. Whether they think that I do or not, or they accept it, and they validate the amounts or not, I think it's just talk about it. I just do it because it helps, and I'm sure down the line, something that was
Ron's KFC with the $10. Thank you so much. Don't mind me. I'm just hiding my tax money. Don't tell the government that. Thank you very much.
By one of these things, when they're balling out and they're millionaire, they'll do the same thing, and there's done.
Thank you, Enrico.
I truly believe that giving back into systems like healthcare, like education, when somebody is a recipient of these things, when they ball out, there's a good chance they'll do the same because this resonates hard with them. Because a domino effect, and the more people do, the more it resonates and the more it grows. That's how it is. That's my perspective. That's my doing it. But I don't think that's still don't think that's socialism though.
It's not. I don't think you're you would say you're a socialist, or you would be a socialist for doing that. I don't think Train is a socialist for doing the charitable donations to RAD.
The system itself would be a socialist one. Do you understand? The system, the idea of it, not the actual donation.
Well, I also
charity,
personally gave you an example.
Dude, you can't just say the word system. That's not an argument. Saying the word system over and over and over again, it means nothing. So apparently, as long as you call it a system, the American healthcare system is doing what you claim it is, because the American healthcare system is a system that gets some people healthcare. So I guess it's a system, right?
I gave you an example of like commodity production or creating something.
Yeah, Fortnite, you've been spending too much time over on VGG. You're roasted. Roasted.
Something new and different that in the form of like the podcast, it is a cooperative style governance, I guess.
Would you agree? Everything you've mentioned that you do, that you believe is aligned with your ideas of socialism, you profit from. Don't you think that's
yes.
just a little distant?
Yes, no, that's literally, okay, see, this is perfect. Thank you for saying this. This is literally the fundamental misunderstanding. Socialism is not about doing things because you're a nice guy. Socialism is just about who is producing the shit and how much more freedom they get.
There is a difference in profiting more from the preaching or the ideas of the socialism, right? It's not like you're making a business, right? And you're
no, that is a business. What I described to you is a business. What I described to you is a cooperative formation of a corporation.
A percentage of everything that you do in the name of socialism should go towards systems?
Train, you're not understanding. Train, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Train, you literally, okay. There are many different ways of democratizing a workplace or democratizing an economic organization of society. One of those, okay, is a cooperative corporation. Okay, that is precisely why my producer, who is producing the labor, who's creating part of the podcast, who sets up the Patreon and whatnot, and sets up the cameras, for example, that person is getting 1/3 of the overall revenue. Okay, that is inherently a socialist formation. He also has autonomy. He also gets to say, I want to do it on this day. I want to do it on that day. Okay, I want to do the podcast on this day. These are things that we democratically decide. Now, this is a cooperative corporation. That is actually closer to like what is literally socialism, at least in a corporation, a socialist organization of the economy within the corporation, than anything else that you have described. That would be one form or one aspect of democratization of the workplace. Okay, that is actually what you want out of me. I'm already doing that. But if you're talking about like setting up a system or
so how does that work?
Call it charity.
How does that work with Twitch then? So you bring up the podcast. How does that work with Twitch, right? Let's say hypothetically you're making $6 to $10 million from an ad-heavy deal, right? Which if you show that deal, which you can't because you're binded by contract.
Do you think I should pay my viewers for watching me?
Not pay your. I'm referring to you bring the podcast up as 1/3. Are you paying, right, a percentage or something proportional to the millions that you're making off Twitch, right? Is that something you're doing as a socialist, right? Does that carry over to your Twitch? So sure, I believe you for your podcast.
To who? To what?
To editors, to moderators?
Yes.
So you're paying moderators or head of moderation?
No, not editors and not moderators. I do have a compensation mechanism for my moderators. Okay. It is not one that I often publicize, specifically because I don't want moderators to come on board exclusively because they want to, use it as a job opportunity. But there is a compensation mechanism but I don't like talking about it specifically because, like I said, I want moderators to be a part of the community and not necessarily working and not necessarily doing it as labor, which is most of the reason why I try to, as best as I can, maintain all of the other avenues of moderation on my own, whether it be running ads, which, by the way, I should be running at least a middle of the hour ad break and things of that nature.
Wait, let's stop. Everyone, both of you are on your ad deals.
Hold on. As far as editors goes, yes, of course, I pay editors directly. I pay editors directly out of. Wait, I don't know what he's. I don't know why he's saying.
I was saying play your minute ad and I'll juice up.
No. Anyway. Listen. As far as payment structures goes for my editors, they are the ones who make their pay. In many instances, they're making more. They are the ones who I routinely have a conversation with, where they're the ones who dictate what their pay is. I'm routinely paying them even more than the value that they're actually generating for the videos they're creating. And the only way I can subsidize that is because I'm making money off of Twitch. So in a way, yes, I am utilizing Twitch revenue to pay some of my editors.
But not your moderators.
But, okay, part of the thing that Train seems to be missing is that I think he thinks that Hasan owns Twitch.com. Hasan is an independent contractor, a successful independent contractor, but an independent contractor nonetheless. If Hasan stopped streaming on Twitch, there wouldn't be anything there at all. Like, he streams presumably not just because it makes him money, but also because he likes doing it. We only have like 3 streaming systems to choose from. All of them are definitively capitalist, and all of them make us be contractors. We don't have much ownership over the systems we participate in. You show up as a willing worker, quote unquote, a willing contractor, and you get to choose from YouTube, Kick, and Twitch. Those are your ones you get to choose from. And all of them have different issues, but you don't have any say because you don't get ownership. You are just a contractor. You're a gig worker.
Same percentage as, let's say, the podcast to your Twitch, right? So your main income channel is the biggest one, right? And that's the one that's exempt from the from the proportion.
Because,
do you think Hasan is the hottest Twitch socialist? Socialist, yes. Communist, no.
Not only that, but the reason why this works the way that it does is because there are certain aspects that I want to maintain as far as autonomy goes, as far as the freedom, as far as like no demands made of anybody, because no one is as big as a freak as myself who's gonna fucking sit there for 8 to 10 hours and watch shit. Okay, that is an unreasonable demand to make from people. I don't make
me. I'm the hottest communist.
Make that demand from my viewers, and that is precisely the reason why I want my viewers to be invested and interested in.
Followed by a streamer who has been on an extended break by the name of Acelaces, aka Doe. That's the next one.
Doing whatever the fuck they want to. The funny thing is, I know my train is so fucking horny bringing up the mods. Oh, it's probably okay.
Wait, why is it?
Yeah, it seems like
So
this topic.
one thing that you need
why
to,
is it? Is it what I pay my mods? Is that way?
well, I don't know, but one thing that you need to also understand is that, and this is a really good conversation, I brought up a cooperative ownership of the podcast specifically because it's one very unique formation of workplace democracy, because someone in that situation is generating value, right? Someone in that situation is generating value, they're working, they're laboring, right? And instead of a wage compensation in that structure, I'm giving them a percentage of revenue. Now, originally, when the podcast wasn't generating any revenue, I was just paying out of pocket to be like, listen, whatever you want, you know, eventually we will be able to generate revenue, which we are now. And at that point, you'll be able to get a third of that, right?
I'm sorry,
there are certain aspects of it that I want to maintain and make sure that
Doe might stream again sometime in the future, but right now Doe is busy doing all kinds of other things. Doe is doing research. Doe is reading and writing a ton. Doe has been very, very busy doing all kinds of different things, and it's doing very well, I assure you. I promise you, it's doing great. It might stream again in the future, just not right now.
is as ethical as possible, right? In that structure. That is the reason why I brought up the third in the cooperative formation, a third of the revenue in the cooperative formation, is because that is only one element of a pay structure. There are many different ways of doing it, but the one fundamental thing that remains is worker autonomy and people that are generating value getting back what they make, getting back what they add. That is inherently a socialist way of working.
They're getting back what they add, and who determines what they get paid based on what they add?
Well, in that circumstance,
Oh no! Oh no! Accidental Marxist train! No! No! He didn't even know what he was saying, but he became a Marxist! Oh! I can't believe it! We came all the way around to Train going, yes, but who gets to decide what fair compensation for your work is? Who gets to determine the value of your labor? Oh!
there is no perfectly scientific way. I mean, we're getting into the labor theory of value, obviously, but there's no, in my opinion, there's no adequate way of making that assessment, which is why I oftentimes will leave it up to people that are making the demand itself while they're simultaneously generating revenue. Because there are a lot of situations where a venture that you get into is not actually making money, right? And I think people are still generating some sort of value even when they're not actually making money, because even when the business itself is not actually making money, because the business could potentially make money in the future. Do you understand? Which is why I think it's better off left up to the people that left up to the people that are working in that circumstance.
Yeah, I think the problem is that...
By the way, I can't believe the level of interrogation that is happening with my own personal finances or the way I live my life is unimaginable. But the reason why I do it is because it is something that I'm very confident in. Okay? It is something that I'm very confident in the way that I live it. But it is a ridiculous ask. I want people to understand. Like, I don't have an issue talking about this shit, but it is fucking wild. Like, not a single streamer has ever been asked this level of fucking detail in any minor thing that they do. Not even motherfucking Trainwrecks. Okay.
True! Hasan, okay, guys, I'm gonna be, just hold on a second, everybody. I'm putting on my Hasan Stan hat. A very rare hat indeed, but it's absolutely true. There is basically no streamer even close to Hasan's level that gets the amount of deranged scrutiny that Hasan does. And it's only because Hasan has a non-status quo political opinion. Because Hasan argues for a system that is different than capitalism, they're all of a sudden, they're digging into his personal life. They interrogate every decision he makes in his personal life. They interrogate all of his pay structures personally. Nobody does this for anyone, even when it's relevant. Keep in mind, you could ask a lot of very interesting questions about how Train makes his money and how Train sources his income, some of which we already know are deeply unethical, such as getting paid tens of millions of dollars from a single betting company in order to sell gambling to literal children and create new gambling addicts. But nobody gives as much scrutiny to Train as the number of people who dump scrutiny onto Hasan. It's just true. Like, I'm not saying that there aren't reasons. I have criticized Hasan for various things in the past, but the amount of personal scrutiny that he gets just for being an outspoken socialist is deranged. It's deranged.
Okay, and he gets shit on a lot.
Actually, I've revealed all that.
It's
But
about,
it's really frustrating that, like, this is a fundamental thing I believe in, and I advocate for, and I practice what I fucking preach, and yet motherfuckers still always say that I'm actually fake. Because people cannot comprehend that it could work that way.
It's not that you're fake. It's that there's certain areas that are hypocritical in nature, right? Like, there are certain areas where you pick and choose when socialism applies and when capitalism's okay.
No,
yet you
it doesn't.
preach anti-capitalism
No,
in every
it
direction.
Okay,
No,
I-
because you can't. Socialism is a way of running. Okay, socialism is a way of running a nation. It's a way of running a country, not a nation, a state. It's a way of running a state, okay? That's what socialism is. You can't apply socialism to your Twitch stream in which you're a contractor. That's stupid. That's not what it's about. It's a advocacy for how a state should be organized.
But you retained none of the things that I just told you, Train. Like, I just spent the past hour where you peered into, like, literally the minutia of my operation, looking for, like, different places, different avenues to strike. I described all of it to you, and you won't give me the dignity. You won't even give me the dignity of, like, listening, hearing, and processing that information. That's kind of fucked up. It just seems like an ambush at this point.
No. I listened and I processed. And there was
The
areas
reason why you both question is because inherently you're a political streamer and you talk about aspects of socialism and that's what you preach. It's like saying, yo, dude, why do people ask what stocks a stock streamer has on the stock market and not the Apex streamer? Well, because the guy who plays Apex never talks about stock. You talk about
No. It would make more sense if people were interrogating who he was voting for based on what he advocates. And by the way, you could argue that other types of leftists, you could argue that anarchists, you could argue that super hyper moral woke scoldy types, you could argue that communists, it would make more sense to criticize them for not organizing their communities in certain ways than it does to criticize Hasan, because Hasan is pretty explicitly a state-focused socialist. He's very explicit that he thinks that the way that you achieve this is through electoral pressures and convincing politicians to change the system. They keep doing, it's literally, this whole conversation has just been vaguely gesturing at imagined hypocrisy, to borrow the words of another small streamer. It's literally all it is. They're just trying to say he's a hypocrite when he's not.
Finance and the means of production and all the money. Of course, we're going to inquire about where your money is and what you're doing with it to better these systems that you're talking about. I think it's
not necessarily true. No, the only reason why they do that is to literally look for hypocrisy baiting, and it doesn't even matter. No matter how genuine, no matter how consistent you are, it literally doesn't matter. Because ultimately, like in the beginning of this conversation, I had a conversation with Trainwreck about literally something that he believes I did, that I told him I didn't do, and he couldn't bring up any fucking counters to it. Like, he couldn't bring up proof to it, and yet we still left it on a 50-50 split.
Well, for that, I remember.
Like, that's crazy.
But the point of that was the pattern of behavior, right? And I have a lot of viewers messaging me, they remember exactly that, right? But to bring up a clip regarding passive shit talk or the letting of, to kind of push the narratives, right? I can't provide you with a clip at this time. And even if I couldn't, I remember it happening. So that's why we moved on and we agreed to disagree.
I remember it, but I can't produce proof that it happened, and my chat agreed with me, so that must mean it's true, even though I can't and won't even try to produce a clip. Even though I said that it happened on a public stream and somebody should be able to source that relatively easily, I won't do it. So basically, it's fact, bro.
What else do you guys not agree on?
I was just showing a pattern of behavior, but hey, that's not enough for us to not come to a middle ground and say fuck it. Like,
well, no, I think.
Let's get back to the Will Neff clip, right? So I think you're asking about the Will Neff clip, right? And it kind of went off.
Why did you bring up about the charity for Turkey and how did it come about? Why did you say it?
Just watch the clip.
Okay, fair enough. Let's everybody. I'm going to link a clip in the current chat going on over here, and you're going to click and you're going to watch it on your own with your community, and then we'll discuss when Train picks up and not us.
Okay.
Train will start with this clip. I want to give him a chance to explain his own clip, otherwise we're going to get lost.
Where is it? Hold on. You linked it in the
Group chat.
No, match a small
Okay,
percentage.
I gotta pee while this plays. Look at him undermining 50 grand. Like, I'm sorry, I don't have like $700 million from fucking crypto gambling sponsorships. Like, that's crazy. He just said a small percentage, like 50 grand from my pocket is like tiny. Like, listen, I don't really talk about this too frequently, but goddamn, do motherfuckers always undermine that shit. They don't shut the fuck up about a $1,000 shirt for 700 years. But the moment that I fucking put 50 grand out of my own goddamn pocket to something I fucking believe in, that's a tiny percentage, dog. What the fuck? If you can't shut the fuck up about the $1,000 Gucci shirt, you should be 50 times more vocal about the 50 grand, right? Not once did I ever bring that up. Not once. But when you undermine that, when you make it seem like the infrastructure that we had to create on the back end to ensure that American and foreign fucking donators could very easily dump funds.
Here's what there was to ask. So, like, I think you got a little angry at a certain clip instead of watching the entire thing, which maybe is understandable since you get a lot of heat in that department. But I think what's important to come on, bro. Like, what are you?
He's not going to moderate anyway. Just go on. Just
we take a 2.5 minute fucking break, and now he gets up.
Bro,
we all get back from our 2.5 minute break, and he just gets up now.
He's having.
That's so fucking funny. I'm sorry. Train just losing his shit at xQc here is so fucking funny to me. Why is that so funny? He's just like, oh, why are you getting up?
Having a toenail break. Just go on. It doesn't matter. He was not gonna moderate anyway.
You gotta see, you know how nasty that is, chewing on your toenails. You see how putrid that is?
I know. I do know. Yes. Okay, go on. You were talking to Will. As far as I understand, you were talking to Will about I don't know what you were talking to Will about actually, but you were talking to Will about some shit. And you
I was going through
I don't know why you brought me up.
Well, let's pull up the Will. Did he delete the VOD? Is it there?
I don't know. I'm sure that it's probably on YouTube though.
So there's the video. It starts at 58:36. I think it's important to watch the context of the entire thing because by no means was.
We can't be watching a whole video. I will take your.
Bro, it's like it's maximum. Like I don't even know. Like what would it be, like 4 minutes? I'm just like the context. Bro, the context matters here. Like you took like 3 seconds of what I said that he asked me a question and I answered. You took that 3-second part and you flipped the fuck out.
Well, you're here. Just explain what you were doing, and I will 100% believe you. I don't even care.
I will. I'm gonna grab my juice.
Yo, is he gone again?
He's gone. But what is it? Okay, describe to me what the clip is.
This entire stream is just xQc and Trainwrecks getting mad at each other for stepping away from stream. Oh my god.
Okay, there's nothing. There's not much to it. There's like nothing.
So I think the importance of you watching it was to show that, like, I think he took a couple seconds of the clip and kind of got the wrong idea of the context. Like, by no means was I going in there to badmouth you. It was actually opposite.
So it's Will never brought up the Turkey charity, and it's Train who was going to make an argument about his initial point about how he wants Hasan to do the systems, but then since Will,
why are you guys having a conversation about me in general? Like, I don't understand.
Yo, I give context to people. So the context is that, so Will brought up the fact that Hasan raised money for charity for Turkey in the context of Train, we have socialism and how we can do things to further socialism in society. And then what happened then is that Train was going to say that the Turkey thing was crowdfunded, therefore cannot be kind of used as a, yo, guys, I'm partaking in these socialism systems, whatever.
And let me clarify on that, because this is an important clarification to be completely fair toward Hasan.
Oh my god, we're gonna get even stupider arguments. Imagine trying to say that you foregoing your pay, doing a charity where you give your donations away, where you don't take donations and instead donate them to a charity for what, like nearly $1 million that he raised or something? What was the total amount that he raised? An incredible amount of money towards the Turkey, the Turkey earthquake fund. And imagine saying that's, oh God, this is gonna be so bad.
The effect of what he did is the same as.
Was it 1.5 million? Imagine just sitting there and knowing that people like you're saying that's not charity because it was crowdfunded when those people are your viewers who could have given that 1.5 million to you, but instead they chose to give it to that charity that you were sitting there hosting. You were sitting on your in front of your screen, managing and running and keeping people entertained and keeping the energy high. Oh, come on, this is so stupid.
possible intentions, right? So the effect is a net positive no matter how you look at it, right? So the effect of what you did is a net
Deranged.
positive. You understand? I want to make that very clear. I think what's being argued is the way certain things that you do, the intention that's being described behind your actions, right? Like, that's what I'm referring to, right? I think a lot of times it's used as a, hey, look, I did this, what a great thing I did this, this is an example of what I preach, this is this, people use this as examples of things you've done, but in reality, a crowd fund with a small percentage matched, especially if we get into what you made during the entirety of those 5 streams, I think these are the more genuine ways to bring it up, right? But when it's used to show a intention, I think that's the wrong part in the category of what you're doing. But the net positive from the effect is the same. Therefore, that's why I don't think there's much to talk about here. Does that make any sense? It's the intention that's questionable, and the way it's used as like a credibility is very odd to me. That's the issue. That's why it was brought up. The intention of why you did that, right? A lot of people in your community and yourself use it as like a, yo, I did this, I'm consistent with what I do, blah, 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 right? But I would argue based on, right, it being crowdfunded, compared to the part of what you matched, relative to what you make and relative to what you made during the streams of doing the charity, that's the part that's questionable. But the effect of the charity is a net positive no matter how you look at it.
Okay, let me just describe something real quick. So first and foremost, dude, for someone who says you hate Reddit, you sound a lot like Redditors, like especially when you're saying this.
I mean,
this is the most Reddit ass, like cynical ass fucking take I could have ever seen in my entire life.
It's not cynical when the intention is being misrepresented.
The intention of why I wanted to set up a charity, set up a fundraiser, a donation portal for the victims of the Turkey-Syria earthquake is because in 1999, when I was living in Istanbul, okay.
Maoist Taoist says, by the way, Demon Mama, a socialist who is rich needs to be held to a higher standard than a rich person who is not a socialist, because we expect more from a socialist than someone who is not. I only agree with that. I agree with that with parameters, which is that obviously you, like, lefties can't hold anyone accountable, but let alone they can't hold somebody who doesn't believe in leftist values accountable. They don't believe in you. So obviously, okay, whatever. Like, it's just, I don't know. That's just like kind of a nonsense statement. I don't disagree, but I don't disagree that we should hold people who are socialists and rich to a certain level of standard, but they're definitively the only person that you can hold to a standard, because a rich capitalist will not give a shit what lefties say. Let's continue.
As a young boy, I survived a very devastating earthquake where 17,000 people died by the most conservative estimate. I know how fucking awful that shit is when a gigantic earthquake impacts a state that is underfunded. My state that I lived in for the first 18 years of my life. And I also knew that you can't really trust the government in Turkey. Many of the Turkish people will tell you this. So there had to be a way to fund and to give money to specific non-governmental organizations.
I agree.
I knew what the non-governmental organizations were. I went in, I found exactly whichever ones were the best ones by talking to my friends and some knowledge I had over previous earthquakes and natural disasters. And one of the main issues there was that a lot of these organizations, like Ahbap, especially Ahbap, did not have a portal to allow ease of access. Like, you couldn't just click on a link and do a drop down, put your fucking information in and just like send dollars to Ahbap directly. So that is why I wanted to set up a fundraiser, because I knew that
we're not arguing the fundraiser.
So that's the main intention behind why I did what I did.
Yes, and
there wasn't any like secondary reason or anything else.
Of this. And then we get into the topic. It gets both become like around the. I'm gonna be the devil. I'm gonna fucking say it. Okay, Train meant, yo, bro, 2 mil is dank. Nobody says 2 mil is not dank. 2 mil is dank. Thank you very much for Turkey. That's very sweet. I was absolutely colossal.
It's a net positive.
50K for somebody like you is a fucking joke, Hasan. It's a joke. Why don't think 50K?
There's a disagreement there. I don't think it's a joke. I don't think it's a little amount of money.
Based on your ad incentive deal with Twitch, wouldn't you argue that the days you ran those ads on those days, along with what you made, don't they add? I mean, didn't you make?
When I originally started my contract, I thought it was, but you're wrong. You're wrong. No, it's not.
Was it close to that amount?
Insane. No, not even remotely close.
Okay. At the end of the day, listen. I don't want to listen.
This is Train literally pulling, it's a banana. How much could it be? $20? See, Train has ad deals that make him like $87 million. Hold on, let's see. Let me just get the exact number. Hold on, let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I was off. Let me make a correction. According to Train's own words, he was paid $360 million over 16 months just from one sponsor alone. $360 million from one sponsorship alone. So this is literally Train doing a how much can a banana be? $200. because he got paid to fucking sell gambling to children for $360 million for a year and a half. $360 million. Obviously, even Hasan is not going to make $50,000 in ad revenue from 3 days of streaming on twitch.tv. The CPM for ads is fucking trash on Twitch. That sponsor was literally him selling rigged-ass crypto gambling to children? Yup! Man, Train is fucking ridiculous, man. This Train guy, Train is such a fucking slimeball. This guy sitting on top of his fucking child gambling money, being like, 50,000 is nothing, bro. 50,000 is nothing. I make like $1 million a day selling gambling to children. You must make similar, bro, right? You must you must make, you know, something like $500,000 a day, right, bro? Pathetic.
What you did was phenomenal. The effect was phenomenal. Do you understand?
So, but no, hold on. This is very important to address.
Yes.
What you're doing right now is not genuine criticism. It's just pocket watching and also undermining something that I did that it wasn't even supposed to. No, hold on. No, that's bullshit. You're just pocket watching and then claiming that it's actually.
Yeah, it is bullshit. Hasan is right here. This is pocket watching and it is bullshit. xQc is laughing because xQc is also equally as dumb as Train and believes most of the things that Train believes. xQc is a multi-millionaire. Like, both of these guys are infinitely more rich than Hasan, and nobody gives them shit about the stupid crap they spend their life and their money on because they don't believe in anything. Because they're just like, yeah, grind harder, bro. Sell more gambling to children, bro.
Adequate to do so because you claim you're a socialist. No, I already described to you numerous fucking times what socialism is. Charity is not that. Pocket watching like a fucking blue-haired, non-binary Twitter user anarchist and being like, why don't you give all of your money and live in a fucking woodshed is not actually socialism. A lot of dumb motherfuckers on Twitter say that all the time.
Hey, to be fair, it's not anarchists who do that, you asshole. It's mostly tankies. It's mostly fucking turbo tankies that do the pocket watching, not anarchists. Anarchists think you're lame because you're a fucking streamer, not because of how much money you have. Sorry, but I gotta defend the anarchoids. The anarchoids are mad because, I'm sorry, if you wanted to be accurate, the anarchoids are mad because you endorse, by streaming all hours of the day, you're embracing linear time, and that is not good enough, okay? You can't be embracing linear time right now, okay? You need to embrace non-linear time. That's what the anarchoids are mad about. The tankies are the ones who are like, excuse me, your pocketbook shows that you didn't give enough to the people's army of the Republic of the United States Communists of America. You didn't give enough donations to the dangest reformist news magazine. Anyway, whatever, let's go.
I yell at them just because you're not.
What is that example? The comeback, some extreme rebuttal of.
Because you sound like them, but you look like an ape, so no one thinks that you're like exactly behaving like them. But you are doing that, Train. You gotta stop.
Brother. That blue hair. Okay, let's not go to insults.
But they do that. They do that too. They do that. They do the exact same shit that you're doing right now. They do it to Mr. Beast. They do it to me all the fucking time. They, I'm sure, would do it to you if they thought that you were like a person who would like listen and respond to them. You're doing the exact same shit. You are crying like a fucking SJW instead of
crying like an SJW.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And that is one thing I will not fucking stand for.
No, listen. The effect of the charity is nice. Do you understand? It's a good thing. What you did was phenomenal to crowdfund that. But to push
it's such a disingenuous way to fucking like do an offhanded criticism. Everyone, even the juicers fucking recognize what you're doing right now. You're literally being like, you did a great job, but it was like a little bit. You know, you could have given a lot more money. And maybe you could have, and I'm sure you did. I gave you literally a link for a crypto donation. Yeah. You only gave 50,000. You have like fucking
150,000. Yes.
Okay, well, great. You have a lot more money than I do, so I'm glad that you did that. Even if you gave $10 fucking, I wouldn't care though ultimately because any dollar is good. Okay, any dollar in that circumstance is good. But the only reason why we have ever talked about the charity, the only reason
you can't just say this is what you preach. Hasan doesn't believe that everybody needs to give all their money to capitalism or to charity. Hasan believes that we should fundamentally change the economic system, that we should do so via serious state reforms. This is just so stupid. It is literally gesturing at hypocrisy. They're accusing him of hypocrisy for things that he doesn't actually believe. There's no argument here. I didn't expect this to be this dirty, but it is. It's literally just old school, oh, you believe in something different than me, and so I'm gonna invent some random standard that you don't even believe in. Hasan doesn't go around saying that, like, other rich people are gigantic pieces of shit because they didn't donate enough to charity. He believes that the system itself that allows for constant wealth hoarding on a level way bigger than Hasan is fucked up, and that we should change that. These are totally different things. God, it's so, oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad faith. I can't believe how pathetic this is. They have nothing. This has been circling the drain for like an hour with some of the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
we ever talked about that is not to like weaponize it and be like, look how good of a guy I am. The only reason why we talked about it because motherfuckers, listen, let me explain. Let me explain.
Does weaponize it. They do.
No,
and
they
allow
don't.
them to. Okay. Okay.
Brother, the only reason why there was any discourse surrounding that was because a bunch of smarmy little fucking dipshits went in and literally went to Speed's chat and were like, it's a scam, it's a scam. The discourse revolving around it. And the reason why Will even brought it up to you was because people literally were saying it's a fucking scam. People were saying I'm pocketing the money. And the reason why Will brought that up is because of the unfair amount of criticism that I get that you should be able to, as a person who gets a lot of unfair criticism by your...
You would only get criticism because there's inconsistencies in what you donate versus what you preach, right? If you were to show your dashboard...
No, there isn't! Oh my God! There isn't! Hasan doesn't even believe that socialists have a responsibility to contribute to charity. He doesn't even preach that. So there's no inconsistency here. These guys have made up an inconsistency that he doesn't even believe. This is spite trying to mask as moral grandstanding. It's pure spite. There is nothing else going on here but spite. It's pathetic.
Believe me, you yourself would understand those criticisms. Do you understand?
No, it wouldn't.
You're
wrong.
You don't think so?
Yes, okay. You're wrong. You're wrong. But not only are you wrong, you're also, not only are you wrong, you're also making a fucking assertion here and demanding certain things or even like implying certain things that would undermine, not my, like the amount of money I fucking put into the charity in and of itself, but also like that wasn't even supposed to be, I wasn't intending on putting $50,000 in there. I was intending on making a portal specifically so that we could fucking, making a portal specifically so that everyone else from the international community, as everyone fucking pitched in, put together more money than I ever could have, more money than even you could have. Maybe you could have put that much money. You have a lot of money. But ultimately, I created, in your words, a literal fucking system. There you go. So that should be charity and at work. That should be socialism at work. But it's still not enough because it's not.
What Hasan is pointing out here is that he realized that people would have a very difficult time donating money to reliable organizations in Turkey. So I have to give credit to Hasan here once again. I can't believe how much I'm caping for Hasan. Take away my based anarcho card, everybody, because I'm caping for the state socialist Hasan here. But Hasan literally, by taking the time to organize that, by taking the time to put together a single place for people to actually raise money, actually made it possible for money that otherwise would have never been donated to arrive to that position. Because, like he said, people don't have the ability to access these websites. They're not in English. They're not easy to access. So he created a way to mobilize money. He actually literally created a system, which is what he just said. But I wanted to explain this in full as to why I actually agree with his argument. And obviously this argument from Train and now also from xQc, the supposed moderator who keeps siding with Train, which is hilarious, are just being spiteful. It's spiteful. Their argument just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Americans don't have a Turkish bank account. Exactly. Oh, God.
Enough for you because it's not about me or what I do. It's about how you perceive me.
No, see, once again, this is just mental gymnastics, political bullshit. It's theatrical. Completely
Dude, your only intention this time, I've been so charitable to you from the jump. The only reason why we've had this conversation is so that you can try and make me look bad over and over again. I've gone above and beyond trying to describe some. I've gone above and beyond because, like, ultimately, this is good content. I've gone above and beyond describing things to you.
There is no gotcha moments here. We're having a discussion for the things that we disagree on to try and come together, whether we...
Oh, come on, Train. I'm not a fucking idiot. Like, I'm a dumb guy. I'm not a very smart guy. But even I am not that fucking dumb.
Listen, I responded to you. I've given you very calm statements. This isn't a got you. I'm not going in on you. I'm not talking to...
Bro, you haven't budged an inch, dog. I literally told you I would apologize to you if you could find a clip because I genuinely would be in the wrong. And you wouldn't give me that. But you have never...
Where do you want me to budge an inch?
Not a single fucking concession. Your understanding of socialism is incorrect. I tried to educate you on the matter. You didn't give a shit. I told you examples of...
When socialism applies based on where you make the most money and where you don't.
No, but you're still doing it. Your literal example...
Hasan is actually 100% right here. Hasan explained his beliefs around socialism and also has, and those beliefs are obviously relatively consistent. The way that he talks about socialism has been pretty consistent for a long time. It's not like he just made it up on the spot. He explained what his beliefs actually are, and then all that Train had to say was, no, that's not what you believe, bro. Train has just been spending this entire time asserting that what he thinks Hasan believes, even when Hasan says that's not what I believe, he still goes, no, that's what you believe, bro. Pathetic.
Is you. xQc
It's so
understands what I'm talking
pathetic.
about. You have not been charitable at all.
This has been such a pathetic showing from Train. Like, I don't have high expectations for Train, but Hasan is correct in saying that this is like, it's like an attempt to just make him look bad. It's not just that he's dumb. He's dumb and being malicious. He refuses to engage in good faith. He refuses to take Hasan at even the smallest bit of his word.
Okay.
Well,
Moderation is labor for your core moderator team. You understand? To say that-
Yes, it is to a certain degree. It is about what you put in. That is the entire point of socialism, if you want to consider that. But you're fucking bringing up moderators right now because you don't give a fuck about anything. You don't give a fuck about anything. You just care about trying to win a fucking argument, Train, and you're not gonna win it.
I'm giving you my views, and you're giving me yours. You understand? Like, you're getting upset, but we're both just talking, trying to find a middle ground. This
what
is
if the problem?
No. I've been so nice to you.
What if you got? What if the problem is that you both don't have the same definition of what the fuck socialism is?
Well,
we have a dialogue. Okay, when you do
Train,
philosophy,
read. Okay, let's Google what socialism is. Let's do that.
Break it down multiple pieces. Okay, when you
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's first finish this.
No, this is important. Let's Google it so it's not me saying it, so it's an objective third party definition. Let's do that.
Train says earlier.
No, I don't care what Train says. Just look up the definition of socialism real quick and let's read it and let's talk about whether or not it is actually what I'm talking about or whatever Train thinks it is. I can read it for you if you want, but you can also Google it on your own as well. Right? You're looking at it right now on the Wikipedia page. Let's take a look.
My computer is like controlled by somebody else. I feel like it's on my computer.
Okay. Socialism is a
What
political
the
philosophy and movement encompassing a range of economic and social systems which are characterized by social ownership of the means of production as opposed to private ownerships. As a term, it describes the economic, political, and social theories and movements associated with the implementations of such systems. Social ownership could be public, it could be community ownership, it could be collective ownership, or it could be a cooperative or employee stock ownership. While no single
Notice, by the way, I mean, first of all, I am not a socialist. I have been very open about that for a very long time. In the past, I used to be a little bit more forgiving with the term, and I would describe myself in some ways as a socialist, but I am not a socialist. I am a communist, is my general beliefs. That is where my belief system lies, though I don't usually use hard labels, but my belief system is in the sphere of communism. But Hasan is open about being a socialist. He believes in his mind that employee ownership is a perfectly valid path forward. And he practices that. So the idea, the hypocrisy argument here falls flat on its face. I thought they overlapped. A lot of people think that they overlap, and they do overlap to a certain degree, but keep in mind that socialism is significantly more attached to the market and the firm than communism. Socialism is significantly more attached to the concept of a state. In fact, explicitly, communism is a movement that desires to dissolve the state, that states should no longer exist as a form of organization, that we should not organize ourselves into states. A stateless, moneyless, classless society is communism, a society where people live as equal individuals, no longer striated by hierarchy. Some people see socialism as a step towards communism, but many people would disagree with that. But that's a separate conversation.
definition encapsulates the many types of socialism. Social ownership is the one common element and is considered left-wing. Is that good?
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
Do you think that is closer? Do you think that is closer to what I have described?
And when I say that, I mean like Marxist-Leninists will argue that socialism leads to communism. Unionists will often argue that socialism leads to communism, like it will lead to communism. But anarchists of all types, most anarchists will disagree with that. Most Marxists will cast doubt on whether socialism can fully lead to communism, or whether socialism is an advancement, but that ultimately must be overcome and destroyed in order to reach communism. So it really depends. It really depends. Let's keep going.
Through the many different, as I also mentioned, like the many different types of socialism and different types of socialization structures, and how I have chosen to operate.
Yes. And do you understand that the anti-capitalism definitions within the theories of socialism, you preach, yet your entire business model is off of the capitalistic models, no? You decide, you cherry pick and choose which parts of socialism should apply based on your own
I actually don't know what Hasan's beliefs are with regard to communism. I imagine that he is probably... he probably believes that communism will basically come out of socialism. But I personally am not so convinced of such things. There are large factions of the left that believe that socialism is a necessary step on the path to communism. I don't believe that's true. I believe that socialism still leaves so much power in the hands of private industry and in the hands of the state that it actually will impede the development of communism. But that said, I do think that socialism is, well, okay. I mean, my argument is I usually tend to think that socialism is a bit of a misnomer because it's built so heavily on capitalism that it's very difficult to extricate socialism from capitalism, that it's actually just a type of, basically a subtype of capitalism. Because, I mean, even look at this definition here. Social ownership can be public, community, collective, cooperative, or employee. Employee ownership does not necessarily entail no exploitation. And employee ownership has all kinds of structures. As we know, there are existing employee-owned companies that are disgustingly striated and do not like match the vision of communism whatsoever. For example, many companies, like hell, even a company I used to work for, when you worked there, after 6 months, you would be issued company stock. So it was an employee-owned company because all employees are issued stock. So all employees technically have some level of ownership in the company, but like your stock, it equates to like 1/1,000,000th of the company's value. You don't actually have a say. You don't get to vote on anything. So anyway, yeah. Yeah. I recognize, keep in mind, I recognize that there is a lot of not inconsistencies, but there is the way that socialism has been used as a term has changed all throughout history. But the way it's used right now, I tend to identify personally. My viewpoints align less with socialism than with communism. Yeah. I understand why a lot of people make their target socialism. I think that it can, I think that sometimes when we are dealing with systems of this magnitude, it is important that we analyze what our actual goals are and what we actually hope to implement. Because if we spend our life and our times building structures that prop up socialism, then we have another structure we have to defeat in order to get towards a world that we want more. I think that that communism and a communistic focus changes people's priorities, that it pushes people to assess their priorities in the here and now and build a project that alleviates suffering and pain in the here and now with a long-term goal that doesn't have you propping up another problematic system that you have to then break down. I don't believe that systems, I don't think that the world is like dominoes. I just don't believe that the world works like that. I don't think that you have to like progress through a tech tree. I think that there's a liberal worldview that basically argues that, oh, we got the liberalism capitalism point, now we need to go to the corporatism point, oh, now we need to develop into the corporate socialism point, oh, okay, now we can go to the co-op socialism point, oh, put another point into the tree, oh, now we got the communism points. Yeah. Anyway, but let's not waste too much time on this. We want to finish this.
Giving the people the freedom to put as much in and also simultaneously take as much back. They do.
Oh, okay, sorry. I said we were going to move on. Sisyphean Task says, I tend to believe we need a transitory state. We are always in a transitory state. All of life. There is no end state. There is no final state of the world. The universe is transitory in nature. The only thing that exists is transition. How we handle and what the character of that transition is all that matters. There is no true end state. Even if we were to achieve communism, even if we were to build some sort of utopian project, that utopian project would still be in a constant state of flux because the entire universe is in a constant state of flux. Yeah, so there is no true end of history. And this is sort of why I believe in a theory of persistent struggle. I believe that there will always be hierarchies that need to be disassembled. There will be hierarchies that return, or will be assembled anew, that need to be challenged and fought. I am not a utopianist. I don't believe that we will click the world over to some perfect state, ever. I think that we have to practice beliefs. We have to practice our beliefs in such a way that we are actively combating these overwhelming, highly crystallized structures that lock us into certain lifestyles. I believe that we have to resist that actively, and we have to prevent the growth of new ones. We should hack down the trees that are blocking our sun, and we should prevent the trees from growing so large ever again. That's the way that I look at things. Okay? Let's continue.
They do. That is entirely antithetical to how capitalist organizations work.
Right.
So when I say, hey,
of the moderators and your Twitch chat, your primary revenue source.
You've made merchandise, right? You've made merchandise.
I am not.
Train?
I don't preach what you preach.
Have
right?
you? Oh, so it's okay.
Cherry says, sorry to interrupt, but I heard you like Phantom Menace, so I gotta burn the bridge now. No, Phantom Menace is fine. People hate on the Phantom Menace too much. It has problems, but it's fine. It's not as bad as people remember it. So cope about it, basically, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
Bazinga.
Hey, so when you make merchandise made in fucking Bangladesh or whatever, and you take the tidy profit off the tippy top with like some exploited Indonesian child factory laborer,
Puerto Rican musician asks, do you think we have any revolutionary potential in the United States? Of course. There is a perpetual undercurrent of revolution in the United States. I do believe there is an incredible amount of revolutionary potential in the United States. We've seen it in our time. We've seen people rise up to throw off their chains. As far as do I think that there's ever going to be like a communist party that sweeps the nation? No, because I don't believe in that shit. I think that that's nonsense. I don't believe that you can create like a mass party, like some sort of Leninist movement that will sweep the nation and install a proletarian dictatorship. I don't believe in that. I don't believe that. First of all, I don't believe it will ever happen in the United States, and I wouldn't want that to happen. A centralized party that would just seize the state and immediately start using capitalism, but for good now, is a nightmare situation. It's what happened in Russia, and it's what's happened in China, and it doesn't turn out well, as we have seen. Yeah. Yep. Anyway, let's continue.
You're drop shipping onto your fucking audience, then that's acceptable because, hey, you never said you were a socialist. How about let's talk about your ethics a little bit? Because considering from where I'm standing, I practice what I fucking preach. You are trying to poke holes in that. You think the moderator angle is an adequate one. You're going to keep trying to fucking put that down. Go ahead. Tell us about how you make merch. Tell us about how much money you get paid from crypto gambling sponsorships. Tell us about the many people that have reached out to you saying, hey, Train, I have serious gambling issues. Could you please squeeze some money for me? And then your reaction to that. Does that take a mental toll on you? We can have that conversation as well. Let's turn the crosshairs back to you. Let me behave like you do a little bit. And from where I'm standing, I think I have a reason to do this.
I'm not the one selling false hope while profiting off of that.
Yeah.
hope.
You're not selling false hope? Yeah, because you said what?
not, no.
That
Oh my God, dude. Okay, let me just take a second here. Keep in mind, Train's entire grift, his entire career is based off of false hope. He plays games and he shows himself winning big as a multi-millionaire. He plays little gambling games on his stream and he goes, oh my God, I won, whoa, yeah. And then he gives away free money to people in his chat that he chooses. He chooses who gets the money. Whether it's random or not, he chooses who gets the money in his chat. He gives away literal cash in his chat to sell the idea that you could win big one day too, so long as you keep playing on stake.com, so long as you keep hanging out in my chat, you could be a big winner too. His entire grift is fucking false hope. What a piece of shit. Yeah, and sometimes it just so happens to be a Twitch employee. Oops, he just happened to give a boatload of money to a Twitch employee. Whoopsies. Bullshit.
gambling is bad. Whoa, book, gambling is bad. Meanwhile, you
Yes.
sit there and you generate hundreds almost of millions of dollars, maybe half of that now because
I get
Bitcoin
paid
is
for exclusivity. I don't
yeah,
get paid off
no,
others losing.
totally, dude, totally, exactly. Also, on top of that, I do wish you well on Kick. I really do,
Thank
because
you.
I want
I
a
appreciate
competitor. I want a competitor to Twitch because I think that would make the platforms overall
Yes.
better. But make no mistake. Ironically, you started off talking about how you hated how much titty streamers or fucking hot tub streamers and the meta was awful, and now you got porn on your platform. Now you got one of your main poster boys at Kick showing porn to minors. So maybe you now recognize the importance of moderation, especially as it pertains to an overall platform.
Wait. Let me respond to that. First of all, me going on rants about titty streamers 4 years ago or however long ago that was.
Your positions have changed?
Killjoy says it was all but proved that he played games with fixed odds, basically nothing stopping from the company changing his odds via a link he receives that can be altered on the back end. Yes, he has plausible deniability, but he played special versions of games that were put there by his sponsorships. The entire thing was to generate gambling-based excitement in the minds of his hundreds of thousands of children watching his stream. And we all know why. We all know why they want to do that. In addition to the money that he gives out in his chat, in addition to the, oh my God, we're winning. It's a tale as old as time. We know what fucking gambling advertisement looks like. It's fucking scummy.
Oh, so have HTV's position changed?
Oh, no, I love that. I love that.
Can you change?
Yeah, of course. If your positions on titty streamers have changed, that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm glad.
Okay.
But I don't think your positions have changed so much that you think it's okay to show minors porn, right? I don't think that's the case, right?
Of course not.
Yo!
That's definitely weird as hell for him to do that. But to bring it from the
How many
point you're
days did he get
bringing
banned for
it right
that
now is completely
off of Kick?
disingenuous.
How many days did Aiden Ross get banned off Kick for that?
That's not in my power, but I push for it all the time for these things to be bannable.
Okay. No, it's
That's
good.
what
I just wanted to know. So you didn't ban him?
Listen,
Did he
if
get
you're so
banned?
innocent in areas you're innocent,
Did he get banned? Did he get banned off of Kick?
he did not.
He didn't even get banned for showing minors porn on Kick? That's crazy. You're one of the co-owners, aren't you? You're like one of the main people that speaks on this.
I'm
and
an
yet,
advisor. Yeah, I'm pushing for.
So you didn't
I'm
advise
pushing
them
for
to fucking
rules.
possibly ban the guy for showing porn to minors
I
for a little bit?
I advised him to give a 24-hour, and I chewed him out when I called him. He can confirm this.
24 hours for showing porn directly to what a piece of shit. What a fucking piece of shit. Train is such a fucking grifter, slimeball piece of shit. This guy has no beliefs and no principles outside of his own enrichment. I mean, big shocker coming from the child gambling guy, but come on. Let's just be real.
Okay. Well, it's great. 24 hours? You think you should get banned only for 24 hours for showing minors porn? If you think Twitch would, how would you react if Twitch literally fucking banned someone for 24 hours only? And there have been instances. There have been instances where it's 72 hours, and even that's longer. And I'm sure you've advocated against that too. Why is there such a gigantic double standard here?
There isn't a gigantic double standard. Kick has been out for 4 months and is still in beta.
So you as an advisor and as like a co-owner of a platform can't control Aiden, but you want me to fucking tell my editor what he can and can't say. That's an entirely different point of the conversation.
You want me to govern someone that is outside of my purview regarding my brand and as an advisor to Kick. I don't have that sort of power on Kick. You understand?
Okay.
You're filling
I don't
that
have that kind of I don't have that kind of advisor power on Ostenox. I don't think that is adequate to do either.
That is
no, I
not
don't.
comparable.
No, I don't.
You don't.
He's a whole ass adult. He's a grown ass adult. He works with other people too when he wants to. I don't have that. I don't expect to have that.
You and Ostenox, your number one editor and your number one man, is the comparison to streamers that stream on Kick, and compared to me as being an advisory role for Kick.
I think the advice you should have given was maybe a little bit harder than 24 hours. Maybe you should have railed a little bit harder on Kick in the way that you expect us to rail on fucking Twitch
And maybe
to
you should-
ban gambling.
and
You have a
maybe
little bit more control over Kick than we do over Twitch, don't you?
And maybe you should have put a little bit more effort, or the same effort you did for the gambling bans that you do for the small to mid-sized creators on the platform while you sit there having a $10 million+ contract. Why don't you put that on hold and push for the small to mid-sized
I really
creators
love
on
that you think
Twitch?
I have a $10 million+ contract. That'd be fucking awesome. Thank you.
Add incentive deals.
Amazon does not put out flat contracts for
We're not
flat
talking about
amount
lump sum. We're
anymore.
talking about the ad incentive heavy deals. If he runs the ads
Even then,
on the hour like he does, you'll push easily 6 figures plus up to 10 million easily. If you
I
do
hope.
hours for the ads.
I wish. I mean, that's some wishful thinking. But you know what that reminds me of? At the
does it
top of
remind
the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you
Yeah,
no longer
there
want
you
to see
go.
those ads, you can subscribe. You can use one other thing that I can't tell you what it is, but you know what it is. Winky face. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Interesting. Yeah.
Hey, listen, you guys are both wrong and right, and you're already in
No,
bad faith.
what am I wrong on? Come on, Felix. Get out of here.
I mean, okay, you are wrong because you're
Wait, tell
okay.
me. Tell me
Well,
what I'm wrong.
He's
That
also
is so
wrong.
wrong.
Oh, you're also wrong.
Tell me what. Tell me what. I will address it.
One. Your misunderstanding and purposeful misconstruing of how TOS works and how it is enforced. Somebody has a track record of how many years of streaming and how many infractions that they've had, right? And what is the nature of the infractions and the extent, and on top of that, what would
I think the nature of the infraction was pretty aggressive in regards to Aiden.
a significant amount of stuff. Okay, that goes
You think
to
deliberately
Aiden.
showing porn to minors, even if it's your first infraction on the platform, deserves longer than 24 hours?
I think the argument that doing anything is for minors is in bad faith. I think.
Okay. Do you think deliberately showing? Do you think deliberate? Sure, fine. Okay. You think that's bad faith? I don't think that's bad faith. They openly stated that they were minors after. But okay, deliberately showing pornographic material to your audience that you know may have actual minors involved in it. Do you think that is worthy, even if it's plus 18? Do you think that's worthy of simply 24 hours?
Well, I think it can be to some extent almost illegal.
I should have done a maximalism stream for this. I really should have. This has gotten so funny and it's become such a slap fight, and we still have so much more to do. But I'm not. But start now? Really? You want me to do it? You want me to start midway? You want me to start midway? That feels like it feels half-hearted. Tell you what. Next debate that I'm gonna do, it'll be a maximalism stream. People are calling for it though. People are calling for it. But oh my God. But people are calling for it. Okay, to be fair, I shouldn't turn down a reason for people to pay me. All right. It's maximalism time. From now on, any donation of $1 or more will get you your GIF of choice on the screen. However, you must, this is the rule, you must, okay, provide the link, and it has to be to a GIF. If you donate me a link and it's not a GIF, I'm sorry, but I can't put it on the screen. The last few times I've been trying to like convert everybody's, you know, animated web Ps. No, you have to do it correctly, okay? All right, let's do this the right way, okay? It's GIF time. I'm changing the title of the stream, all right? Hold on a second. I'm changing the title of the screen now, or the stream now, to make it match more correctly. Maximalism. Here we go. Maximalism stream. We're doing it, everybody. The people demanded it, and it's time. And if I don't get a whole bunch of donations, I'm gonna turn off the stream, okay? Because, fuck that. You guys give me some goddamn donations. Let's make this shit happen, okay? Let's make it happen. Okay, hold on. I gotta make this work. Hold on. I have to bring up the chat so that I can download them and add them immediately. Where is my file? Okay, here we go. Gotta get the GIF folder ready. Where's the GIFs? Group. Okay. Here we go. GIFs. Goes over everything. No, we're gonna have it go underneath. No, we'll be fine here. We'll just have it right here. It's gonna go over everything. It's time. Now let me open up the chat here. Here we go. Now we'll be able to have it open so I can watch and we can get these up on here. All right, everybody. From here on out, it's maximalism time. I'm gonna put the rules up on the screen. Yep, let's do it. All right, let's continue. Maximalism time.
So you think it's worthy of longer than 24 hours? Because Train said he advised, which he has a lot more power over Kick, I think, than we do over Twitch. He advised for a 24-hour ban.
Yeah. I would assume that over there, not a lot of infractions have taken place yet, right? I'm playing devil's advocate, right?
First GIF has come in.
I know what even is the TOS. Yes, there should be a punishment for that, and it's trash. Okay. Are we going to duplicate the TOS how it works over here, how it works over there? I think we're operating in overall bad faith because of the simple thought that you try to call them out for hypocrisy over the TOS, right? When in fact the discussion over TOS was how it was enforced on a non-consistent manner back in the days when it came down to certain people showing and doing certain things, not getting banned, and overall, right? And it just didn't make sense, right? That was the real problem. Is that they said don't do this, and here's all the limitations, and it would get broken all the time, and it would get away with it because of multiple factors. I'm not gonna say because I'm gonna get banned. If I speak, I'm banned. Okay.
If I had the power to ban, believe me, a lot of creators on that site would be banned right now.
Like the other guy who got Dome, on fucking camera, that was crazy too. I think he got banned for what, 24 hours? I think.
That was bad.
Yeah,
yes.
I'm just saying that, like, you know, I
believe me. Listen, what you think moderation should be on Kick, I'm pushing for and advising.
Oh my God.
I hope it works, and I hope the clip system works as well. I am excited to see what happens with Kick.
Yeah.
Oh my God, everybody, thank you all so much. I'll get these gifts up immediately.
Honestly, but that's just me.
I will go ahead, okay, and play devil's advocate and say that I think Kick, people had the wrong idea of what terms of this work.
They did, and I've talked about this many times.
To a colossal way, almost like 99% of people thought, oh, this is what Kick is.
People need to understand there is a difference between freedom of speech and hate speech. Do you understand? There is a major difference there. Hate speech is not allowed. I'm pushing for us to get a moderation team in place to get this removed across the site. Do you understand?
Base, these are so good.
Thinking free speech means hate speech. That is not the case. Do you understand?
Well, that's usually why they do that. It's like a disingenuous way of framing it. Every platform has, even 4chan has like some speech restrictions on even poll. It's a normal part of the process of like regulating any sort of forum or any sort of place where people congregate. But a lot of Nazis will often utilize that as a reason. But I agree, and I think I'm happy that you are against it. I mean, maybe you'll have advice on how many days they should be banned, but you know, that does seem like a good idea.
I agree with you. And yeah,
I think hate speech should never be allowed. But sometimes I feel like sometimes people are personally misconstruing what is a freedom of speech to try to extend it to whether it's, oh guys, that's hate speech.
They pervert freedom of speech to justify their hate. It's disgusting. It's completely disgusting to pervert, like, you know, the boundaries of freedom of speech and to try and justify the use of hate speech. It's completely disgusting. I see it happen all the time.
Technically, hate speech is protected under free speech. Just for the record, in the United States of America, at least, it's just that private platforms oftentimes have a different level of restrictions, which is understandable. Like I said,
I'm referring to the speech that brings like harm to others.
Violence, I mean,
hate speech is part of that.
Call to actions or the pseudo call to actions are really,
that's
really
right.
bad.
You have to be blocked by the screen temporarily. Here we go. We're gonna shrink this
down. Read the Wikipedia page for socialism before you come on the pod, and then we can have a conversation about it. That's a little bit better than like you know, systems surrounding charity.
Jesus, bro, really?
No, that's not even a diss. I'm being serious. It's a definition. It's like not a difference in agreement. Or Lenin, or Marx, Engels. You know.
Well, I think the Marx theory wouldn't help your argument. Would you agree with that? The Marxist theory wouldn't help your argument.
Oh God. Okay. What is the Okay, I have to be so bad. Can you describe what you mean by the Marxist theory?
Well, let's look it up as well.
No. Don't even look it up. Don't even look it up. I see your eyes trailing away. No. Explain it to me in your terms. I don't even want.
You read that.
I don't even want to. Okay, we can do that as well. But I just wanted to really hear your genuine your genuine take on what you think Marx is.
Let's read it like we read the other.
Okay, this is some juicy content. I kind of want to save it for the pod, to be honest.
I think the general idea of it
would be not favorable to me.
Well, I think it leans more toward putting what you preach into action instead of just leaving it in.
I have to lock everything else.
Okay. Let's not dance around it. Just pull it up. Fuck it, YOLO. Pull it up.
I'm working, everybody. I'm working.
Just what socialism is.
No, the Marxist definition of socialism. Right?
Okay, Marx's definition of socialism.
The Marxist definition of socialism is that of production for use value.
I see.
An example: direct satisfactory of human needs or economic demands. Therefore, the law of value no longer directs economic activity.
Yes.
We'll finish
this is how a system should be designed.
In your perspective.
No. His perspective is that in order to describe this, what we need to talk about is
Hold on,
the
sorry, I
economic
made a
organization
small
of economy,
mistake, everybody.
or
I'm
the
trying.
economic organization of society. Okay.
I'm working on it.
Hasan, can I stop real quick?
What?
I know you. Listen, I know you believe in all these things. Do you understand? I know you believe in them. My point is, I would like to see some action behind them so we can enact and start that change.
Okay.
Why is it being so stupid?
One of the most fundamental parts about it is coordinated through conscious economic
OBS
planning.
is causing me
Marxist production for
pain.
use is coordinated through conscious.
I'm sorry, everyone. The new OBS is causing me extreme pain because I cannot actually easily modify any of these. They're so annoying. What the hell's going on with these? Look at this shit. All this shit is like, where's my shit? Why can't I pick it? Where's my damn things? Okay, I know what I have to do. Sorry, everybody. I apologize for the delays. The new version of OBS has made adding these things remarkably different than it used to be. How frustrating and stupid. It's okay. I'll fix it now. Don't worry. I got it. I'll overcome because I'm great. There we go. So here we go. Now I'll be able to modify these. But unironically, why did they change this? They changed the way that you can interact with GIFs and objects, and it's made it so stressful. I don't want it to be stressful. I don't want it to be boomer. I don't want to sound like I'm being a boomer here for 10 minutes while I try to figure out what the hell's going wrong with all my shit. I just want my damn maximalism stream. Give me my shit. Here we go. There we go. Now it's working. Now it's working. Now that they're all like disconnected and properly, like, let me resize them. Here we go. We're gonna cover that up. Here we go. We're gonna get this one going. Look at this stuff. Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I love it. Okay. All right, everybody. All right, all right. We got this up and running. Let me get the new ones. We have 20 new ones coming in here in a second. Let's get the stream going again.
Planning. Conscious economic planning is impossible to
the law
conduct.
of value no longer directs economic activity.
Yes, like that is
okay.
impossible to do as a singular
All
person.
right.
There is no such
okay, who
assessment of
did
that
this one?
because it revolves around commodity production. Now, as far as commodity production goes, or as far as like goods and services, right?
Who did this one?
Is what we provide. A lot of people will say work will make a law, and they're right. We're very fortunate. Okay.
What?
Work
Who
doesn't
did
have to
this
be
one?
ruling, but
God
regardless.
damn it! Who
Now,
just did this?
If that is my output, if that is what I'm producing, the way that I can do that
I'm gonna
is
get
by
you.
Multiple different ways.
You
right?
people are trying to
The
kill
capital
me.
owner will produce value, right, or will generate value by hiring wage laborers, other people to basically go out and make content, which he then will take a piece off of the top. Okay, that would be especially when you.
Some
consider
people
how
are
much
sending
money he
in
had
web
invested originally,
peas.
would
Don't
be what is
send
known
me
as
in web
profit.
peas.
Okay,
No
like
web
Twitch,
peas.
for example, when they take a percentage of our subscription revenue that we generate, is taking a percentage of the value that we are generating for the platform. So xQc and I, for example, and yourself as well, whatever your contract is with Twitch,
I don't
are
have a contract
currently okay. Well, regardless,
Well, except for the premium.
well, even if you don't have a contract with Twitch, it doesn't matter. Like if you have subscribers on Twitch,
I have a basic subscriber contract.
Yeah.
I don't have your
okay, perfect, exactly. So when you are working for Twitch, when you are basically a very
This is
very
getting
insanely
good.
high-paid contracted
loving it.
employee. We are getting 1099 contracts at the end of the year. That's how we pay our taxes. We are contracted employees. We are generating wage. We're generating value for the platform by streaming. That is the way you do it. That is the way.
Right.
That is how you would do it.
And what would you say makes up our streams? What's the number one thing that makes up our entire streams? Would you agree it's chat? Would you agree it's the moderation?
Yes,
The
chat is
Actually,
supremely
incorrect.
important.
On both ends, incorrect. It's the servers.
What? It's the what?
Without the servers, you can't go live. You can't broadcast.
Yes, that is actually a good point as well.
but we're referring
Servers are important. The infrastructure is important, which is precisely why, right? The assets that were set in place for us and the logistics that were handled for us beforehand is why we decide that it is adequate for Twitch to take a percentage of this revenue.
All right, my lovely, lovely imps, we have begun the process. We've begun the maximalization process. I apologize. There have been some pretty significant changes to OBS since the last time that we did one of these. So it took me a few seconds to get it up and running, but we officially have Maximalism Stream number 6 up and running, and any donos from here on out that include a GIF will be put on the screen so you can turn this into a beautiful canvas of your own making. It can be any donation, $1 or higher, and please make sure that you send me a GIF that is not a WebP. Please don't send me WebPs. They're so annoying. They don't work. I can't get them to work, okay? I need you to not send me WebPs. Don't send me WebPs. Okay. Oh, no WebPs. They hurt. They hurt so much. Okay, anyway. Here we go. Let's get this one up in the corner. True America! Let's go, let's go, let's go! Let's continue.
No. Wait. It's not adequate to take a percentage of sub revenue at all. The ad revenue, yes, I agree.
That's a
Sub-revenue-
great argument, Train. That is actually workers demanding more from the platform that is currently taking their wages.
Who is currently conditioning their workers to believe they're doing us a favor, but in reality, sub-revenue is not a primary revenue driver in the business model of live streaming. So to take that is complete greed. But how to translate that into the streamer applying those values within their business models is what we're referring to, right? So that action is what I'm asking to see proportionally.
So without me streaming, there is no revenue for the platform. So I am still the primary, I guess, and there's no like socially necessary use value to streaming technically, but like if we are to consider entertainment as like an important good, I guess, or a commodity that we're producing, even though it's not like a chair in the chair factory or whatever, if we were to consider our output as a work, without me clicking the start streaming button every day, there is no value generated. Someone else might take my place, right? Someone else might take my place. Someone could become the person that is at the crosshairs, right?
Yes.
Someone
Yes.
could do that. Someone could easily do what I do. It's easily replicable in my opinion. But if there was more worker power, if there was more worker organizing, okay, if workers had more of a say on the platform that they are generating value for, we could put certain safeguard measures to stop the platform from saying you're just replaceable. Now this is called collective action.
True.
Okay?
That
It's basically
not
what
wrong
the
here.
competition, and then the content will become
Yes.
worse, and the viewers will get less of what they want.
No, I don't agree with that. I think
disagree.
that
So, hold on. Hasan is talking now about streamers no longer being considered independent contractors as they currently are, which, honestly, in my opinion, a regulation overhaul of the way that contract work is abused. Keep in mind that contract work in America is basically a get out of responsibility free card. If you're a contract worker, basically, okay, let me explain. Contract workers is a concept that was designed basically for daily laborers. So like, imagine you have a farm and you're like, hey, I need people to pick apples today. You might not always have the same people showing up to pick your apples. You might have random people show up who are willing to work that day. So the idea is you do a handshake, they're a contract laborer. You don't have to pay for their health care. You pay them the wage that you agree upon. You say, all right, $5 a barrel of apples, and then that's that. That's what contract labor was designed to do. But now, contract labor, it has somehow ended up including people who work for Uber every single day, people who stream fucking 100 hours a month on Twitch, people who make videos for YouTube for their daily living. All of this is considered contract labor, and the laws around it are identical. So you have exactly the same amount of rights as somebody who clocks in, hundreds of hours on YouTube and Twitch as somebody who just showed up to pick apples for one day. Vorbuddy, thank you very, very much. Also, I'm going to read off the donos real quick here, just so that we get everybody the credit that they deserve, because there's been so many generous donors already. Changing this into a maximalism stream was indeed a wise choice, and I am happy that I did it anyway. Oh my god, I'm going to have this one sucking up Train's head. Here we go. We're going to have, we need to make it a little smaller. Here we go. We need to make Kirby, realistically Train size. There we go. All right, real quick, my lovely, lovely imps, reading off oh, actually, I'm gonna have to open this up. Hold on, let me open it up over here. Let me bring it up. Hold on. One second, everybody. I'm gonna read off all the donos so far. So far, we have had Vorbuddy, Ixdrums, Uncle Gumball, Piftle Cakes, Xerox, Xerox 13 Sir, Octavia, Maki Pocky, Mix Dizzy, and Elby, Polaire, Cobalt Swiftpaw, and Posadas John. All of you, thank you so very much. Oh, I missed Maki Pockies. Hold on a second. Oh, wait, no, that's not the one. That's fine. I got Maki Pockies. All right, thank you all very, very much for your incredibly generous donations. Now, we just got a slew of new ones in, including Xerox and EB the Purple. Thank you very, very much. We'll get these up on the screen right away. Thank you all for donating and making this this stream possible. Thank you all very, very much. Let's get these up. We're going to make a true work of art. Every single one of these is a work of art. And the more donations we get, the more gifts we get up on the screen, the more immortalized these things end up being. Because keep in mind, these things are legendary, and we always take a great screenshot at the end where we get to see the canvas that we've all created together splayed out for the whole world to see. And of course, feel free to go tweet screenshots of this on Twitter right now and generate more hype, because we still have a long time to go in this damn debate. So let's get going. There you go. Let's go.
No. Because the NBA player union exists, and yet I don't think you would say that there are better basketball players out there on the universe. You think that there are better basketball players out there that are somehow being stopped from participating in the NBA?
Well,
possibly, yes. Possibly, yes.
Absolutely, 100%.
Well, possibly, yes. But that's, yeah, you continue your argument. I don't think, like,
the
we need to go off
NFL,
this tangent.
the NBA, no matter how rigged it is, Omega Lol, degenerate sports gambler Andes, is still one of the most meritocratic processes that you can get to, okay? It's still about skill. It's still, to a certain level, about how much you put in how hard you work and about the skill, okay? Even if it's scripted, like sports gambler Andy say. It's just
sports
true.
betting is so rigged. Sports betting is so rigged. Totally.
Yes, sports betting is so rigged from what I understand, and I talked about this in the video if you watch Train.
That shit's wild, bro.
They will cap you. If you are actually fucking like leveraging your bets, if you're actually betting too good, they will literally stop you from betting. They put a limit. They inhibit the amount that you can bet.
That's true. Sports betting is the ultimate corruption. It's like right up there with slots. Like sports betting is arguably more corrupt even than just raw slots because of the way that it fucks over the gamblers. However, slots, of course, has like the worst actual stats. Anyway, whatever.
Not rigged necessarily, but like it implies that, you know, there are people who could technically
Twerk Alien
win a lot of money.
Twerk Alien's gone?
And they
Why
still
is
limit
Twerk
it.
Alien
Okay.
gone?
Anyway,
I think listen. I think where you and I just disagree, right, is just the
Why
action.
Twerk Alien disappear? I'll
versus
fix
words.
Twerk Alien.
That's where we disagree. That's it, right? As far as where we come down that is that enough to put a wedge between you and I's friendship or possibility of friendship, right?
no,
That's
I
the real
don't
question
think
that we
so.
need to
I just
tackle,
don't
right?
want you to I just don't want you to keep saying that I'm like a hypocritical piece of shit. If you think that, then why would you want to be friends with me? You know what I mean?
Well, if you genuinely, right, like it comes down to what you're, right, if you know what you're doing and you're purposely intentionally doing it, then that's when I wouldn't be friends with you. But if this is just your belief, right, if this is the socialism you believe in, and you're acting consistently with that, I can be friends with you even if I disagree with that interpretation of socialism, right?
I think he does believe that. That's why I want you guys to talk to me.
Like if that's what you believe in,
Okay,
then you believe in that, right?
Also, we
You're
didn't
acting in-
even like get to the bottom of the socialism thing.
Fun
And
Bud,
why
thank
it's
you
so
very,
political.
very
sucks,
much.
Adam.
What a
Those are-
perfect,
oh my
what an absolutely.
Socialism sucks, is that what you said?
I think it sucks. I think people have tried it and they
I
failed.
think you
and
need
I think
in between. That's the problem. Listen,
I think
can
the
say one thing?
worker sucks because the worker is stupid because the population is stupid. I think people are dumb as bricks.
Let's
People shouldn't have a say because the people
we just
are
see what-
fucking dumb.
I think people are dumb. You and I had a conversation a long time ago, Felix, about how you were forklift certified and you worked in fucking janitorial duty.
They sleep in the lockers.
But you figured out a way to min-max your sanitation duties, right? You remember?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you figured out a way to min-max your sanitation duties even though you are Pepega Andy himself. Why? Because through repetition, you figured out the perfect solutions that the manager is never going to know. These are some very meaningful ways in which workers could have a little bit more autonomy in their lives. Now, unfortunately, in a capitalist organization, a corporation decides, oh, you're more efficient. We're just going to fucking now make you do that regardless and pay you the same money.
Okay, yeah, but bro, people would sleep in the lockers, right? On their shifts, and then I would pass them right. They were all sleeping in the dark, and they would say, "Oh man, why the fuck would I go, man? We're unionized. I can't get fired." And they didn't give a fuck. And I thought that fucking break my brain forever. When I skimmed the contact with this practice, I thought, "Holy fuck, this is so brain dead." Now at that point, I got corrupted.
Who fucking cares? What cop ass behavior? Why do you give a shit if your coworkers found a way to make more money from the corporation that's clearly doing fine? Cop ass fucking xQc over here, more like XQ cop. Like who fucking cares? Even if that was true, why would that black pill you at all? You're not the owner. The owner is clearly making tons of money. The union, people are being worked on the 8-hour work week because of an ideological reason. The 8-hour work week hasn't been necessary for fucking ever. Most industries do not need people to be working 8 hours a day anymore because of advancements in technology. It's maintained because it keeps people in line. Because if you have a society that is built around working 8 hours a day, every single day of the week, and people are constantly tied up in their jobs, whether they're actually working at their job or not, they can't do anything else. They can't organize to get better better pay. They can't organize to get better health care because they're at work 8 fucking hours of the day every single goddamn day, and they're exhausted afterwards. It's a method. It's an ideological method of control. Fucking XQ cop over here.
I got to think that it doesn't matter how good of a system you could put it in. Humans will always find ways to crash it for self-benefit and smoke them out, and it will never act because the humans are inherently a dumb species. I'm dumb. I think we're all dumb. We're all dumb.
Human beings are dumb, yes.
You are showing that you are dumb right now. That is true. XQC is indeed displaying that he is dumb right now.
No, here's the thing though. You worked at a factory or a facility, right?
Guys, this is why we need
And
to.
you want to
implement-
know? You want to know who made the most money in that situation? It wasn't the fucking janitor that was sleeping. Every now and then he honks shoes and memes a little bit, okay?
but
And that's
this
fine
is-
on the job. And that's seen as
This is
stealing.
why we need to push systems, Hasan.
Okay, but wait, hold on. Let me just make some. Let me,
Bite-wise, Marissa, thank you very, very much. We'll get your gift right up there. Excellent. Let's continue.
say something. So that is seen as stealing from the boss. You're sleeping on company time. Meanwhile, it is never expected of the boss to even enter the fucking factory floor, ever to push a cart or
Because
clean
he
a fucking
built
toilet.
it. He deserves it.
Exactly. I
They-
don't
they-
agree.
What?
I don't agree
The
because
pipe machine-
without someone cleaning the fucking floors, without someone actually pushing the carts, he's not going to make any goddamn money. That is the main point of contention that I have with a lot of people. Personally, believe that that people that build these factories deserve to take everything they can off of their profits, which is why. And by the way,
and keep in mind, this is fucking insane. The idea that every boss is the person who founded that company, when most companies most of the biggest companies in the world are functionally hereditary monarchies. You think that like the current owners of the oil companies are the people who built that company? No, they fucking aren't. If at best they're the children of that. Most of the time, they're just people who work their way up a corporate ladder, often in other companies, and are now getting paid millions of dollars a year to fill a position. This is such a naive, this is like a 5-year-old's view of the world. Yeah, guys, Mr. Ronald McDonald himself doesn't need to come in and cook a burger because he's such a good clown. He founded the burger factory in the first place. How stupid.
Even if you disagree with me, that is
Extrums,
socialism.
thank you very much.
The idea that the surplus labor value that they are extracting from you is something that should at least be democratically organized. As a workforce, you should be able to say, hey man, the janitorial staff need new mops. You know, our mops are in fucking in a dire state here. You know, instead of giving that money to faceless shareholders at the tippy top who didn't even build the fucking factory. Also, workers built the factory. Remember that. It's not the fucking bosses. They never put the bricks down to build that goddamn factory. They just had money. They just had capital, upfront money. To build the factory, but ultimately,
for example, what about people who take a risk, who put in some of their money and take a risk? They have an idea. I'm gonna make this for even though the carrot on the stick, right? The carrot at the end of the stick is profit and luxury and the good life. They still do things that they take a risk and they balls deep to get there, right? And that's what makes the things that are grandiose. And what about all the countries that have these systems, right, where nobody's rewarded for going higher? What do? Nothing.
That's really interesting. That's interesting you say that because you're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay, stupid argument. First of all, he's claiming that any country that implements socialistic policies fail when every country in the fucking world except for America has managed to implement socialistic policies. But secondly, I think Hasan's about to blow him out. Also, I want to note that xQc was supposed to be the moderator here, but now he's shown that he just agrees. He's agreed with Train the entire time, and now he's just the one that Hasan is debating. This was a gank. Hasan was right. This fucking was. This was a gank.
Literally fucking a closer system to a social democracy that has like higher levels of socialization and higher tax rates has more billionaires per capita than the United States of America. So you're objectively wrong on that front. Not only that, but also European social democracies routinely lap the United States of America in innovation. So you're wrong on that front as well. The idea that the boss took a risk always forgets that the worker is also taking a risk. And the funniest part about the biggest as a risk.
Every single day, workers take the risk by showing up and taking their time out of their life to do that. The risks that the workers have to do by working in that place, by taking hours out of every day, will always be greater than whoever the owner is. Because all businesses are structured like a pyramid. The owner is siphoning off the labor of every single worker underneath. Damn, it's been so long. It's been so long since we've actually had a conversation like this. And it has to be the product of like the two dumbest people on the planet being bad faith to Hasan, and then Hasan having to school them on the most basic, like baby-brained observations about the world. This is the type of shit that can only come from people who've been raking in like $1 million sponsorships for the last like 20 years of their lives or 10 years of their lives. This is the product of just a dulled mind.
Like a silly wabbit. You want to know what the fucking biggest risk that the factory owner has, though? Is to be relegated to being a worker again. Because when you lose all your money in a fucking business, they don't put you in jail. They don't fucking kill you. They don't kill your family. They don't do any of those things. You just have to go back to fucking work and be a worker one more time. And the bosses fucking know that they never treat the workers well, which is why that is the major reason as to why they never want to fucking default. And that's why.
Yeah, they're scared. I don't want to be a worker again. God, no. Please don't make me go back into the wage cage. Why are the bosses so scared of being a worker? If being a worker is so good, shouldn't that be that scary? Huh?
They constantly advocate for the system that they set in place.
So by the way, what's up?
On a more joking note, even ChatGPT agrees with me on the Gordon Ramsay event.
I saw that. I asked ChatGPT. I showed you the answer.
By the way, all of you who are watching right now, I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful time. Please, if you would like to contribute to the stream and if you would like to help us make a beautiful last-minute maximalism stream canvas, please throw your donations through the site chat and I'll get these gifts up on the screen. We would love to have more beautiful gifts on the screen, and I would love, frankly, to have more money. So throw it this way.
Continue.
Yeah.
Regardless.
Anyway, there's also plenty of safeguards with respect to owners whenever they do default, there's, you know, Chapter 11 bankruptcy in numerous ways that capital owners can at the very least continue living their lives in a comfortable way. No such,
I'm getting the one from
safeguard
YouTube
measures,
chat.
comparable
Don't worry,
safeguard
I'm getting the ones
measures
from
are ever
YouTube
afforded
chat.
to the worker. You have to fucking, if you get downsized in a company, 400 Twitch employees were laid off today. Some of them don't even fucking know if they've been laid off or not. Okay? They might get a severance package that is entirely up to Amazon.
They shouldn't know.
That is
garbage.
No, that is entirely dependent on Amazon to make that decision. They suck. They're good. None of that fucking matters.
Wait,
It
this is a
outside of their
video. I
control, and
can't
that's
do
the
this
point.
one. This is a video.
Okay.
And
I
basically,
can't do the one from YouTube
basically
chat.
what
I'm so
happens-
sorry.
I'm not being an asshole. I really think that when you know you are creating value, when you know you're doing good and you're rolling, dude,
It's a video.
Well, the company sees
I'm
your
sorry,
value, and
Ivy,
you're
it's
hard
a
to let go of.
video.
If you're fucking useless and you don't do shit, you get clapped. Of course you do.
No, whoever they consider to be replaceable, even though their work is fucking meaningful, but it's menial, will often be the people that they replace. And also, there's so much nepotism that operates within these fields as well. I know it's funny me saying that, but there's usually people that the managers like, because there are so many different instances where there's so many circumstances where like the best possible person is not put up for the job. Come on, that is absolutely
Absolutely
unimaginably false. You've worked in a place, so
That's
you know
true.
that
In
can't be the
tech and
truth.
esports, that's super hardcore true. I don't know. Nepotism is fucking massive. It's
The closest
huge.
place that you can, which brings me back to my point about, you know, sports. The closest you can get to a truly meritocratic system is sports, organized sports, at the professional level. And even those guys still have unions. And that's part of the reason why they can make such demands. They can have such highly valued contracts.
True.
But never forget, if LeBron James is worth $100 million, or if he generated if he has a $100 million wage, right? Let's say he doesn't, but whatever.
Yeah.
His boss, the guy who owns the fucking team, is making billions.
I mean,
True. Hasan does a really good job at these types of things reaching normies, even though it's clearly not penetrating either of these people's skulls. Like, xQc is completely unwilling to consider any of the things he's being told, even though what Hasan is saying is just objectively true. If every single famous sports person, you know, and any one of them. Wait, oh, did we lose these? Oh, I'm so sorry. Wait, what the heck happened there? Oh, we did lose them. That's really weird. No, these were fine. I just don't know where they went. That was weird. I'll fix that, Mixed Dizzy. Hold on.
of course, I mean,
Anyway,
these guys are valuable in a lot of ways, not only on the field.
Lead skulls do not understand the very obvious and very understandable arguments that Hasan is putting forward. Obviously, for every sports player that's making $1 million, they couldn't sustainably be paid that if there wasn't an insane amount of money, but we all know that there is. We all know how much money the owners of sports teams make. Owning a sports team is like an old school rich guy thing to do. You have like guys who literally own giant oil companies, and then they buy a sports team because sports teams are so expensive but so lucrative that only the richest people in the world can own a sports team. So you become a millionaire via owning a million oil fields, and then you buy a bunch of sports team to become more rich than God.
When they throw into the basketball, okay, these are valuable in terms of jersey sales, advertising, marketing, brand connection. They're a vehicle for a lot of their fucking sponsors and whatnot. That's how it is. Sometimes even some of these stars, they're
But the fucking
on the
owner's
field.
not doing shit. The owner just has money. That's the point. The owner's not doing the marketing. The owner's not doing anything meaningful. Elon Musk's not doing anything fucking meaningful at Twitch. I mean, he's demonstrated that over and over again. All he's doing is tweeting old ass fucking 9gag
All
memes.
you do, Hasan, is state problems when you fail to state a singular instance of a solution.
That's great.
What is
Thank
the
you.
solution?
Thank you for asking.
And you
I
say,
think that.
well, socialist system
the solution isn't
has a
splitting
higher
up either,
billionaires
right?
than
No,
Canada.
well, do you want me to give you an
That's
answer?
the problem.
Do you want to
Like,
give you an answer? I have
Oh,
an
the
answer.
soy rage is coming out. The xQc soy rage. So much for being a fucking moderator. Now he's having a goddamn meltdown. Also, Windleby. Oh, god damn it, Windleby. Why'd you have to make it difficult? Why you gotta make it difficult, Windleby? Why? Why you gotta make it difficult? Do you know how hard it is for me to pull shit from Discord? Do you know how hard it is for me to pull shit from Discord? Jesus Christ. I gotta get all these up already. Oh my god. Why you gotta make it so goddamn difficult, huh? Oh no, this one's a WebP. No, Fafella, this is a WebP. Okay, I'll try the WebP, but I don't think the WebP is gonna work. Oh no. I'll try it. Why you guys gotta make my job so hard? Oh. Where'd the snake go? Oh, did I cover the snake up? No, it's just gone. I gotta put the snake back in. That's so frustrating. Oh my god, it's huge, but I'll shrink it down. Don't worry, I'll shrink the snakey down. I'll put the snake over on my own shoulder over here. There we go. There's one. And then the other one that I was missing was this one. These two both went missing. So I'm going to put this one down here. And I'm going to put it right over here. And then I'm going to drop these two down here. That's so weird. I don't know why those disappeared, but who cares? Let's get the new ones in. Here we go. Here's this one. Is the WebP going to work? Oh, it did. Hold on. I actually got it. Wait, can they accept WebPs now? Where is it? Where the hell's the WebP? I can't even find it. I can't even find the WebP. I don't think WebPs work. Sorry, everybody. You got to get me that GIF. Fella, you got to give me a GIF. The WebPs just do not work. I'm sorry. I thought it would, but it didn't. Okay? And here's 17. No, that one's already in there, so I got to remove that one. All right, let's get back to this.
Thank you so much for asking. My solution to the current ongoing problems is by starting as small as you possibly can and creating a mechanism of pushback. Because the workplace principle of united you bargain, divided you beg is true across every facet of society. So the only way to do that is by unionizing your workplace and ensuring that you have some level of workplace protections. Now that might allow you to be able to fucking sleep on the job every now and then, but ultimately the people that actually fucking generate, zero value and yet take all of the rewards are sleeping every goddamn day, and society expects them to sleep because they're shareholders, and shareholder value is supremely important.
True,
so much so that there's
Hasan.
literally legal restrictions called the fiduciary responsibility.
But
You have to care about improving
profit. Have you ever worked in a workplace that was unionized or not? Have you ever worked at a place that was
I worked at a place that got unionized afterwards. But I work with unions regularly, so I'm very familiar with
unionized work.
I work with unions regularly, so I am very familiar with how they operate.
Maybe call this a coincidence or
Thank you.
An empirical bias or anecdotal.
Anecdotal bias, yes.
Every place that I worked at that was unionized was an absolute dog shit. Dog shit. That's what it is.
There are a lot of hidden benefits that you probably did not recognize. According to the NLRB, at least, unionization improves wages and benefits at the minimum. 10% increase.
Bitewise, Marissa, that one is, unfortunately, it's showing as a WebP. I can't get it up except for as a WebP. Giphy is weird. I don't know why Giphy is like this. But... Oh, wait, did I get it? No, it's showing as a WebP. I'm so sorry. Please try to convert it to GIF. I don't know why it's like that. I don't get it. Sorry. Let's continue.
Wages and benefits across the board. Unionization not only benefits unionized workplaces, but unionization actually benefits non-unionized workplaces because it's still, through competition, forces other places to also improve their wages. Now, in countries like France, for example, there are such over-encompassing collective bargaining agreements that encompass the entire fucking sector that it quite literally is the reason why they have all these fucking benefits that they take for granted. Like having a retirement age at 62, which is like laughable if you consider it from, the U.S. perspective.
Can I ask you this without stirring any, without ruffling any feathers or whatever the fuck, right? So we are in agreement, right? That Twitch's, whether it stems from Amazon, its parent company or not, Twitch's splits regarding sub-revenue for its creators, whether it's the small creators, the mid-sized creators, are completely fucking unfair.
Mm-hmm.
True.
And are disgusting, right?
Absolutely.
You guys probably can't see it here, but men in unions make 1.3 million more in their lifetime than men who are not in a union. Yes, everybody knows being in a union is infinitely better than being non-unionized, which Hasan is just 100% objectively correct, that if you are in a union, you will be treated better as a worker. Also, what he said about like people expecting investors to fucking sleep is absolutely true. It is literally a societal understanding that if you are an investor person, that you live the high life. You spend most of your life fucking snoozing. You might get on your computer for a Skype call or a business call once or twice a day, and the rest of your life is watching your fucking stock portfolio go up, up, up. It's the dream of everyone to be able to make free money while doing whatever the fuck they want. And who the fuck are the people that do whatever the fuck they want while they're making money? Fucking stock trading financial assholes. You can absolutely have a second chance.
The disconnect is, right? What I feel like would be consistent with what you preach, which I agree with.
I know what you're going to say.
Yeah, shouldn't you spearhead at least, right? I'm not saying give up everything you have. You don't need to do that. That's a ridiculous expectation. But at least spearhead and put up, something and kind of spearhead that movement against them, even though instead you're contracted with them, so you can say nothing because you're in fear of losing the very contract.
That's not true. I'm very openly critical about this, and not only have talked to Dan directly about my criticisms, but also am a firm believer that I shouldn't be the only person that has the capability of talking to Dan about these sorts of issues.
Again, this is rich. This is rich coming from the guy who got paid $360 million from one single investor to sell gambling to kids. Everyone else on the platform, Hasan included, are fucking contractors. We have no power. Even if we get really mad at Twitch, the idea that that loosely, completely unorganized contractors can really do anything but a mass walkout, which I will remind you that if every streamer on Twitch decided to walk out at the same time, it would indeed break the back of Twitch, but it would also break the back of every single streamer who isn't Hasan. Most people can't just walk out on a platform. They have bills to pay. They have debts to pay. They have all kinds of stuff.
Were you there in the meeting with the executives or not?
No, I actually had a one-on-one meeting because I had a one-on-one motherfucking meeting with him.
Something can be done, right? But nothing's being done because
Yeah, you thought you got me there, didn't you?
I talked to all the executives. Listen.
Yeah.
We were all there. Okay, listen.
No, I wasn't there. I had a one. I think I had another.
Listen. You know for a fact, when they changed the sub-revenues back, right? They leveled out the total amount with the you're getting better ad revs and ad incentives for your lower sub rate, right? If they said nothing, they could have said nothing about ad revs and put your sub money way up, and you would have your, oh guys, I got my sub rev. You would be at a raw loss compared to right now's equivalency. You would have been losing
Twitch streamers now make more.
What you wanted.
Twitch streamers now make more money off of ad revenue than they would have if they just had subscribers. I personally still think that they should leave that option.
This idea of a trade-off is ridiculous. That because they gave a little bit more ad revenue, it justifies the taking of the.
I don't think so. Train, I agree with you. I agree with you. You and I are in agreement.
That's like a platform saying, oh, we're gonna give you 20%, right? Which is unfair. And then saying, oh, you know, we'll give you 30. And everyone goes, oh yes, you gave us more. You didn't have to. No, it is fucking they started at a rip-off rate and they gave you another rate to make it look like it's better. But that's
okay. True. Train is correct about this. Train is correct that it started at a rip-off rate and now it's gotten worse. Twitch is daylight robbery, okay? It just is. I'm sorry, but the hard truth is that every single streamer, including, yes, your faves, are getting just ripped off, okay? Just a true rip. Thank you very much. All right, I'll download that right now. Hopefully that's a GIF now. Is that a GIF? No. Oh. Why is it a video? Ivy, it's a, oh wait, hold on, I maybe got it. Hold on, I got it, yes, I got the GIF version. I got it, Ivy, now we're gonna get yours on there. What a sick one. All right, let's continue. He's right.
Rip-off rate, you understand?
Yeah,
I can't believe it, I can't believe it, but Train is correct on this particular point. And it's interestingly, it's the point that he agrees with Hasan on, which is almost as hilarious as if he just continued being wrong. That he's correct to point out the fact that, yes, Twitch is ripping everyone off, but that should make he should be more socialist pilled.
Disingenuously, that it's disgusting. It's pure greed and pure.
It's still leveled out, though. It ended up being the same thing or better. It ended up being
the increased ad should not come at the cost of sub-splits being cut. That's ridiculous. The increased ad should come if the site's business model is executed correctly.
Speaking of ads, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 over free subscribe, or by getting gifted a sub.
I'm gonna get the small one.
I'm on fire with these motherfucking segues today, boy. God damn.
The problem is servers are incredibly expensive and people don't run ads. So the reason why they didn't, at the time I didn't run it, none automatic.
So instead of punishing the creator, they need to find a better system instead of taking from the creator's sub-revenue. Do you understand? They need to find a better system to execute the ad.
Want that. I don't think you're gonna have a built-in
it's not about what I want. It's
4 minutes ad deal, right? Then Twitch, you know what you do? You should force 3 minutes on all channels to pay for the servers. And
okay, can I explain something to you guys? The main point of contention here should be that none of the people that actually provide value to the product, whether it be the people working at Twitch, or whether it be the people that are on camera every day, work Omega Law, are having a say in the way that this distribution is done. That is undemocratic. I believe that even if you arrive at the same exact fucking idea at the end of it, where we say, you know what, we like this distribution.
Real quick reading, 3 places at once: Bitewise, Marissa, Fefella, Windleby, Reverse Flash, Sanji, X Drums, Bitewise, Marissa again, and Funbun. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. This is turning into a proper masterpiece. And if only we can get, 20 or 30 more gifts as this stream goes on, it will be even more beautiful. Let's keep it up. Much love to all of you, and thank you very, very much.
think that people who are playing a role in the creation of this product should have a say. That is my point.
If we listened to streamers on how this shit should be run, this shit would have the lights turned off, and Amazon would have pulled out
There has
years
to
ago.
be that's why
Streamers
Wrong. Wrong. That is foolish. That is beyond foolish. Streamers have been correct collectively again and again and again, and Twitch doesn't give a shit because Twitch is run by Amazon. It's floated by Amazon. They know that they control the market at the moment, and they have been making stupid decision after stupid decision, and they just fired 400 of their own employees. Bullshit. Bullshit, man. xQc is such a fucking simp. What a fucking simp.
are bricked. They shouldn't.
Listen,
it's not just streamers.
This idea where it has to be one or the other is the issue. Do you understand? There can be a middle ground. There can be a
Train is right. Train is fucking right.
Compromise.
Because why? Because why? When they made that distribution, they wanted to improve their profit margin. Why did they improve their profit margin? Because Amazon wants the profits to go up. Because right now Twitch is in the red. Because web serving is very web hosting for live stream video, an inventory that is untapped basically with so many opportunities to fucking run ads, is currently not running enough ads and giving them enough revenue. That is why they made this change.
They're
Ultimately, streamers will make more
on their failed system. Do you understand? They need to come together and find a system which doesn't punish the worker. Where are they taking the punishment? Do you understand? Aside from these firings, which you'd argue is also another form of the worker taking the hit. They need to better their their business model. Do you understand? Everyone that's taking a hit because their shit business model is the worker. That is a mistake. Do you understand? It is wrong. Shit like that should be fought against. We should have voices. Whether it's on a panel, whether it's at a round table, we need to have voices to combat that. That's bullshit. You understand? That's greed. That's unfair.
We tried
it's not right.
talking to them. You know what? You don't believe me? You don't believe me? Okay, that shit are fucking dumb. At the meetings, the only feedback we got from fucking big names, and I tell one is, where's the 20-minute ad button? Is the fucking feedback he gave them?
Bullshit. I don't buy it. xQc's a cop. xQc's a cop. I also love that Hasan and Train, the friendship has been forged in real time by listening to how fucking stupid xQc's cop-ass opinions are. He's actually managed to turn both Hasan and Train against the moderator. This is such a demented debate, and it's not even over yet. We still have 45 minutes to go. Let's go!
That's insane.
Because the power can't be, right? Like the issue is this, right? For some reason, all of our issues are fought with two polarizing viewpoints, right? We either have all the way over here or all the way over here. We need to have a ground of, right, a place of discourse where we can come in the middle and say, okay, you know what, let's compromise. Let's grab, you know, the shit that we need to do here. Hey, we'll take that L, we'll take that, but we're gonna need this. These guys go, okay, well, we're gonna need this, we're gonna take this. We go, okay, we've come to an agreement. That's what needs to happen. But this idea where they take, and it has to be this or this is our issue in everything today. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Everything having to be one side or the other is an issue that causes so much divide.
And meanwhile, while we're having this back and forth, you know who's not taking a fucking hit, dude? The bosses, the people that have Amazon stock, the fucking wealthy Jeff Bezos. He don't give a fuck. He's caked up, okay? It doesn't even matter to him.
Because they make money off the fucking bots at the Amazon fucking delivery service that are working with crazy conditions with profit, and then they acquired Twitch, right? But Twitch, this shit's broke. This isn't doing a profit. Well, where do you live in this operating that makes a profit?
Guys, imagine being so economically illiterate and being so offended that you don't actually understand how conglomerate corporations work at all. Obviously, they want, you know what Amazon does? Amazon doesn't give a absolute motherfucking shit that Twitch is in the red because they're eating up the market. They're controlling the market. So they write Twitch off as a loss and they save money on their taxes at Amazon. That's how this shit works. It's the oldest fucking trick in the book. Meanwhile, they have the biggest streaming platform in the world completely under their control, and they're leaving the talent fucking shit out of luck. xQc is such a cuck, man. But the worst part is that we know that this guy's a motherfucking insider because he's talking about all these meetings. He's a favored little baby of Twitch. He's their #1 golden boy. So they want to make sure he never says anything bad, and he never wants to say anything bad about Twitch because he's in a position of making lots of money if Twitch keeps growing because he's their #1 boy. He's doing fine, so fuck everyone else, right?
But it's an investment.
Twitch is not turning profit exclusively because Amazon literally treats Twitch as a money-making operation instead of offering it more favorable video hosting fucking
yes, that works.
Server
that
costs.
absolutely works, Fafella.
Yeah.
I'll
Amazon
get it
could
up right
internally
now.
swap over, if Amazon truly cared about Twitch being a profitable venture, they could literally swap over server costs to offset it off of one of the many other profitable ventures that they have. They're not doing that because they don't want to do that, because they want to increase the pressure on content creators and maybe even possibly take a risk on making the content unwatchable by delivering even more ads to the fucking
True! He's
like
so right.
No.
God, Hasan is so correct on this. They don't give a shit. They will literally tank their own platform to squeeze money out of it because they know that they can fuck over the talent more. They know they can offload the costs onto the talent. That's why they'll do this ad shit, because they know they're gonna make more money in the short term, but it will destroy talent's ability to make anything entertaining, and actually it might even destroy the company in the long run, but in the short term, they'll be able to load up their fucking pockets while they continue to control a monopoly, and as they make it the standard to exploit the hell out of the talent. It's so ridiculous. So this is such a fuck you, I got mine mentality. Anyway, I got that one up there, Fafella. Thank you very much.
I grow my garden green beans and I sell green beans at the market, right? Well, now I hired 20 employees to build houses, right? But we're not doing a profit because I'm feeding them green beans I could be selling. Well, in that case, just
wait, that's precisely, wait. That's how all business works. No, that's how all business works. That's how all business works. What you're describing is quite literally how businesses work regardless. Now, either it could be funded by this like endless money supply of constantly fucking raising funds with the ultimate goal of like turning profits someday, whether it be by monopolizing a certain sector like Amazon has done in the form of e-commerce, or any other way by making a competitive product that people actually want to fucking buy. That is literally what businesses do. That's why they fucking take an L year over year over year over year. You think Amazon gives a fuck about Twitch ultimately? You think they're in it for like the love of the game? You think they bought Twitch because they think like, oh man, Jeff Bezos just really loves live streaming. That's why he did it.
For Amazon, this whole thing would be over. This is a money sinkhole. If it wasn't for Amazon,
not a money sinkhole. It's a bet.
Thank you very much, Fafella.
It's a bet that Amazon has made thinking.
It's not a money sinkhole. And Matt, I don't know how you can be so stupid to realize that the fastest growing, okay, think about this. Hold on, I want to explain something. Server costs are only going to continue to go down as technology increases. Video hosting services, as technology develops, are only going to go down. And the number of people who are interested in streaming is only going to go up. The number of people who are willing to pay for streaming is only going to go up. So the costs going down and the money you're making is going up. If you think for even a fucking second what that means, if you have near monopolistic control of a market, that means you become a fucking gigabillionaire. Amazon is not fucking stupid. They tell you they're in the red. Oh, we're not making money, so they can fuck you out of a paycheck. They try to play like, oh, it's so expensive running these servers. Meanwhile, it's all technical, because keep in mind, they're running it on Amazon servers. They determine the cost of what Amazon servers are. We don't actually know what the cost is. They're charging their own fucking company so that it can be a write-off. And then in the meantime, they're taking over the whole market. How can you be this dumb, bro? How can you be this fucking dumb? It just has to be that he's the poster boy. That's the only thing that makes any sense, is that xQc is just totally compromised and he's just caping for fucking, he's caping for Amazon and Twitch because he knows there's money in it for him. I refuse to believe he's this dumb.
And I think that I agree with their assessment of the situation. It's a bet that they've made, okay? They think that they can monopolize the live streaming space. Amazon only does vertical and horizontal integration. They only monopolize. They don't do anything else. They don't have any other interest. They don't have any other goals. That's all they want to do. They want to corner the market so they can set the fucking prices, slowly but surely increasing the fucking wages, or maybe lowering the quality of the output, okay? That's how they did it on e-commerce, and that's like they literally drove small business out of work and then bought them for pennies on the dollar, and that's precisely what they're trying to do with the live streaming space, ultimately so they can just eke out more profits when they are the premium live streaming destination.
As much as we should fight to remodel the initial interest, right? And try to make it better, right? I think we can still acknowledge that they bought the thing, right? And overall, what do we get? We got Prime subs and shit, right? We got to keep the lights on and continue this like passion project, right? So yes, we should push.
Dude, no, if Twitch went under, that would just mean that you would switch over to YouTube, and hilariously, so would all of the viewers. If Twitch had to turn the lights off, your fucking pittance of a Prime sub, which is a scam, all of those viewers would have gone over to YouTube, where you'd be making 10 times the money. It's just that the viewers are currently on Twitch, and Twitch knows that the viewers are currently on Twitch, that the stream viewers aren't on YouTube yet, and so they can scam everybody however they want to. It's ridiculous.
Right? But still acknowledge the fact that the lights are still on, that we can still do this shit. When will people understand this?
The idea that
this will be over by now.
The idea that like there's no other way to do live streaming services, I think without like Big Daddy Amazon is not a correct notion in my opinion.
Oh, who else then? Zuba tried it. I wanted to read it. I tried it. Who else tried it? Hitbox.
YouTube is doing it currently.
Because
YouTube is killing it currently. YouTube has scooped a bunch of the talent from Twitch because Twitch overplayed their hand. See, that's the problem. Twitch squeezed too tight, too early. But the goal in their mind is so that they will have a population of viewers who don't want to go anywhere else and a population of entrenched streamers who can't go anywhere else. People who only stream. Interestingly, have you guys noticed how important they play up the partner program? Oh, exclusivity with Twitch, and then you build your audience on Twitch and you can't leave when they fucking chop off 30% of your income. Which is exactly what's happening in just a few months. In just a few months, they're fucking chopping everybody's income. And a bunch of people are just gonna have to sit there and cope about it. And this motherfucker is gonna pretend like he's got their best interest in mind. Like, oh, poor Amazon can't keep the lights on. Dude, how dumb can you be? Jeff Bezos is like the second richest guy in the goddamn world. How dumb can you be?
The same thing as Amazon, but they already had the fucking servers because of how much video content they had and their workload. It already had the servers. That's
you know who's doing it? That motherfucker sitting next to me on my screen. That guy's doing it.
I mean, I can't fucking.
Wait, I'm doing what? Sorry,
Bro, I'm fucking juicing up Kick so hard. Okay, once you figure out the regulation on the platform, it's over. It's a wrap. I'm ready for that $100 million contract so I can start preaching the laurels of capitalism.
Completely new.
Really?
He's not even listening.
Yeah.
When was I at the club? I heard something else, but maybe.
Yeah, so initially that was the plan, but we decided to completely recreate everything because we thought that platform's brand was just like, we thought like that was too far. That was like kind of trash.
What are you talking? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Nah, we were talking about the network infrastructure for fucking Kicks. I knew.
I think video xQc is not wrong though. I do think that video service, video hosting is incredibly expensive. They just haven't been able to figure out the best possible product of making it work. Like there's so much inventory.
Yeah. Uncle Gumbald in my site chat points out, doesn't Twitch delete VODs automatically after a certain amount of time? Yeah, unironically. They're literally obliterating the history of their own website because it saves them server storage cache. Even though VOD saving should be a much more streamlined process that YouTube does just fine. And guess what? YouTube's fucking making crazy cash, okay? This is all such bullshit.
That you are literally not monetizing right now. That's
Yo!
why they
I
want
wish I
you
could tell you our plan regarding certain like sponsors and
2 a.m. buns. Thank you so much. Let me get this up for you.
Pay absolute shit rates, so that wouldn't cover anything at all close to what we need it to. Like it's just targeting the correct.
Well, listen.
It's targeting the correct sponsors and the correct advertisers, right? So people are gonna jump into gambling. That's not it either. And I think when we get ads, I think you'll understand where we're coming from. Like once that happens in the next 2 to 3 years, that's when people will understand, that business model and that approach. But anyways, I think before you speak, xQc, I think you and I agree on a lot, I think we agree with almost everything as far as like, the politics go. Obviously, I'm a little bit more middle. I believe in the polarizing sides are actually the reason where we are in today's world. I think it's just divide and conquer for each respective side.
Enlightened train centrist. I guess it turns out there is room for neutrality on a moving train.
Obviously, given the left is a lesser evil, but I think once you justify lesser from greater, things start getting real fucked up. But anyways, to get to my point, I just think that we need to find better ways, right? So for the streaming thing, right? For the smaller to mid-sized creators getting fucked, like I do think that if we came together, or whoever it might be, it's not just on you, right? It could be a multitude of streamers, right, that come together and spearhead something that gives a voice, and not only gives a voice, but actually, right? For me, it's the action over the words. We need to push for ways where we're actually getting shit done, because preaching isn't enough, especially if from the preaching we're gaining, right? It's fine. Like to say that we shouldn't gain from preaching, I think is an unrealistic standard and unfair. But I think if we're in a position where we're preaching and gaining, we need to take it one step further and try.
Let me just do a quick shout out. 2 a.m. buns, Fefella, X drums, and Ivy Evans, and 3 places at once. Thank you all for the additions to our beautiful canvas. But I gotta say, we need some more gifts in here. So if you've got a few bucks to spare, throw a few bucks and a gift my way and we'll get it up on the screen and you can be a part of yet another legendary maximalism stream. Because my brain is dripping out of my ears and I don't even know where I'm at right now, but I need more gifts. I need more gifts to make a work of art out of this mess. And I can't do it with no gifts. I need the gifts.
And bring that action into it to see actual change come through. Now, it may seem impossible as individuals, but I do think we're powerful enough to make these things happen. And that's what I like to see. So maybe in the future, we'll get together and we'll come up with some crazy shit.
Bro,
and we'll get shit
you're sounding a lot like socialist right now.
Go for it, Fefella. You can go one more.
Okay?
Give me one more.
Fucking Jeff Bezos, man. You have to talk to him about it, man. Because
listen, I'm gonna talk to him, bro. We have our own letters, trust me.
Listen, the thing is, though, is that I do agree, though. I do agree that there needs to be some change. In my opinion, I don't think a lot of people are evil at the top. Is that monetizing and keeping the lights on for live stream operations And esports operations is incredibly difficult, and we just don't have the answers, and they don't have them either.
They don't have it.
Hold on a second. The reason why esports operations fail is because esports teams don't get paid fucking jack shit. And also because the companies in charge of esports don't give a fuck. Blizzard was one of those such companies, okay? Blizzard, at the end of the day, they make money off their fucking games. They don't give a goddamn shit about this stupid, stressful esports crap if it means that they have to bend their business model. And secondly, esports team don't make any goddamn money. Esports teams fold because they only can pay what they get, and if the market's not there, if the game isn't succeeding, if the esports fucking company, or if the game that runs, or if the, sorry, my God, if the company that runs the game isn't giving support to the esports teams, they can't pay their players burn out or leave, and then you have a dead scene. It's that simple. Dealer's choice, that means I need another one. Hold on, I got a GIF I can use. Hold on, I got a GIF I can use. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I got a GIF I can use. Hold on. Dealer's choice, huh? Dealer's choice, huh? I know what I'm putting up on the screen. Hold on a second. I know what I'm putting up on the screen. All right, hold on. Wait, let me copy this. Let me copy it over. Wait, I don't, how am I gonna do this? Ah, here we go. Get a dealer's choice, eh? I get a dealer's choice, yeah. Hold on a second. Here we go. Hey, I wanted to upload it on imgur.com, but imgur.com don't work no more. It don't work no good. Here we go. Now I'll be able to get the link, and now I'll be able to put the dealer's choice up on there. Here we go. All right, let me put this up on here. This is the dealer's choice. Thank you very much for the dealer's choice. Deeply appreciate it. We're at 28 gifts. That's friggin' fantastic. You guys are amazing. There we go. There's our dealer's choice. What else we got here? We also got this one. We got an Iron Giant. All right, here we go. Excellent. The Smolder. Hit him with the fucking Smolder. Exactly. Good idea. What an excellent GIF. I actually love the Iron Giant. What a fantastic film. Thank you all very much for your contributions. Discordant Vol and Sanji and Fefella. Thank you so much. Let's get this going.
I'm in agreement with you there, and I think that is a literal product problem.
Yes,
what you're describing is one that a more democratized system of governance would genuinely benefit from. More ideas in this regard, and different ways to like incorporate people into whatever kind of like monetizable products that we can put forward is literally the way forward. In my opinion, it's the best way to do it, and that's never going to happen because you know, that's just not how the system is designed.
We can make a, you know what? We can make a parallel with this with esports. I wish people sat down and understood this fucking problem. Okay, esports.
Piftle Cakes, thank you so very much.
Okay, why? Because people don't buy shit. And they're not doing a profit because they are having problems monetizing their operations. So you're gonna go at fucking Riot Games.
Dude, come the fuck on. Yes, they do. People dump so much goddamn money into the platform. People pay so friggin' much. It's the reason they're in the red is because Amazon gets to determine, because Amazon is the service provider, because Amazon Web Services is the service provider, they can say they're charging Twitch whatever they want. They can charge Twitch whatever amount they want for web hosting. And they do it because they can write it off on their taxes because the parent company of Twitch is fucking Amazon. It's that, oh my God. I can't believe we're going through this again. What? This is so circular. This is so circular.
In the franchise of Valorant, and we can't make money, and it's your fault. No, they don't have the answers. Nobody does.
This is the first. I think this is the first Maximalism stream of this year. I don't think we did another Maximalism stream this year. This has been the first one of this year. We did one, I think, at the end of last year. I don't think we did another one this year.
They have failed as an entity, as a product, to turn their operations into making money for the people that watch, the fans. It just sucks. They don't have the answers. And there's nobody to blame
It's
for that.
because the answers won't lie. in each respective extreme side. I'm telling you, I know I sound like a fucking crazy centrist. I'm telling you, we need to get to a place where we abandon these fucking sides and come in the middle and grab the best of both. I know this sounds idealistic, but I do think it's possible. We need to operate from a place of logic and reason, and only then can we reach a point of compromise.
Little
where
Morphine
the business
Annie,
can make
thank
money
you
and not at
very,
the cost
very
of the worker.
much.
You understand? This is achievable. The problem is corporate greed, and the greed of one respective side is outweighing the needs of the other. I'm telling you, the day that we come together and we operate from a more logical, reasonable place instead of a divide and conquer political bullshit place where we're fucking scaring one side from the other through fucking propaganda and bullshit, until that goes away and we come in the middle and we say, okay, you know what? We understand that, you know, maybe these policies and these, you know, whatever are necessary for the country to run, but we shouldn't adopt them at the, you know, cost of the worker. That's what needs to happen. You understand? The problem is we're trying to find a solution on one side. You understand? It's not
Thank
going
you
to happen.
very, very much.
In my
understand
opinion,
that?
well, I mean, okay, yes, on top of that, I mean, I'm gonna double glaze because listen, the core concept is live streaming is the future. Okay, all of this is the future. There is infinite value in live content. People are starting to realize that, but instead of doubling down on the, say, investment or operations, they're doing the opposite. They're trying to make.
Wait, xQc just defeated his own argument. He just argued there is infinite value in streaming. And he's right, but that defeats his argument. They're lying. They are screwing their talent because they know there's infinite value. So they want to squeeze as much of it out of you and get you used to accepting low pay as early as possible, even though they know that, like I said before, streaming costs are only going to go down and streaming viewers and payers is only going to go up. Idiocy. Just xQc is just, oh my God. I don't think he's thought a single thing through. He's now making an argument that defeats his own earlier argument.
More money out of it and trying to profit in a growing field that's one.
This one's going up too, Pimple Cakes. You were so generous. This one's going up.
Bezos, okay, and say, yo, motherfucker, how about giving a couple more years, right? More productive creators for people to create more, to have more passion, and have better job security in their field. To do this, it grows faster and bigger.
Ultimately, yeah, but ultimately, it should not. That decision-making process should not be left up to some motherfucker, in your words, that doesn't know anything about this process, and that's the point. Or like dickheads that are fucking 65 years old and still use like a payphone. You know what I mean? Because those are the guys who are at the tippy top. Those are the guys who are making the decisions on what happens when Jeff Bezos was in that fucking in that monopoly meeting. In front of Congress, they were like, they asked him about Twitch, and he's like, "What's Twitch?" They asked him about DMCA and music and Twitch, and he was like, "Twitch, let me go through my notes."
You're being a hypocrite.
Wait, what?
Why are you making fun of the old fucking bones that are brain dead? Instead, sit down with them and educate them. They would love Jeff Bezos is getting old. You don't think he would love that?
Bro, that's what I'm saying. But the point is, the only people who can like get
Killjoy says xQc genuinely doesn't seem to understand that Amazon can make Twitch make just what they need it to claim the maximum they can on taxes without actually losing any money. They didn't plan on losing. It's why they make it so hard to make partner, so they can slow monetization to a trickle while still benefiting from people sitting on small streams with ads. Yes, it is completely and utterly manufactured. It is a game of financing. They can charge Twitch. Amazon has the server infrastructure. They set the prices. They can charge Twitch, which is also Amazon, whatever they want to make it look on paper like Amazon, like Twitch is making a ton of money or like Twitch is making losing a ton of money. And in this case, because Amazon is a giant company, it makes sense to have Twitch lose the money while they eat up the margin, and then later on, once they already have control of the market, once they already have all the talent under their control, jack those motherfucking prices up, and all of a sudden Twitch is a brilliant success. Oh my God, the geniuses, they knew what they were doing all along, because yes, obviously they did. Are you saying capitalism? I am. Oh, believe it or not, I'm saying capitalism.
Get access to them and educate them, which is precisely what I said, is someone like myself. And it shouldn't be that way. That our understanding should be dramatically different. That like everyone plays a role and everyone should have a little bit of a say. It doesn't mean that like the janitor is going to do fucking brain surgery in the hospital. It just means that as far as sanitation goes, they have that covered better than the fucking surgeon would know. That's the point. And a part of that is about a fairer distribution of profits after all things are discussed clearly. That's it.
Then how do I make Dan Clancy call up Jeff Bezos and have me, yo, I'm gonna go to his yacht and explain to him all these content, and then within
I feel like Dan Clancy is probably better off never talking to Jeff Bezos, because if Jeff Bezos even was made aware of Twitch as a platform, I feel like he would just eviscerate us. He would probably laser Dan Clancy off of his fucking yacht in his like little mecca that he has, and then he would just shut down Twitch in its entirety. So it's better. The less he knows about us, the better it is, I think.
Bro, I can have this grandiose speech. Bro, people need to understand that live content is the genuine future of media. It is it.
Yes, and you are currently advocating that the people who make that content get fucked over as hard as possible, dude. You are literally selling out your own future. You're advocating against your own interests because all you can see is the money in the short term. All you can see is the propaganda that Twitch has been shoving down your throat.
Dank has infinite possibilities in all realms that they can even fathom.
Oh God, this is so
are they
painful.
Cutting its legs off before we can start.
This is so painful. I can't even believe how painful this has turned out to be. It was so funny, and now it's just so infuriating.
By the way, notice how we're talking about Jeff Bezos, even though he's not even the fucking CEO anymore. It's Andy Jassy that's now the CEO. That is, no, remember, that's what's important. Because you know who's making money off of Twitch? Or if Twitch doesn't really make that much money. But you know who's making money off of Amazon? Jeff Bezos. Why? Yeah. That motherfucker hasn't been doing shit since he decided to turn this into like an online library system.
Bro, I thought he gave half of his shit to his wife.
Yeah, well, he did, and then she's now using it on charity overall, which for some reason it still hasn't solved our economic inequality. But again, it doesn't fucking matter. He's still minting.
So wait, so who's at the top now?
Andy Jassy is now the new CEO of.
Who is that? Andy Jassy?
I think he was on a different part. He was working on a different part of Amazon beforehand.
Was he rich?
Yeah, he was the Amazon. He was the SVP, the strategic vice president, and the CEO of AWS before that, from 2003 to 2021, which is like the most important product that they have. So that's why.
Damn, I wonder why the new CEO of Amazon is the guy who was leading Amazon Web Services. Almost like Amazon Web Services in and of itself is the biggest fucking cash cow you can possibly imagine. Owning a server infrastructure that is one of the most powerful in the entire world, that because of its nature, because of how expensive it is to assemble, like half the world relies on you for that. I wonder why that guy became the CEO of Amazon.
That's why they elevated him to the CEO position.
Bro, he's not even a billionaire. Bro, Jeff Bezos is like a trillionaire. He can literally fucking fix the world, man. It's way more valuable to talk with this guy to fix Twitch and this fucking guy only has 300 mil. He's broke. How is he gonna fix it?
Jeez, I'm richer than that guy. I'm just kidding. But anyways, realistically speaking, listen, I think at the end of the day, we just need to.
Yeah, I think you guys both have I have a lot of money, okay, in comparison to the average person, but I think like your perception is a little bit warped about wealth overall, okay? Like,
well, how is he gonna fix Twitch, which is the future of the world?
How much money you got? Like 10, 20 mil? You got at least 30 mil in the bank, yeah?
No, dude, you're fucking insane.
I'm fucking with you. I'm totally fucking with you.
Oh.
If I had to put a number on it, I'd say like after taxes, maybe like a cool 6 mil in the bank. There's no shot.
Brother, you are six. That's like half of what I have actually. I've tripled that.
I'm confused.
My man.
Yeah,
bro,
no, man. 6 is so. Bro, people think I own a fucking people think I bought this house like literally cash. Like, like I said, I have a lot more money than the average person.
To be fair,
I've literally put a fucking down payment and bought it with a mortgage. Like I have a mortgage.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that would be stupid of you to purchase that entire house with full cash, right? Like if you had that kind of money, it's there's other ways you would go about that. So technically,
you lose purchasing power and other things. That's not good.
No, I know. I'm saying that people that were chirping at me and still chirp at me all the time, literally are like, why don't you take the $3 million and like and live in a cardboard and instead like pay $3 million to me.
I bought the house as cash. It was cheap as fuck. I didn't give a shit.
Those extreme takes are unfortunate and unfair. Realistically, listen, bro. One of these days, you and I will get together. We'll create some sort of system or push for one, right? Not a charity. Something where we actually advocate for something and push for something and get it done to match the words. And then, the next thing you know, who knows? Maybe we'll be president, vice president. We'll be running the country. God knows.
Yeah,
who knows what happens from this point?
Kill me. If that's the future, I don't want to be alive anymore. I want to die. I'm ready. I'm ready for the. I'm ready to pass on. The Hasan Trainwrecks president and VP is a realm so dark that I cannot bear it. I simply cannot bear that.
I doubt that anyone's letting me be anywhere near real power. But
brother,
but it's been look. I've been live for 10 hours.
Wait, hold on. If Donald Trump made it, listen. Okay, anything's possible.
Yeah, because Donald Trump is right wing. It's infinitely easier to be a fucking clown ass and be right wing. Like as far as like Joe Biden's criticisms, which he deserves many of. Like he also is like kind of fucking conservative, but he still went through the proper fucking ranks in the Democratic Party. He advocated to fucking melt the poor. He advocated the criminal. He wrote he was architect of the crime bill.
Oh no. He's about to drop a hot take. I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this. What's it gonna be, bro? What's it gonna be? Oh no.
I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, but I really, like, I'm telling you, the only future I see where we're actually progressing as a society is the one where a centrist is in charge. And I'm not talking about some spineless centrist. I'm referring to one that's guided by logical reason. I truly believe it. These political sides are both just fucking. I'm telling you, listen. You don't hate me, listen. Just say it.
A centrist. Listen, guys, we're only gonna genocide half as many trans people as we originally planned to. We're only gonna feed half of the poor people, and we'll genocide half the trans people, and we'll feed half the poor people, and then everybody's gonna be doing great. Dude, my man, holy fucking shit.
20 years will be a fucking statue of me.
Bro, there's no...
In my opinion, if you're full left on both economics, politics, socioeconomic, if you're full left or full right,
We have a
across
centrist
the
in
board
charge.
on all topics, you know what? I think you are a radicalized moron. No way everybody accepts all the concepts of like being left or right and all of them. No shot. It's a mix of both. People are delusional thinking that people are going to be pure left or pure right. That makes sense at all. So
We already have a centrist in charge. His name is Joe Biden. He has always consistently been one of the most conservative Democrats, like even keeled in the middle of the fucking political spectrum the entire time. Hillary Clinton was definitely
Yeah,
a
but I'm
centrist
not
too.
referring to a centrist in that light. I'm referring to a centrist in the light of like policies and politics, right? Taking from both areas, right?
Like
You wanna
what?
get
What would you
elected-
like? This is a conversation that I have with people on the right all the time. It's like I would love to know what is a right wing value that you think it should be implemented.
Well, this we can say for the podcast.
Okay.
Or should-
Well,
no,
I
give
gotta.
us one. Give us a taste, man.
Yeah, I want to hear from xQc too. He's the one who's saying radicalizing dumbass Andy is what he said.
Utopia, and he goes like,
Okay. No, don't listen to that. Just tell me what you think is a right wing value that we should implement.
bro, I don't know what values they are overall. I don't.
No fucking shot. No fucking shot. No shot. No fucking shot, Silent. There's no way this is legit. There's no way. It can't be. That's it can't be. There's no fucking way. No goddamn way. Oh. Can I show this? Can I show this, or am I forbidden from showing this? This can't be real. There's no fucking way. No fucking way. I don't believe it. I don't believe that I would get a gift like this during a goddamn Is this shareable? Is this shareable? Okay, hold on. Let me check. Hold on. Wait. Okay, hold on. I don't know. I don't know about this. Hold on a second. Can I bite on this? Is this really what I'm looking for? The sharks. The sharks. The sharks are circling. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. I don't even give a shit. These people fucking... Hold on. Let me get the image. Let me get the fucking image real quick. Hold on. Let me get it for you. I'll talk about it. It's funny as fuck. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. Oh, there's more. Oh, no. There's much more. No fucking way. Okay, everybody. I have received reports that Hold on. Where did it go? Hey, where'd my thing go? Oh my fucking God. Hold on. I'm trying to share with you all, but the GIFs are covering the screen, everybody. The GIFs. There's too many GIFs. I know you all want to know what I'm laughing so hard at because it's too fucking funny, okay? But you're gonna have to just be patient, okay? Here we go. Are you guys ready? Hold on. How can I make this readable? How is this readable? It's not readable. Here we go. All right, everybody, you see it moving over here? This is Chud Logic, our old friend Chud Logic, saying, I did not know. You know what? Hold on. I know how to do this. Hold on. There's a real way to do this. I'm hiding the GIFs for just a second because I need to share this with you. This is the funniest shit. Okay, everybody, look. I generally have made a very strong rule of not discussing certain people in this community who are deranged and demented towards me, but this is too motherfucking funny. This is like the implosion. This is like the implosion that was always destined to happen, okay? There's no possible motherfucking way that it could have ever gone any other way, okay? I did not leak, screams Chud Logic, our old friend Chud Logic. I didn't leak it. Destiny cheated on Melina with someone, no one knew who, until Lav said it was a married woman who he tried to leave her for. Chud was the one to figure out it was Lauren Southern. Oh my God, dude. That is insane. That is deranged. Oh my fucking God. No, wait. We have more. That's right. There's more. You thought this was the end of it. But there's fucking more. There's fucking more, everybody. We have confirmation from our old friend Counterpoints. Yes, that's right. Take a look. Counterpoints. Remember now, for those of you who don't know the deep lore, Counterpoints is one of the people who was closest to Lauren Southern. Counterpoints was friends with Lauren Southern and helped her make her documentary. He's a right-winger, okay? Counterpoint says, just to demystify this, Lauren was having a tough time with her family. Her and Destiny ended up getting close. Melina didn't like it. They backed off, but it still blew up because of how close they got emotionally. But now we have other people claiming that it went further. And look who's covering it. None other than the god tier fucking bottom feeder himself, Chud Logic. Chud Logic, the first to turn. The first to turn the knife on his old boy Destiny. In the end, it was et tu double brute, even though you've literally turned on every person you've ever known on the internet when it would make you a buck. How could he turn against me? Oh my motherfucking God. Oh, the gifts. Oh my God. Holy shit. Pork in the Notset. Oh my God, I'm sorry, that is just so fucking funny to me, okay? I'm sorry, that is too fucking funny for me to not talk about, okay? Look, I don't really give a shit. Whatever, bro. You can have whatever type of relationship you want, but this motherfucker makes everybody else's fucking business his business. And now it comes out that he's been fucking projecting for goddamn years about everybody else. Let's see, do we have the one? Hold on, somewhere here I've got the tweet. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, here we go. Here's another tweet. Hold on a second. Here we go. When the Nazi pussy, the nussy is too good, says Vosh. And then, of course, here's Destiny. Oh, I get it now. It's projection. He must think I treat Lauren like he treats Shu. Bum, 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 bum. Oh my God. All right, look, I don't want to spend all night on this, but that is too fucking funny. Who was projecting? Who was it? Oh my dear fucking God. Damn, hey, hold on a second. Congratulations, my friend. Hold on. Congratulations. Take a look right here, okay? This is the reason you do it. This is the reason Chud Logic did it. He twists the knife on Destiny and gets 3K viewing. Well, I will say, congratulations. You finally found your opportunity. Maybe you all deserve the bed that you've made. It's only a matter of time. It's always only a matter of time until you all fuck each other over and turn on each other, and the Kiwi farmers dig up their shit and all the people dig out all of your dirty laundry and all of your bullshit comes to head. Oh man, wouldn't it be, who's next? Nick Fuentes? Is that who's next? Are you gonna pork Nick Fuentes next? Fucking incredible. Just amazing. Sanji, let me get your GIF up on the screen. We gotta restore the GIFs, everybody. We gotta get our GIFs up, okay? We gotta get the GIFs up. We gotta get back. We gotta focus on the real content, okay? That was too fucking funny, okay? I'm sorry, but my dear God, that is hilarious. Hey, we got a Vosh raid coming in. Welcome, Voshites. Wonderful to see you. We are in the middle of one of the funniest things we've ever seen. Vosh is here. If you are here, you are all probably enjoying with us already the incredible laughter that we've been enjoying because, of course, of the news. If you don't know the news is that there are, according to the let's call him the #1 drama streamer in the liberal sphere. According to Chud Logic, Chud Logic has dumped the news that apparently Destiny considered leaving his wife for Lauren Southern. And it was leaked by none other than fucking Counterpoints. Yeah, that's right. That's fucking right. That's the news that you all decided to tune into. Oh no. Oh no. Listen, okay? Listen, I don't want to laugh too hard for too long because we've been doing some other pretty incredible things, all right? I'll show you some of the wonders we've been doing, but I gotta say, that is so fucking funny to me. I can't believe we got this news. Oh, I can't fucking believe it. After everything. Oh, what a treat. Oh, what an incredible treat it is. What a goddamn treat, okay? Everybody knows already. I see. I see. Thank you very much for all of you who are here from the Vosh raid. Please consider coming over to demonmama.com/live. We are currently we are about 2 hours into the absolute brain melter of a debate between Hasan and Trainwrecks, and we just received the dreadful news of a small blue-haired SJW on the internet who was willing to throw his marriage away for some nussy, for some Nazi pussy. Oh my dear God, that is too fucking funny. That is oh, doesn't it feel fucking wonderful to not have to be be a part of that fucking feeding frenzy? How quickly they turned. How quickly all of the allies turn. Amazing. Nussy is neck folds? No, it's not. That's Nazi pussy. Shut the fuck up, you idiots. Absolutely incredible. Anyway, I cry laughing knowing that my enemies are ontologically evil. No, they're just remarkably stupid. That is the funniest shit ever. The number of bungles. How many bungles can a guy have before people stop acting like you have like you have any game? Like how many bungles? How many bungled like affairs, shitty dirtbag affairs can you have? I guess this is probably the one, seeing as how this is the one that got fucking Chud Logic to defect. What's up, Destiny's ass this time? Oh, nothing really. I genuinely avoid talking about that asshole as much as possible. However, a bunch of his friends just leaked that he tried to have an affair with Lauren, allegedly. He allegedly tried to have an affair with Lauren Southern, and it almost killed his marriage, which is hilarious. By the way, this is not me breaking this news. This was the DGGers that dug this shit on him. It was literally Chud Logic that dug all this shit on him. So thanks for the little funny gift. I gotta give credit to Chud Logic. That is, I don't care who you are. That's fucking funny. All right, that's fucking funny. Oh my God. The clip of you reacting to Destiny refusing to hug his partner. Oh yeah, the time when I made Destiny so mad that he pushed his own partner away. That's a classic me moment. That was me. I made him so mad that he pushed his wife away, which is one of the least the virgin energy blasting off of that. Who has the clip? Who has the clip? Come on, give me the clip. I know one of you has the clip. I can show it. I can show it. That classic meme was from you? Yes, it was from me. See, I never get the fame that I deserve. I deserve so much more fame. Hold on, I can find it for you. If you guys don't have the clip, I can find the clip because I'm based that way. Okay, it's too funny. All right, hold on. Let me just show you. Hold on, I'll find it. Give me a second here. I just gotta, oh. Here it is. It's the most replayed moment in the stream, okay? Here we go. Let me get it up here for you, okay? Hold on.
With Destiny.
Hold on. Most replayed moment in the stream. Hold on. Let me find it. Here we go. All right? You guys can see it in all its glory, okay?
After, sure.
Oh,
That's fine.
sure.
It's been interesting. I will say, I do. I don't even know.
Ready? Ready? Here's the moment. Here
I
it
know.
comes.
Destiny invented finishing things off.
Push! Denied! Oh! Obliterated! This was after an hour and 20 minutes of debating with me in which he was incredibly pissed off at me. Just let's watch that again. Ready? Zoom. Push. Yoink. Get the fuck out of there. Get out of here. Don't give me a hug. I gotta get back to my computer. It was because little did we know it was destined. It was destined that he would choose a Nazi after this conversation, after this destroyed his relationship forever. There you have it, everybody. Yeah, when Destiny sees a trans person who needs to be knocked down a peg, get out of the way, bitch! For Lauren, oof, oof. Oh my dear God, what a blessing. You know, one thing that I've come to appreciate about my life is that I always last long enough to see my opponents blunder themselves into their own defeat. Oh, how funny. Gayfish says, I think you got the better partner out of this debate. I know I got the better partner out of this debate, okay? Not to compare human beings, but I know, okay? And honestly, Doe and I didn't even begin our relationship for months after that debate. I barely knew Doe at the time, but it is true that after that, Doe and I ended up having a conversation, and we had a conversation which led to another conversation, which led later on to another conversation. To be honest, it was probably the Lord of the Rings conversation that truly won over Doe's heart. Oh my God. He got wrecked in that debate, and I don't know why it's a hot take in some spheres. Okay, come on. Destiny even knows that he got wrecked in that debate. Let's be real. He's always known it. He never uploaded that. He explicitly told his editors not to fucking upload that debate. He never uploaded it. They always come to watch my video of it. I still get views on it. I still get comments on it to this day because it's never been uploaded anywhere else, and it never will be. He knew he lost. And of course he used my arguments literally 2 days later on Tim Pool, which is hilarious. Incredible. Just amazing. Now, my lovely, lovely imps. Yeah, you know what you're gonna watch? What was the debate about? It was about whether or not, I'm not kidding you. That debate is in which he states that, it's funny, somebody quoted him from that debate recently, in which he said that, yes, he does believe that you should bully people that he doesn't like off the internet. He just, in that debate, he literally goes mask off and just admits that he thinks that because of an imagined conspiracy against him, he should be able to bully anyone off the internet that he wants, including people who didn't do anything wrong against him that he randomly just started freaking out and calling mentally ill. That debate was literally about me saying that he spent the last 3 days before the debate like calling trans people online mentally ill, and I said that whether he intended or not to be transphobic, that he was engaging in transphobic behavior, and he freaked the fuck out about that, and he coped about it for fucking 2 years. Fucking hilarious. Go watch it, please. I invite you. Go enjoy a classic debate, one that I will forever still be proud of. Here you go. You guys can go check it out for yourselves. Wait, that's with the timestamp, isn't it? Yeah, that's gonna be the timestamped version. Hold on, I don't want the timestamped version. No, wait, this is not the. There you go. Hold on. We'll just share the original one, okay? Here we go. Here y'all go. Go watch it. Go watch it. And also, subscribe to fucking Demon Mama. Because you guys know that you come here for fucking fire content. Oh yes, I know about the murder thing. I do know that he openly admitted that he wanted to kill a child, which is hilarious to me. But that is neither here nor there. You should peep that soon, High Progressive. It's a classic. Yeah, it was a true mask-off moment. Of course, most people know about him wanting to kill. I think in his words, I was going to kill him and his family, which is certainly interesting. Yeah. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, you guys can go look that up. Just take a moment. It's all over the place now. Oh yeah, President Sunday covered it. I'm not gonna cover it because honestly, I don't engage anymore. This is the most engagement that motherfucking sphere is ever gonna see from me. I fucking hate those people because they went insano mode on me for 2 years because they couldn't handle that I fucking blew them the fuck out communally. That community and all of the people involved in it are so deranged about me, it's not even funny. So I don't engage with that sphere at all, except to laugh at the fact that this motherfucker almost threw away his marriage for fucking Lauren Southern Nazi pussy. That's fucking absolutely, I'm sorry, that is beyond the pale for me. It's too funny for me to resist. Even me, my poor weak soul can't handle that. It's too funny, okay? Too fucking funny. Oh. All right, everybody. Is it time for us to return? We have a calling. We have a calling, everybody. We are in the middle of a maximalism stream, and I believe it's time that we restore our wondrous canvas. For those of you who do not know, a maximalism stream is what happens when we find a debate that is so bad that the only way to make it the only way to elevate it is to cover the screen in a beautiful canvas of GIFs. And did you know that you can have your own GIF featured? All you have to do is donate anything over $1 to my stream or subscribe to my stream and link your GIF. It has to be a GIF. Don't send me a WebP. Don't send me an animated HTML. Don't send me a video. You send me a GIF with a little donation and it will end up on this masterpiece. We have about 30 more minutes in this deranged debate between Hasan, xQc, and Train, which started as a debate between Hasan and Train, but has turned into a debate of Train and Hasan teaming up like fucking Vegeta and Goku to take on xQc. And xQc has spent the last 30 minutes of this stream dick riding Jeff Bezos so hard you wouldn't even believe. Jeff Bezos' fucking cock is popping up out of xQc's mouth in real time. And we've watched it right here with a screen covered with GIFs. So here's your opportunity. Yo, Mistress Lynn, thank you so much. But you forgot the link. Oh, there we go. Wait, that's based. That's so cool. That's so cool, Mistress Lynn. Mistress Lynn, that's awesome as hell. Let me show everybody real quick. Check out Mistress Lynn's cool thing. Hold on. Boop. Look at it. It's a little incense burner. That's cute. Mistress Lynn, that's fucking based. Thank you very much. If you want your GIF up in this beautiful collage of over 32 GIFs, throw us a donation of $1 or more, and we will get your GIF up there and going, all right? But we have to finish the fight, okay? It's time. We had our laughs, and it's time for us to have even more laughs because I'll be completely honest, we've been laughing and raging at this hilarious debate. Let's go!
Watch the news.
Why are you saying that? You paying a motherfucker?
Guns. I need guns. Guns.
What about guns? What's
People that are right don't they want like more guns and shit like that?
Yeah, they want everyone to be armed. You want everyone to be armed?
Okay, not everyone.
Okay, that's not a right-wing value then. You want reasonable restrictions on guns, but you want people to be able to shoot guns if they want to?
I think
You're a radical communist now.
genuinely people that want that have the ability and know and want to spend the time knowing how to use a gun to be allowed to have a gun, right? I think
Fine.
they should focus on fixing the people.
Okay, quick question. It is not a gotcha, okay? Because I think you and I are in agreement on this.
I can answer after, by the way.
Do you think that there should be restrictions akin to a driver's license, like licensing system on the ownership of guns? Like if you want to get a gun, you can be able to get a gun. You should be able to get a gun, but you have to demonstrate that you know how to use it and demonstrate proper safety measures.
Fuck yeah! What the fuck?
No, dude, you're a radical. You're a radical psychotic leftist. What the fuck? You are literally Mao and Stalin and Karl Marx together. That's how these dumb motherfuckers.
What's next? I need a license to operate my own damn toaster.
America operate. You just said exactly what I believe. With respect to gun control. That is not a right-wing value, motherfucker. That's a left-wing value, technically, with respect to how Americans operate. You're fucking Canadian, dog. What kind of right-wing attitude do you have? Give me another one.
If you don't have gun etiquette, okay, if you purchase a gun and you know nothing about it, it is more of a threat to everybody and yourself than your target. That's just what it is.
You're right, because it's common sense. It should not be a left-right thing. It should be the most understandable thing. And yet, it's a left-right equation because people make it into a political issue. You and I are in agreement, and most Americans would agree as well. 90% of Americans believe in universal background checks, but we can't get them. You want to know why? Because there's one thing that's more important than whatever the Democratic Party claims or whatever the Republican Party claims. That's all fucking theater. That's all bullshit. You know what's important? Making money. You know who makes money? Gun manufacturers. You know what they don't want? Any kind of fucking restriction on who can get a gun. Okay? So, they literally play this fucking song.
Okay, but real quick, though, let's just remember... Tucker Carlson just 2 days ago went on a gigantic rant on his stream about how he all of a sudden supports gun control as long as it's to control the guns of trans people. Did you guys hear that shit? Tucker Carlson went on a deranged rant about how trans people are arming themselves. This motherfucker who has been pushing the Second Amendment crap for his entire life, the moment that trans people decide to use their Second Amendment rights, which is based. Battle queers are fucking based, and you should arm up if you can. You should arm up responsibly, and you should arm up as a community. Battle queers for the win. But of course, Tucker Carlson is all like, blah, blah, blah. He starts fucking blubbering like a giant fucking pussy about how, oh, the trans, they are gonna have F-35s and tanks. Ooh, take their guns away. Ooh, I'm scared. Because he's a fucking bitch with no principles. And of course, battle queers are terrifying because nothing scares a Nazi more than somebody who can fight back. Nothing scares a conservative more than someone who can fight back. That's why conservatives love going after kids. You ever notice how they're always targeting trans kids? You always notice how they're fucking always being the bully? How they always like to go after people who can't protect themselves? That's because fucking conservatives are the biggest goddamn cowards on the planet. Battle queers motherfucking unite. We protect us, bitch. Let's continue.
Song and dance over and over again after like a bazillion fucking children get slaughtered at schools where they go, the left supposedly goes, oh, fuck, we can't do anything about this. Oh, my God. And then the right goes, what?
Okay.
And then the right goes, no, fuck that. What we need is more guns. We need to arm the teachers.
Well, in this case, though, let's stop shaving off the responsibility. The person that commits a stupid-ass act, it's their fault.
Wait, what do you think? It's not fucking legally liable? Of course. Yeah, of course, they should go to jail. Yeah, like if that's what you think.
You're talking
Wait, what are you saying?
The responsibility is the fucking person that does this dumbass shit, right?
Yes.
Finding a billion things to blame, it doesn't help anybody. It's the people are brain dead, corrupt, idiotic, fucking psycho Andy. It's the what is it that I'm saying that is wrong?
Okay, you're correct. It is still up to the individual to do like heinous acts, and you're not wrong on that. I agree. Okay, but you understand that like the regulation that we're talking about is a necessity regardless, because no matter what happens, people are always gonna do some fuck shit, right? People are always gonna be crazy. So what you're supposed to do is at least try to limit the amount of crazy as best as you possibly can. And that's one form of restriction that you can implement that is common sense.
Well, it's just John says, why is xQc here? xQc was supposed to be the moderator, but about halfway through the conversation, xQc got super triggered by something that Hasan was saying, and then xQc and started arguing with Hasan, and then Train started agreeing with Hasan. This has been a brain melter. There's a reason why the screen is covered in GIFs right now. The reason the screen is covered in GIFs right now is because this fucking stream has melted my mind, okay? Because this conversation is so nonsensical. It was just like fucking two dumb guys screaming at Hasan about him being a hypocrite without actually making any arguments. There's like, you're hypocritical, bro. They were being, what did he call them? Fucking pocket watchers? It's true. They were being fucking pocket watchers. It's been demented. Who the hell thought it was a good idea to have xQc be a moderator? I don't think anybody did. I think that Train thought it would be funny, and he was right.
A lot of people would agree with. The same thing as like a car, right? A car is a very dangerous thing, right? Sometimes you can even have like a very expensive car that's cut in half. You know what I mean?
A car's a weapon. A car's a weapon.
Yeah,
That's how it is.
car's a weapon. Even if it's half of a car, it's still a weapon. You know what I mean?
Yes. Okay. Yes. So how is that a leftist ideology to want people to not be a fucking brain dead, psycho, crazy, fucking double twisted brainstem Andy? Oh my god, I don't get it.
Wait,
I think it's better.
Look, I like guns. I like shooting guns. We shot guns together. You know I like shooting guns.
Goddamn right.
Yeah.
So
I just think that.
Give me the one.
no, wait. Listen. Let me instead of getting into these controversial topics, like.
Okay, give me a right wing. Give me a right wing policy.
Yeah.
Train.
I'll give you one, and then we'll save the rest. We'll save this conversation for like a podcast because obviously you're way more like versed in this information. But I think a good one that could work in conjunction, right, with a compromise of left-wing values such as healthcare and education. If we can find a mixture between the two.
Okay, what's a right-wing value on healthcare or education that you agree with?
No, wait. I'm saying that what I'm about to say, if we find a way to make it work with compromise in conjunction with a healthcare system for the people who can't afford it, that should be a basic right. An education system that pushes for educating the average citizen, right. It's
none of what you described is a right-wing value.
I'm telling you, I'm going to tell you the value that should work in conjunction with the left-wing values. So it'd be smaller government and a more efficient government, right? So that would be like a right-wing value. Hello?
Right-wingers say that, okay, first of all, right-wingers only believe in a small government when the Democrats are in control, and secondly, right-wingers regularly fucking fight for the biggest military and the biggest police force imaginable. When right-wingers mean small government, they mean they want your kid to starve if you're poor. They mean that they don't want people to have homeless shelters. They mean that they don't want anybody to be able to get food stamps. That's what they mean when they say small government. But they'll literally write a fucking blank check to the military to spend $40 fucking billion on building a Tesla coil that can shoot a lightning bolt across the ocean to evaporate a Middle Eastern nation. The right wing, the idea that small government is right wing is a fantasy that only the stupidest people fall for, which makes sense why Train fell for it.
You want a smaller government, which
a more efficient government.
You want a more efficient government
in conjunction with leftist programs or leftist policies.
Got it. Love that. Agreed. As far as smaller government goes, okay, none of these right-wing motherfuckers actually give a shit about smaller government other than deregulation. They love saying smaller government because that means lowering taxes and deregulation. What does deregulation do?
I would agree they don't live up to the value of that, but
yes,
that feels more like a red herring. Like, what I'm saying is I feel like we should, if we can have that smaller and more efficient government, right? Like reduce the bloating, all the bullshit, right? If we can have that work in conjunction with the systems of government that help the people,
buzzing,
right?
bro.
Am I buzzing? That compromise?
Yeah, you are buzzing.
I'll reset it right. That compromise would be a good example of taking a right-wing value, taking a left-wing value, and putting them together, finding a compromise that's efficient.
No, what you're describing is like an anarchist formation anyway, but it doesn't even matter. Because when you said you want to offer everybody education, that still has to be
I was going to say, if you want true small government critiques, small government. If you want true small government critiques, you're going to have to talk to anarchists for that. Because nobody else believes in a small government. And not fucking the fake anarchists, ANCAPs, who are not anarchists. ANCAPs want the government to just be corporations. That's what an ANCAP is. They're not true anarchists. And the reason why I say they're not true anarchists is not because of some no true Scotsman bullshit. It's because anarcho-capitalists literally don't believe in any sort of anarcho system. The core concept of anarchy is about obliterating hierarchies, but anarcho-capitalists believe that hierarchies should be allowed so long as they're contractual, even if it means like you're starving and so the guy who's sitting on the fucking pile of food can make you sign a contract that sells your organs away so you can have lunch and not die. That's literally, they're bullshit, okay? They're frauds. Never let anybody tell you that an anarcho-capitalist is an anarcho-anything. It's a fraudulent term.
Funded by the government, right? One of the biggest hurdles right now with respect to like educational equality.
A middle ground between the two, I think, would be
okay, but like
good, right?
the issue currently with respect to like educational quality or healthcare quality and the outcomes that people have and the disparity that revolves around wealth disparity directly is a consequence of a lack of regulation for the government. If there was more regulation, here's a good example of regulation that you would like. Regulation in the form of price controls for things like insulin.
We need the auditing
the reason
of each
why
branch of government, right? The auditing of each branch of government. Like these kind of things need to be implemented.
Okay, but so the auditors would be more government though. So you have unironically advocated for more government.
That's why in a more efficient government for a smaller government, those parts of the government can stay while other parts go. go, right? And what those parts that go are, we can go further into on another conversation. But I do think that is a good middle ground, right? Taking a more efficient government, right? Keeping the branches and adding branches that audit, that regulate, that make sure there's no bullshit, spending and bloating and all that bullshit's going on, and then implementing it with leftist values of government, right? If we can find that perfect
where's the
middle
bloat,
ground.
though? A lot of what you're just basically describing is get rid of the military. Like that's
Yeah, yeah. The bloat is in the police forces. The bloat is in the military. The military is the fucking fattest government cost. It is the fattest government paycheck. It's the biggest bloat on the government. And to a degree that you can't even believe. We have so much waste goes into the military. It's unbelievable. Yeah, high progressive with the soy face. You have no idea unless, I don't know if you've been here the whole time, but let me tell you, this has been one soy face conversation. You missed the time earlier. You missed the point earlier where Train was like, I know I'm gonna get roasted for this, bro. I'm gonna get roasted for this, but I genuinely think the only hope for the future is a centrist president. We need a centrist president, bro. Like a real centrist president who doesn't do any extreme stuff, bro. He reminds me of me during my centrist arc. It's the truest form of like dummy enlightened centrism. But I get it. Listen, everyone has a centrist arc. It's just that most people grow out of it when they're pretty young, and Train is like a 40-plus-year-old guy who sells gambling to children. So I don't think he'll ever be leaving his centrist arc.
That's one form of bloat, if that's what you're saying. Right-wingers consider a form of bloat to be when you are no longer a productive worker, like when you retire, when you're in retirement age, where you're no longer a productive laborer. You shouldn't be able to get Social Security.
Sir,
like that.
sir, I watch the media on Twitter. Okay, this is new. I get my news on Twitter. How come leftist radicalized Congress are like spend zeros on military, stop spending on military, lol, stop, and then so what happens in Ukraine and other country?
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. Hold on.
This radicalized Congress are like spend zeros on military, stop spending on military, lol, stop.
Spend zero on military is what this guy, this fucking French-Canadian bitch is saying. What that French-Canadian gobbledygook that just came out of his fucking mouth was spend zero on military, okay? Jesus Christ. And then he's trying to say this is hypocritical because leftists also say that if we are going to spend money on the military, then if we're going to be spending money on the military, then we should support Ukraine. But the truth is that most leftists do not argue that we should spend money on Ukraine. Most people on the left just argue that Ukraine is in the right. Like they're correct. Not that we should spend money. It is liberals, mostly, who push for funding to Ukraine. Because liberals are interventionists by their nature. That's just a small note, but I figure that we should be, we should try to be a little more accurate here when we can. Like, for example, when this motherfucker is talking about shit he doesn't understand again.
And then so what happens in Ukraine and other country? Please help them fast. Use all the.
It's because of your misunderstanding of what it means to be a leftist or a liberal. These are considered to be like in the same bucket. Okay, that's what it is. That's why. Look, the amount of people that are saying true in your chat is so funny. I know none of these motherfuckers watch me now. This is what I know.
I'm trying to understand.
No, liberal. That's what I'm saying. Because liberals and Republicans ultimately align on certain values, especially when it comes.
Like let's just remember on this stream, the stream that you are watching right here, right now. Back in time, we watched Russia announce the invasion into Ukraine. Now, there's a bunch of fucking dumbass, tanky-ass lefties who will pretend that, like, oh, Russia is, the USSR, which doesn't exist anymore, is just, they have a claim to Ukraine, and they'll cope about it forever. But we watched it fucking live as he announced his special military incursion into Ukraine. We watched him announce that it was just going, that's all it's been. It has just been a flat-out invasion of Ukraine, no ifs, ands, or buts about it, and the only people who have any problem acknowledging this are fucking Nazi psychopaths and tanky psychopaths who are also Nazis. It's that simple. It really is that fucking simple.
To an inflated military budget. So there is no dissent on America's endless spending on the military. That's it. That's literally.
When Sunny pops up, then what do they send? Some fucking guy in a Vespa with a fucking Glock or some shit? Who's gonna help then?
There are very few people. There are very few people who are in support of like genuinely and significantly defunding the United States military. There's none. That's not a real thing. Like most of the New York Times readers who are liberals, like they still absolutely are advocating for still spending as many dollars as possible on the U.S. military, including all the money that you send over to Ukraine. Because ultimately, you know who makes money off that? Raytheon. You know who makes money off that? Northrop Grumman. You know who makes money off that? Boeing. Those are the motherfuckers who are actually making money. It's a self-reinforcing cycle that's subsidized by our tax dollars that we pay for the R&D side for them to make new weapons, and then we send those weapons to Ukraine. We give money to Ukraine to buy the weapons that we fucking.
You need weapons. They need to have. I mean, isn't it like the Cold War? They need to have the big weapons to flex the big weapons. Otherwise, some actual guy will actually build a big weapon. It'll be like, well, you guys have weapons that are as good as mine. Well, I'm about to fuck you guys over. Boom, and it'll. What do you think the Cold War was? What do you think going to the moon was? They went to the moon.
What the fuck is he talking about? Okay, I think it makes sense why these people cultivate like audiences that will just noddingly say whatever, because that was just a slurry. Now, hold on, let me see if I can slow this down real quick and try and understand what the fuck this motherfucker was trying to say. How does anybody understand his opinions ever when he does this?
Enforcing cycle that's subsidized by our tax dollars.
Look, like I don't want to pick on somebody because of their accent exclusively unless they're French Canadian, at which point they deserve it, okay? Sorry, just true. French Canadians, white as motherfucking shit. It's just how it goes.
We pay for the R&D side for them to make new weapons, and then we send those weapons into Ukraine. We give money to Ukraine to buy the weapons.
Also, where are my goddamn gifts? This is a viewer-supported show. If you want to add to this beautiful canvas of gifts, if you want to save my brain, fucking donate some gifts. I'd love to see the income. I'd love to see the canvas. Let's get some energy going here. Thank you.
You need weapons. They need to have. Well, I mean, isn't it like it's like the Cold War? They need to have the big weapons to flex the big weapons. One? Otherwise, some actual guy will actually build a big weapon. It'll be like, well, you guys don't have weapons that are as good as mine. Well, I'm about to fuck you over.
I didn't see yours.
Boom.
Send me the link. Send me the link again.
Why did they go to the moon?
Puddlepa. Post the GIF again, because I missed the dono. I'm sorry about that. Post the GIF and I'll get it up there.
They went to the moon. Why?
Sorry, I'm gonna try that again. One more time.
That's subsidized by our tax dollars that we pay for the R&D side for them to make new weapons, and then we send those weapons into Ukraine. We give money to Ukraine to buy the weapons that we fucking.
You need weapons. They need to have. Well, I mean, isn't it like it's like the Cold War? They need to have the big weapons to flex the big weapons. Otherwise, some actual guy will actually build a big weapon. It'll be like, well, you guys don't have weapons that are as good as mine. Well, I'm about to fuck you guys over. Boom, and it will. What do you think the Cold War was? Why did they go to the?
He needs the big weapons. He needs the big weapons so that he can fight the big weapon. And if you don't have the big weapon, then a bomb. That even once we parsed through the accent, the argument is literally just the Earth should forever be in an arms race, which is. Good job, dude. Have you ever played Metal Gear Solid? I recommend you play it. You'll learn something. Unironically, I think the only way to teach these people is to teach them through a video game. Go play Metal Gear Solid and learn something about a big weapon. You want a big weapon? You need the big weapon for the other big weapon. I'm replacing this Frenchman. It's okay to be kind of racist to fucking Quebecois, okay? Just a little bit, just a tiny bit. Winby, let me get you up there. Thank you very, very much. That's Fredophobic. That's not, no. Now you're being Francophobic. You said he was Italian. He's not fucking Italian. He's a Quebecois. Don't be fucking don't be counter-racist. As we all know, white people, the type of people that you can most be racist to, as we all know. The maybe arguably the only people that you can be racist to. This bee is very cute. Why does my fucking Tsuchinoko keep disappearing? It keeps breaking. It's so sad. I miss the Tsuchinoko. Look at how beautiful this has become. Look at how beautiful this canvas is. This is a legendary canvas. Every time we do a stream like this, it's always God tier. Oh. Oh. Wait, I know why. Hold on, I know why. It's falling behind the camera for some reason. I think. No? Yeah, it is. It's falling behind the camera. That's so strange. There we go. Okay, fixed it. I fixed it, everybody! It's just John and Winby and Poodlepa. Thank you all very, very much. We need the big weapon. Let's get back to the big weapon.
The moon was. They went to the moon. Why? So they can show, yo, we have air superiority. We can get a space. We can fucking don't get shit, right? That's what the whole Cold War was about. You're gonna disintegrate the value of the Cold War.
Son is just cracking up at the big weapon. The big weapon.
You just described the arms race between fucking like you just
Listen,
described all of our dollars basically being dumped into the military-industrial complex.
Well, they have no other choice, I think.
No,
But
they did it.
They let China build a fucking.
Okay, fun fact. One fun fact I'll give you. One fun fact I'll give you about nuclear proliferation. This is not a conspiracy theory. It's like now declassified and very openly talked about. But the CIA openly lied about how many arms the USSR had, so that they could justify additional spending on defense strategies and systems.
Yeah, obviously,
like that. So,
oldest trick in the book, bro.
The nuclear arms race, at least on one front, was built around a lie, like an abject lie. So
why do people want to purposely be on the low ground then? You want to be controlled by the fact that
no one's talking about him being on the low ground. Okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here for 1 second, for the people who are critical of how much military spending is being given to Ukraine, okay? Devil's advocate for just a second. There is room to critique the fact that historically US loading up a foreign state with arms is a highly risky endeavor that has gone very poorly multiple times in the past. And it would not be unfair to point out that usually the United States does make a lot of money off of this, that they not only indebt countries to them, but that also it is then used to leverage the situation politically in the future. That states become basically pressured by the United States after the United States fills them up with United States weapons from United States arms manufacturers. That is just a simple truth. Now, I think that we can acknowledge that all of us would, at least I hope, any person who claims to be anti-imperialist should support the Ukrainian people fighting back against a literal invasion by a borderline, a literal fascist government in Russia. I think that any sane leftist who's honest about their positions should recognize that the Ukrainian people have every right in the world to push back against blatant imperialism as a imperialist, capitalist, fascist nation pushes into their borders. But I do think that there's room to have concerns about the U.S. Dumping an unknown amount of, an incredible amount of arms into Ukraine. But I think that most of the time, that's not the actual conversation that's being had. That some people will bring that up as like a form of concern trolling to avoid pointing out the fact that Russia started the war. Okay, does that make sense? We should oppose, and we should impose imperial incursions. We should oppose them as hard as possible, and we should support anyone who is fighting back against imperial occupation as leftists. But keep in mind that also we should recognize that nation states are not the same thing as the people, okay? And we should acknowledge that the U.S. government, the U.S. state, loads up the Ukrainian state with weaponry, that it is not the people who are going to be the primary beneficiaries of that in the end. That it might save them in the short term, but that at the end of the day, the Ukrainian people are ultimately going to have to contend with a Ukrainian state that is now armed with U.S. weaponry, owes money to the United States, and owes political favors to the United States. And we should also be ready to advocate for the Ukrainian people to resist tyranny that could appear within their own government. I think that should be very, very an easy, straightforward argument to make. Anyway, let's continue. Let's fucking continue about the big weapon. Does he need the big weapon?
Countries that have more arms and they can control you and they control what you do because they're on the high ground. If they have more shit, then what? They GG. Then people that are wrong and have bad ideologies in the world and that they have the high ground, then they can do whatever they want, right?
Okay, this is a wonderful question. Here's the answer. Okay, society is divided along class lines, and that the worker in fucking Russia and the worker in the United States of America have literally the same exact interests from their workplace and the way that they fucking generate value and the relations they have to the means of production, which is precisely the reason why, if there were more worker control over these sorts of things, we would be able to, at the very least, start the process of thinking about the world in a very different way that doesn't revolve around made up fucking national borders and things of that nature. And we would also have a mechanism of pushback towards the powers that be, that those who actually do control everything, every facet of society.
Okay, so real quick though, this is one of the areas where Hasan's viewpoint on this issue is going to fail him, because keep in mind that that so-called communist nations or socialist nations also engage in the same type of demented proxy wars. Like when the USSR still existed, do we not forget how they engaged in Afghanistan? How the arms and the soldiers later that they ended up dumping into Afghanistan and the many other places around the world that they dumped Russian arms into in order to push their political interests in the world. This is why I always support people fighting back against invaders, and I don't support the state ever. I don't support states as a structure, because states are a lie at their core. They are always an illusion that is created to represent the people, but they never represent the people. They always represent certain people. Every time. There is no way you can get around that. States always represent only the interests of certain people. They can never represent the interests of everyone. And states wield power, the power of violence. They wield the power of weaponry. They wield a hierarchical power over the people that are contained within them. This is why the nation-state model, in my opinion, must be struggled against consistently. And this is also why you will never have a clean answer to issues like Ukraine in a world of nation states. That you will never have a nationalist answer to the situation in Ukraine. You will never have a proper answer to that, because the answer will always be, simply give lots of weapons and technology to the Ukrainian state and then make it tied to America for the rest of all history. You will always end up with situations where the United States uses its military might as a political playing piece. And it's hardly just Ukraine that has this problem. Let's continue.
Okay, you know what, Hasan? I think that one of the main problems with your thinking, okay, is you forget to remind yourself that humans are humans, and we are just a bad, flawed species. I think you live in a world-
The big weapon, the thing that you have forgotten, that the people are bad, people are stupid, they are bad, humans are flawed. Okay, just Black Pill Andy over here. Fucking Black Pill Andy after he fucking rid the dick of goddamn Jeff Bezos for an hour and a half.
Agree. Wait, what do you mean? No, I completely fucking agree.
Well, it comes down that you want to reroute every brain's thinking and their core fundamentals of it, even during survival, during development, so that people think.
By the way, I don't believe this. I think this is like in my opinion, this is a fundamentally opposed worldview to me. I do not believe that most people are bad. I don't believe that most humans in the world are bad. I think that's a demented worldview that literally it's Christian in origin. It's the idea that all people are flawed by sin. I think that it's a highly moralistic worldview that leads you to come to bad political conclusions. I don't believe in it.
In those ways, there is people will default back to not thinking these ways.
You remember how you
is.
said? You remember how you said the boss built the factory? When I corrected you and I said workers built that. When people talk about the iPhone, they're like, "Oh, you have an iPhone, socialism, Vuvuzela, Venezuela." Workers built that. That is a core principle that has been instilled upon you. When in fact, every single thing that you take advantage of, every single thing that you use has been.
Plimsoul says it's the Dilbert everyone is dumb but me mindset. It's Redditor brain. It's gamer brain. It's the idea that because you've made a successful life out of literally sitting in your room on your ass playing video games all the time, which by the way, hey, based me, I do it too. But it's the idea that just because of that you're like the only smart and good person on the entire planet, that everyone else is just fucking stupid and full of sin and full of stupidity. It's just a very misanthropic worldview that I think doesn't lead you to good political conclusions. If you believe that all humans are out to get you at all times, you'll spend your entire life living a life of paranoia that splits you from your fellow man. And I don't think there's evidence for it. I think that a amoralistic worldview is more rational and also more useful, analyzing that people aren't necessarily like good or bad to their core, but that they are affected by forces in the world, by political forces, by economic forces, by social forces, that this is what defines people, and that there are many, many definitions of bad and many, many definitions of good. That worldview is, of course, not as simple as just saying everyone is bad and need a big gun. Obviously, it's not as simple and clean cut as that. But I think that it leads you to be a more intelligent, thoughtful, and more healthy person. Having a worldview that recognizes that the world is full of all kinds of different people with different moral systems and different values in different social circumstances leads you to have a more accurate and better view of the world and also of yourself. It lets you understand with clarity the forces that might be affecting you, the biases that might be affecting you, the things that might be coloring your interaction with the world. This idea of like, everyone is dumb but me is fucking dumb to me. It's stupid and misanthropic behavior.
Created through collectivism. Like, many hands have touched every single aspect of your existence, and we don't even take that for granted. We don't even think about that. And that's and the reason why we don't think about it is because capitalism has basically created this social reinforcement that it's actually the capital owners that are the most productive. It's the Jeff Bezos of the world that deserve all the wealth. They're the ones who created everything. That's precisely the reason why you think like everyone is a rugged individualist and out for themselves and really fucking stupid. When in fact, when we get together, even if we have major disagreements on issues, we can still unite on certain values like, I don't know, offering people health care. I'm not saying we're going to fix society tomorrow. I'm not saying that these are the perfect ways to fix society. But I'm simply stating that there are existing examples right now in the world that we can take from here in the United States of America at the heart of the imperial core and basically moved in that direction. And that would genuinely, truly improve the lives of so many people, poor people, destitute people, people living in fucking poverty, especially immigrants. We could do that. We have the capacity. We're the wealthiest nation on earth.
I just got here. What's with the gifts? Ill or III or III. I don't know which one it is. I don't know if your name is Ill or III. We are having a maximalism stream, which means anybody can donate a GIF for $1 or more, and I will put your GIF up on the screen, which we will take a beautiful screenshot of at the end. We do maximalism streams when we encounter debates that are so stupid, that are so brain-meltingly painful that we need something to distract us from the pain so that we can actually turn it into something fun. And we have. Tonight has been incredibly fun. Everybody's been having a blast. We've had 300 viewers all night, which has been poggers. And we have 37 GIFs going on the screen right now. Absolutely deranged. Absolutely amazing. I'm proud of all of you. And keep in mind, you can still get your gifts in before we take the final picture. At the end of the Maximalism stream, we take a big old picture and I keep it in my Maximalism stream archive so that we can see the wonderful, demented art that we create together as a community. This is our 6th Maximalism stream, and and we have become exceedingly creative at it. There you go. Let's continue with Hasan.
And yet we choose not to. You want to know why? Because someone...
Bintonk, just click donate up at the top of the screen. Donate or subscribe. Either one works. Arcade, yeah, I fell asleep midstream. What the hell's going on? Maximalism stream. Welcome to hell.
is always trying to earn a fucking tidy profit.
You know what you do then? They should go to president. Here's the easiest way to do it, man. You go to president, and you make a law. You ban wills for 1 generation.
Huh? You go to the president and you ban wills? That is... Oh my god. xQc is a dumbass motherfucker. Yes, absolutely, Antifa Pyro. And yes, I do have it. You go to the president and you ask him, please ban all wills, which would not only, which would, first of all, would do absolutely nothing, okay? Because all that it would change is that before you die, people would just put all of their money into a trust and they would then trade that trust to their own kid. It wouldn't solve fucking anything. But what it would do is it would destroy every single small middle class family who has a house that they want to pass on to their kid. Jesus Christ, literal crack pipe take. Just baby take. Just the dumbest brain dead take that I can possibly imagine. The stupidest thing you could possibly imagine. Clock time. All right, hold on. We've had a request for the clock. The clock incoming. Here it comes. Clock incoming. Oh yeah, wait, I have to apply. Hold on, I have to apply the transparency. It's time, hold on. I have to apply the transparency. The clock is back. Hey. Did it work? It didn't work. Oh, it got rid of everything. No! Hold on. I have to get rid of color key. That's the one. There we go. The clock returns. I'm gonna put the clock going around my own head because I'm the one losing my mind now. The clock has returned. Thank you, Antifa Pyro. Can you move the Happy Vaporeon up just a little bit? There we go. Done.
If you die, right, all your money, it just spreads back into the system.
I love that. I love what you're saying.
They cannot give the money.
No, Hasan, no, that's so fucking stupid. No, Hasan, no, don't agree with that. That's so dumb. That's so fucking dumb.
They're fucking to their children, right? Everybody's back. It resets the playing field back to zero. Everybody has nothing. And you know what's weird about that? You know what's weird about that? Everybody has to go back out there in the same rules as everybody else and bust their ass off.
No, that's bad. Busting your ass is terrible. Working under capitalism is motherfucking terrible. This doesn't solve anything. It would just, this would oh my god. How can you be so stupid? Oh no. I can't do it anymore with these people. I can't do it anymore.
No, that's that. You're what you're advocating for is actually a great idea.
No!
But again, I think
no, it isn't. It's a terrible idea. It doesn't solve anything. No, Hasan. No, God, no.
Japan does that after 3 generations, as someone was saying in my chat. But yeah, You're right. You're so right about that. Like a fucking hardcore server reset. You know what I mean? Tarkov style. Wipe.
Okay. I let me get back at you. In my opinion, here's my slogan: bring back good parenting.
Oh, okay, hold on a second. First off, this is Rich coming from the millionaire video gamer. You think this motherfucker, you think this guy is busting his ass like people who have to work out in the field? No, dude. If you did a fucking generational monetary reset, you'd be fucking shit out of luck. And you want to know why? Because if it was a true equal playing field, 1,000 more talented assholes would have made it to the top before you, you little rich boy motherfucker. Good parenting. Oh, here we fucking
I think
go.
that most of our problems I have these days, motherfucker, okay, with social media, with other things, is that people are bad parents. They suck ass, and they should not.
Just be a good parent, Fivehead. Just be a good parent, bro. Just be a good. Oh.
Have children. There should be a ban on being dumb as fuck and having children. Sorry, I said it, man. I said it.
I think the first
Okay,
thing
what
I
you're
said
describing
regarding-
is something that, you know, I don't know if you know the implications of what you're saying. There some other people made that argument as well. I'm sure you didn't mean it in that way, but that is a conservative argument. You know, the ultimate conservative made that argument.
See,
It's eugenics. It's eugenics. What you're describing is eugenics. Like dumb people shouldn't have children.
Well, no, because listen. Listen. People said, listen, I agree with this 100%, okay? Because I was thinking, okay, I saw some sneako video, they're talking about cuties. Just a fucking disaster. Absolute oversight, despicable.
Help me! Help! This I'm dying! I can't do it anymore! This is so... How did they load the stupidest arguments into the last, like, 30 minutes of this damn debate? I'm dying! Oh!
Dog shit, trash, deviant, garbanzo. Right? And then it made me think, right? If these is at Netflix, produces shows where children are sexualized and they're greenlit by these guys for it to be published, right? What are we to say about parents that let their children, because children cannot make decisions, right? Only their guardian or legal guardian, right? How come a lot of videos don't fucking say no about this? There's a crazy amount, insane, very ingrained in our culture, for people that are under 18 to sexualize themselves on the internet via social media and their
How did he go? How did he go from eugenics to cuties to sexualizing yourself on the internet? How did we get here? This is why I have the clock. I have dementia now. One of the most deranged things I've ever witnessed. That was like a ricochet of ricochets.
post on TikTok and other platforms. If their parents are their legal guardians and they greenlight and allow them to post such things, what is the...
Now he's trying to say that parents should be criminalized if their children post stuff that they don't know about on the internet. You know that most parents don't know what their kids post on the internet, right? Like that's like the ancient problem, is that parents have no fucking clue because first of all, parents don't always keep up with the platforms. And secondly, kids do stuff in secret all the time. Do you know how many kids have secret Instagram accounts? This is like a tale as old as time. God, xQc is dumb. This guy's money, his like insulation in the gamer room has completely made him have brain damage. Just like, how do you come to these just idiotic conclusions? Also, isn't he like 14?
difference between cuties and that as a parent? What's the difference?
I don't disagree with you. I think it's like I do think it's fucked up.
What's the difference between Cuties? Cuties is a movie that is about kids being sexualized in the dance industry. What are you talking about? That is about an industry that parents are actively pushing their kids into. That's what that movie is ostensibly about. What are you talking about? What does kids going on posting stupid or bad shit on social media have anything to do with Cuties? They're about two completely different things. This isn't anything to do with the movie's Cuties. This isn't about whether the movie is good or bad. That's a totally different conversation. Just what do these two things have anything to do with each other?
I think both are fucked up. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know where you want to go with that. I think that children do spend a lot of. I do think that children do spend a lot of time on social media, which is weird for us to be having this conversation, especially you. You're like advocating to eliminate half the fucking juicers from their juice time. You know what I mean? How the fuck are they gonna sit there and watch? But
yo, I don't make people fucking go out there and sexualize themselves as fucking.
No, that's not what I'm saying. But I do think that.
Oh, he's losing his shit. He can't actually keep a thought in his mind for more than 5 seconds. He's losing. He's like, I don't like kids, bro. I don't like kids. What are you saying about me? I do not like kids.
Like it rots people's brains the amount of time that they spend on the internet.
Yeah, but in my opinion, running your brain, right, is fine. In ways that are deviant and also fuel and empower weirdos and deviant.
In ways that are deviant and ways that fuel deviancy. Dude, what the did this guy just turn into? It's fucking. I am Adolf Hitler. He just fucking xQc just flipped the fucking Hitler switch.
Themselves is a.
He went from eugenics Hitler. Now he's talking about deviance and purging deviance on the internet. What the fuck is going on?
Massive problem. Also, I asked earlier, what are some concepts?
I have to pee. You're cooking though. You're fucking cooking right now. I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second. What kind of insane takes did I miss while I was pissing? That was a long one.
I said
I've drank more water than I have in so long.
No! I am Adolf Hitler! No, he did it! Oh God, he ain't cooking shit. Who let him cook? I am Adolf Hitler! I had to give him 2 for that.
I said Kanye was right about the fucking social media posting of his children or whatever, compared to Kim Kardashian, even though, but people are so ingrained in society and to their fucking phone screens and they're so terminated online, they forgot what is social media decency and we should be posting at certain ages, and they just completely sidetracked.
I think hot take, I agree with what you're saying. I mean, obviously you didn't just say Kanye was right, but
I have no hope anymore. I changed my mind. I actually do not believe in humanity anymore. I can't believe Hasan just agreed with xQc saying that you should ban minors from social media because there are deviants on the internet. This is deranged.
do you think that like parents should be a little bit more responsible about like what their children are posting on the internet? Okay, last one. We can have this conversation again at a later date because like I am so tired. It's 10. I've been live for 11 hours.
Yeah. You accept the right-wing core value that I gave though? Instead of arguing into it.
Smaller government? No, I think that
in conjunction with.
No, I mean I believe in efficiency for sure, but like
if we can combine the two, right? If we can bring the leftist, more left policies into play into the government, right, and reduce the bloating, the corruption through audited systems and shit like that, regulations, right? I think that's the compromise we'd make for those two values, right? Does that make any sense? I mean, obviously it is more idealistic.
No, we need more. I personally think we need more regulation, what we would consider to be bloat and government interference,
corruption, all that bullshit.
I think that it would be better. It would be more beneficial if the government had more bloat and more people and more funding to basically deliver the needs necessary because small government means corporate control.
Huh?
That's
Well,
how it
that's
works.
the part where we make the compromise, right? So we take
But I do believe in making the government more
good
efficient.
from both. Yeah. So if we
More
take the good from
votes?
both of those values, no. I know he's referring to something else. If we can take, right, the good of both of these values of government, right?
Okay, I'm sorry. How the fuck is a guy who makes $360 million got audio quality such that is fucking buzzing out everyone's ears every single time this motherfucker talks? This guy lives in a house made out of fucking gold and he can't get his mic to stop fucking buzzing. Don't you dare, motherfuckers, ever give me shit about my audio quality ever again. I never have made a fucking $1 million in my life, let alone 360 fucking million dollars, and I don't have a fucking buzzing mic all the time.
Bro, your
think
mic
that's
is
where we
going
find the middle
crazy.
ground. Jesus, this fucking cocksucking mic. Is it better? Hello?
Yeah, it's better that way. You know, there was a guy who believed that the ultimate need for governance could eventually wither away once a transitional socialist state had come to its,
Yeah, Vladimir Lenin is his name. That'd be Lenin.
I guess, it had eradicated the contradictions. Don't fucking sleeper me, dude. Okay, I'm the one who's supposed to be sleepering. I'm about to go to sleep.
Socialism, brain rot. I'm telling you, bro.
Yeah. It's brain rotted.
All we
You're right.
need-
Well, in
Listen.
theory, this works, and then in practice,
Am I in the middle?
No.
Oh,
Can we just watch that again just real quick? Can we just watch that again real quick? Keep an eye on little xQc's face over here, okay? We're gonna watch that again just real quick. This is the guy. This is the guy that's this is the guy. What you're about to see is the guy who's entertaining your children.
and then in practice,
Am I in the middle?
No.
Oh my
Socialism
God.
socialism
Am I in
is
the
so
middle? Am I in the
demonstrably
middle right now?
unsuccessful that America had to fucking basically intervene in
Guys.
every country that even wanted to like
Oh, I'm not.
socialize their natural resources. That's how
Carl's in the middle here.
demonstrable of a failure it was.
Go ahead. Ask me a question.
What's your opinion on taxing the poor? There you go.
Me?
No, not you, brother. This X guy.
Well, I mean, I think the tax system is pretty good right now, right? The problem is the fucking tax loopholes, and also, I mean, the tax should be way higher for the way richer, right? But I think that the tax brackets right now are pretty decent. I do think, though, that the taxes are a little bit crazy.
It's where the money's going. That's the issue.
Early brackets, I think people should be given a chance a little bit. Also, I know this is impossible to enforce, I assume, but I think when people are starting up, right, and they're starting to like go into they come out of school, right? I don't know why they are taxed the same, right, at age 25 than at age 50. The same percentages if they make the same income. How does that make sense? When you're young, you're expanding, you're coming out, you debt from college. You're just starting to fucking boom, and you're gonna pay the same.
At the big gun, you're expanding, you're inflating, you inflated like a big gun, boom, and you explained it, it was a sonic inflation. You could have seen he was a hedgehog, but he was blown up like a balloon, and my dick was so hard,
Amount of taxes, somebody who has the same income, but that's like older. Bro, come on, man. You're just expanding. Why cut the legs of somebody who's trying to fucking jump like a fucking grasshopper?
If you want to know the real base take, bro, listen, here's all we need, okay? We need a socialist that's a capitalist in power. Do you understand that preaches both sides, both the good that can come from both, right? And that's that. So all we need, listen, all we need is we all come together and we start, practicing what we preach, and hey, we start the changes. That's it.
Yeah, we just got.
So Train officially did not even advance his thinking a single iota in this entire conversation. Not a single thing learned by anybody involved here. Train's just like, we all just kind of gotta get along and, do small government leftism and everything will work out fine, bro. And don't practice what you preach. You gotta give your free, you gotta set up a system for giving free healthcare to your Twitch chatters. You need to just use your money to give a system to give healthcare to your Twitch chatters, bro. And then xQc is like, oh, I was coming from the big inflated hedgehog.
Make systems.
That's right. I know you're memeing it and you're trolling. I'm telling you, bro, if we start, I'm telling you, you're laughing, but if we actually get the action,
Yeah, 501 Systems 3. That's how we rebrand.
Yo. Ask me again, one last thing. Ask me give me any topic that's like not even controversial, right? Like you could be right or left. Ask about it. I'll give you my take. Without even looking at chat or anything. Go on, say it.
Before we do that, before we do that.
Do it. I'm not gonna cancel.
Before we do that.
Bro, I'm trying to go to sleep, dog. It's literally 10 p.m.
I'm out.
Before we do that, let's listen. Do you agree at the very least? Like you're memeing the systems thing. Do you agree at the very least that if you preach what you preach, right?
Oh no.
No.
We're going back to. We're rebooting. We're rebooting everybody. We're looping. We're literally looping back to square one. Nothing has happened. No progress was made. But you want to know who did make progress? We did, motherfuckers. Look at the screen. We are the only ones. If it wasn't for us turning this into a maximalism stream, if it wasn't for the blessings of Demon Mama, this would have been the stupidest debate you've ever witnessed, and it wouldn't have been even half as fun as it was. But instead, we made art! We made art! We made the fucking art!
If we, listen, hopefully the goal will be we'll come together, we'll start implementing some of the things he preaches, right? Whether it could be us two, it could be him and 3 other streamers, it could be whatever the case. I believe that's what it takes to lead the charge. We just need more action to follow the words, and I think big things come, right?
I agree. I agree with that. I try my very best all the time. People still yell at me nonstop.
So then this leads to this, okay? We'll find, to make it a cute little meme to wrap it up, we'll find some systems in which we believe.
True. Much love to everyone who pressured me to make this into a maximalism stream. You are correct. It was indeed the wisest decision. I can't believe I didn't have faith. But in truth, I should have had faith.
Can lead the charge in some of the ideals that we believe in.
How about strike funds for the LAUSD? They're striking right now in Los Angeles, advocating
let's get together and create a system that will give them
currently there's an ongoing strike that's happening in Los Angeles where the LAUSD has united alongside another union that actually pertains to special needs staff, I believe janitors as well, in the school's cafeteria staff as well, that are also united, are advocating for a strike. They're possibly trying to put together a strike so they can demand higher wages, not for the teachers themselves, as a matter of fact, but for the staff that also work at the schools. And I think that they will need some strike funds. They will need to get the word out.
How come teachers aren't paid more when they're literally shaping the future of everything? How does
that's a great question.
Sense?
That's a big issue.
That's a great question. I agree. That's incredible.
Well, if we're going to go by Train's route, you want to pay half of the teachers more than they were before and the other half less. And if you do that, everything will work out just fine. Half the teachers get double their pay, half the teachers get half their pay. We're in the clear.
A big issue, yes.
Yeah, well, it's because
education in America, period, is an issue.
Yeah, education is severely underfunded. The Democratic Party, alongside the Republican Party, has done everything to undermine public education every step of the fucking way. It's underfunded in most places, with the exception of European social democracies, as a matter of fact. And advocacy surrounding that is almost impossible because, like I said, even the Democrats want charter schools. Republicans just want private schools with like religious exemptions where they can just like do whatever the fuck they want. And Democrats also advocate for charter schools as well. And it's really awful. It literally takes funds from the already crippling funds that public schools have, and feed them into this unaccountable third-party organization that can just shutter schools at any given basis.
Damn! Every time I hear about these, bro, as soon as things get like a lot of heavy, I'm going to. We can end the call here. This was kind of productive, to be honest, on certain grounds. Also,
It was
Every time-
counterproductive or productive?
Hold on a second. Okay, before it ends, I have to take a screenshot. Okay? I have to take a screenshot now so that I can forever immortalize our incredible stream. Okay? Hold on. Let me do this. Okay? Hold on. There's a better way to do this. All right, and if anybody can get a screen recording of the GIFs going from this stream at their maximum value, I would deeply appreciate that, okay? This has been absolutely goddamn legendary, okay? We got 38 GIFs on the screen, okay? 30 fucking 8. 38! That's an amazing maximalism stream, okay? Truly beautiful, truly wonderful. Now let's finish this off once and for all.
It was productive. It was productive, bro. Every time that we go deep in some topic and big words come out, I just go.
Okay, I'll describe it with simpler terms next time. I gotta ask ChatGPT to help me.
Yeah, I mean, this chat GPT opinion that I got right here is just on point already that you saw. Wow. Just on
All right.
point.
All right, well,
All right,
thank you
I'm
guys,
out,
and
peace
I
out.
will see you tomorrow at a later date.
peace
And
out, man.
Train, you can come
Wait,
on the
tomorrow
pod. We
for
can
what?
talk about it.
All right, everybody. Get your screenshots in,
as soon
okay?
as things get-
Get your screenshots in because we are about to do the mandala. We are about to wipe the mandala clean. It's going to be wiped clean. So get your screenshots in while you still can, okay? Okay, everybody? Get your screenshots in. Come on. Get them in. All right? Are you ready? Hold on. Let me get some music going for us, okay? Hold on. I'll get us a nice little song to play on our way out, okay? Here we go, one by one, they're going. First the clock. Say goodbye, everybody. Soon we will be left only with our ghosts. And there we have it, everyone. We survived one of the most deranged debates we've seen in a very long time. Much credit to Hasan for successfully melting my mind with his interesting conversation.